Welcome to the Friday card from the premier meet in the country as we head into the final weekend of this Saratoga meeting. Wesley Ward may have the one to beat in today's featured lucky coin with the son of Triple Crown champ American Pharoah. That would be Maven, a dominant winner sprinting at Keeneland earlier this year. Maven tries to get back on track after a disappointing visit to Royal Ascot. Pulsate tried to Troy here last summer. He looks like an improved horse as a 5-year-old and perhaps ready to shine in another stakes shot at the Spa. And we'll preview Saturday's Jockey Club Gold Cup and the emergence of a potential star in Forza d'Oro. Will he continue his progression on a possible path to the Breeders' Cup Classic? All that and more coming up on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Terrific weather on this Friday afternoon and a great crowd on hand as usual here at Saratoga as we get set for this Friday afternoon card. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. That feature today, Andy, that lucky coin. And what Maven are we going to get today in that feature for Wesley Ward?
That is the absolute real question of that race. Obviously, if he runs back to that 104 buyer, he ran at Keeneland 2 starts back. He's going to be very, very hard to beat. Either stalking outside of the speed of Noble Motion or maybe just being in front of that one. We'll see how it works out. But that's really the question because that race was such a gigantic improvement for him. But, Greg, it was such a big improvement that Wesley Ward thought enough to take him over to Ascot.
Indeed, that experiment did not go too well, unfortunately. But now it is back here to the States, and Maven's going to attract a ton of money. John Velasquez will be aboard, and we'll get more on that coming up. Right now, it's this first of the afternoon here. Early Pick 5 begins here. $75,000 maiden claiming event, 3/4 of a mile. Also with us to kick off this afternoon, champion jockey, Richard Migliore. Hey, Mig.
Hey, thank you, Greg. Down here in the winner's circle, trying to get a little shade. Sun's pretty strong today, kind of getting in my eyes a little bit, but a couple of first-time starters really caught my eye. And when I look at 2-year-olds coming onto the track, I'm always looking at how they hook up with their pony, how they react, and how well-schooled they are. Now, all of these guys were very well-behaved. The one, Mo Rewards, did not actually hook up with the pony. He just went alongside of him. He galloped along nicely, got a nice warm-up. But the one that really caught my eye in the warm-up was the 4, Coastal Chaos, taking money. That's always meaningful with horses without proven form. I love the way this Todd Pletcher trainee bowed his head, galloped off, really got into the bit. The one, Mo Rewards, you see, is also warming up well without the pony now. But the 4 just stood out a little bit to me. I like when a horse frames up, gets in the bridle, and uses himself properly, and that's what I saw with number 4, Coastal Chaos. And again, we look to the board to be our guide with the horses that haven't started. I think the money's meaningful on number 4, Coastal Chaos.
So are the connections meaningful. Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz for Jackpot Farm. As we take a look at the one here, Mo Rewards, Rudy Rodriguez at 5-2. We just don't know, Andy, in this race. A lot of unknowns with a lot of inexperience.
I agree. It's really more of a turf pedigree on the dam side, and did throw one foal the dam. The dam got 80 buyers on the turf, 70 on the dirt, but his Uncle Mo and his Uncle Mo's are often runners. But you're right, it's just guessing. I mean, are the 1 and 4 really getting bet, or is it sort of the lack of alternatives in this race? And you got Irad Ortiz, you got Rudy Rodriguez, so that's going to take money. I think you and I, in general, we're looking for horses with experience. And the 5 Wild Appeal, this horse ran against real horses. Todd Pletcher won that race with a first-time starter. I feel like this horse that did a little running, was close to the pace for a while in there. And to me, the second-time starter Wild Appeal is much more appealing than guessing with some first-time starters.
Was 21-1 first time out against, that was a tough group. And now the dropping class, experience under the belt, and now you're getting 2-1 for Robertino Diodoro. Favorite, though, remains Coastal Chaos, this first-timer, son of Golden Sense for Todd Pletcher with Jose Ortiz. Again, as we kick off this Friday action here, Luis Saez, his mount scratched in this race, but he stands at 60 wins, 8 away from equaling Ramon Dominguez record back in 2012. So 8 wins over these final 4 days of action. It's a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, I think it might sound easier to some people than it is. You know, winning 2 races a day, you get blanked one, suddenly you got to win 3 a day to beat it. It's tough. I don't care what he does, and I think you'll agree, Greg, he doesn't have to win another race in this meet. He has had an absolutely fabulous meet, a positive ROI on all of his starters, which is extremely unusual. If you bet $2 on every one of his horses, you actually are ahead for the meet, which is truly remarkable for a leading rider. You just don't see it. I think the only other top rider here with a positive ROI, riders who've had a significant amounts is Ricardo Santana, who's had a fabulous meet for sure. As far as Coastal Chaos, Todd Pletcher may be behind Chad Brown by 8, which is pretty much an insurmountable lead with 4 days to go. But he's not giving up, just as Chad Brown wouldn't give up if he was 8 behind Todd Pletcher. And listen, you don't know what can happen. Chad Brown won 5 in 1 day. Coastal Chaos, you don't see Todd Pletcher run too many 2-year-old first-time stars in maiden claiming races. 3 for 18 over the last 5 years, $1.68 ROI, but he has had success doing it in Saratoga. And you get a feeling he's running as many live runners this weekend as he can.
Yeah, trying to unleash everything he's got in the barn. You mentioned, Chad Brown have a 5-win day. He had 8 wins in 2 days. That would be the deficit that Pletcher's got to make up. So if he can reproduce what Chad Brown did earlier, he's right back in the mix. But it's going to be a fun finish to Monday and our closing day coming up. A tremendous weekend. We have back-to-back Grade 1s on Saturday. We're going to preview both of those races coming up, including that Jockey Club Gold Cup with Forza de Oro. Pick 5 here. Look at that healthy pool. Over $700,000 here to kick things off.
Yeah, it's nice to be back on the turf today. The turf is listed as firm. It's a gorgeous day here. And kicking off, Greg, as you just said, what's going to be a tremendous weekend of racing. 10 today, and it looks like 12 on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
And there is the favorite, Coastal Chaos for Pletcher. Moving in line, that 4 with Jose Ortiz. 8-5 on the boards. We kick off this Friday card. Let's send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Night. There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginnings for Mo Rewards, Bet, and Dorso Duro. From the outside, it is a Magical Night who is going out for the early lead. And then comes Wild Appeal, now moving up on the extreme outside. There goes Dorso Duro to challenge Magical Night for the lead, and the two of them hook up, and they open up 3 lengths on Wild Appeal, who is racing in 3rd. Mo Rewards is down on the inside and in 4th. Then comes Coastal Chaos in 5th, and Bet is the trailer in 6th, and the opening quarter was running 22 and 4. It's Magical Night on the inside and Dorso Duro on the outside. Now they've got 4 lengths on Wild Appeal, who runs in 3rd. It's another 4. Back to Mo Rewards in 4th as they come for the quarter pole. On the outside, Dorso Duro, down towards the rail it is, a Magical Night. And then comes Mo Rewards and Wild Appeal. There's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish now. Magical Night challenged on the outside by Wild Appeal, and down on the inside by Mo Rewards. Wild Appeal and Mo Rewards. Now it's between these two. Mo Rewards is in front as they come on for the finish, and Mo Rewards will win his debut. Wild Appeal was second. For the back, Coastal Chaos and Magical Night.
Mo Rewards, Rudy Rodriguez, first time out, son of Uncle Mo, and familiar silks here. Rapoli stable having a great Saratoga.
And a couple of interesting things about this race, Greg. Mo Rewards blew the brake, and he rushed up, and then he sort of dropped back, and those kind usually aren't that effective. The pace fell apart in the late stages, but I also think an interesting thing to note is that Irad Ortiz took him right up the rail, and there's been a lot of discussion, certainly by myself and others, that the rail was the wrong place to be yesterday. Now, there are some people that disagree with that, but I think with Irad coming up the rail and proving successful with Mo Rewards would give you confidence that we're dealing with a much more fair racetrack today.
Yeah, we saw a lot of winners on the main track use that middle of the race course down the stretch. And that turned out to be a winning mood quite often. But yes, it's Irad Ortiz up the fence. There's Rudy Rodriguez with the win, and a first-timer here, as mentioned by Uncle Mo, out of a Street Cry mare for Mike Rapoli stable. And in the end, 3-1, third choice on the board to start off our pick 5.
And he was clearly best after blowing the break in this race. You know, I like the 5 Wild Appeal, who couldn't have gotten a better trip. Looked like Gin on top of the stretch, sort of going by the 2 pace setters, and he just came up short. He was second best in here. Mo Rewards was the best horse in race number 1, and he got the money.
49 wins for Irad Ortiz Jr., yet this is going to be the first time since 2014 we have not seen an Ortiz brother at the top of the rider standings at the end of the meet.
Luis Saez was basically a wire-to-wire winner, right, at this meet. I mean, it feels like he had the lead after day 1, and he just never gave up the lead. A tremendous meet for him, and it'll be interesting to see what he does his last few days. But, you know, chasing records is one thing, Greg, and records like this are meant to be broken. Doesn't really matter. I mean, at this stage, he's just had an incredible meet. Not just winning so many races, but winning races like the Travers as well.
Yeah, no question. It started with the Schuylerville on day 1. He won with Rinaldi, that stakes race, on the second day of the meet. 6 wins through the first couple of days. Can he keep that forward momentum that he's maintained the entire meet to break the record? We'll find out. It's going to be fun to watch. Lucky Coin, of course, is our feature today. And this was Lucky Coin back at the Kelso in 1997. What a campaign he put together that year.
Yeah, he really got it all together. You know, he ended up 7 for 13 lifetime. He finished 4th in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile in his subsequent start to this, in the Kelso, which a lot of people think is a dirt race in New York, which it is right now. But at one time, it was the New York prep for the Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf. And he absolutely destroyed that field that day.
Won 7 of his 9 starts that year. And our feature coming up, we've talked about Maven at the top of the show for Wesley Ward. That just dominant performance in his 4-year-old debut at Keeneland. 104 Beyer speed figure, just ran that group off their feet. And then went to the King's Stand, tough to ship to go to Royal Ascot, was 40-1 in that race, by the way. So maybe we shouldn't hold that too much against him. But he's had some other performances, too, that make you scratch your head.
Yeah, he's a weird horse, right? He ran that good 80 Beyer, you know, in July as a 3-year-old, or 90 Beyer, excuse me, and then he just sort of kind of stunk in his next couple of starts. He really put it together in this race at Keeneland. He runs this race, even if you think that figure's a little bit in the high side, Greg, even if it's a 99, he's the horse to beat in this race. But let's see if he can reproduce it, because as you said, he's hardly reliable.
But he will surely attract a ton of money in that race. I thought Pulsate interesting, just looking at who he faced the last time he was on the turf.
No, I cannot disagree with that. His last time on the turf, he lost to Late Faya, who was really one of the best turf sprinters in the country. The numbers, the times aren't accurate in the paper, but that was a very solid effort by him. And I'm also interested in Greg and back to his roots coming off the layoff for John Terranova, a good layoff trainer.
All right, that's our feature coming up in the 9th, the Lucky Coin. Let's go back to this opener in here, and Mo Rewards. And Irad Ortiz Jr., Rudy Rodriguez, this is the way you want to kick off any afternoon with the win. And again, important to note, as you said, Andy, looks like potentially, we're 1 race in, hard to tell, but could be a changing racetrack.
And it's interesting that Irad went the rail, because in talking to Irad yesterday, he was aware that maybe you wanted to be a bit off the rail on yesterday's card. So obviously he was confident that things had changed from yesterday, and he was completely right.
5-4 finish in the first on the card. Let's go to Mig for more in the opener.
Thanks, Greg. And here with winning rider Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad, kind of a difficult trip. Didn't break particularly well, kind of rushed up. Then he idled. I noticed how much kickback he got. He got a lot of dirt in his face. Is that what kind of made him pause around the turn?
Well, we break and he don't break that shot like you said. I tried to get into the race, but he got some kickback and he lose some speed from that. And I don't want to rush him too much, trying to find somewhere, don't get too much kickback on his face. And he was moving good, but when it was time to go, like getting close to the quarter pole, I asked him to go. He responded really well. He started running like he's a winner. So I just keep riding. He keep moving forward. He do everything right. He looked like a good horse.
No hesitation, too, trying to come through on the inside. Some young horses might be a little bit intimidated. He didn't seem at all.
Not really. He was running, honestly, and the space wasn't that tight, so it was space like probably for 2-3 horses, so he had no problem to go through.
Irad, I see you went through a couple pairs of goggles. The track is labeled fast, but it has a little moisture in it. How difficult is it for the riders to handle the kickback?
Well, honestly, I mean, like yesterday and the day before, we got a lot of rain, and when it's raining, sometimes the dirt hit pretty much, but right now it's back to normal. I think it's great.
And I noticed the last 70 yards, you put your crop away, hand ride, look really good. You know I like that.
Yeah, I know you like it. I don't want, the first time started, so we don't want to call them with their whip too much, honestly. Let them teach something learn something from the race, and without abuse them. We just call their attention and keep riding. Don't overdo it.
Well, you didn't overdo it, and this horse got a lot of education today. Took the kickback, came through on the inside, learned a lot, and got a real nice ride from Irad.
Big thanks. One of the best in the business, Irad Ortiz Jr., 49th winner of this Saratoga meeting. For that young man. Let's take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what's still ahead. Race 2 is going to kick off our early pick 4, and we're going to be on the lawn sprinting in that race. Start of the late pick 5, going to come in race 6 in a difficult maiden group to start that off. And the lucky coin, of course, as we talked about our feature, that will be in race 9 this afternoon, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. 4-year-olds and up who have not won a stake in 2021. You can play all the action on today's card and beyond by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, take advantage of that offer with that promo code SPA200, which you saw there on the screen. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Still to come this weekend, a rematch from the Suburban, and the first defeat of Happy Saver's career was Max Player getting the better of him in that sloppy racetrack. Can Happy Saver return the favor tomorrow? We'll have a preview coming up.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
And outside of them, the daunting presence of Curlin as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Mambo in Seattle is in an all-out drive, and he's still back and forth, and the field turns for home, and it's Wandering Boy in front, and Curlin with a final try for that lead as they come down to the mid-stretch marker, and Curlin has taken the lead. It is Curlin now in front. Wandering Boy fights on. He's a half length behind in second, and then farther back, it's Merchant Marine third, and here he is, Curlin, under the wire.
That was the second of back-to-back wins in the Jockey Club Gold Cup for Curlin, getting it done on that sloppy racetrack. Two-time Horse of the Year.
Yeah, he was such a tremendous horse. You know, when he won as a 3-year-old, Greg, he beat Lawyer Ron, and Lawyer Ron was coming off a track record-setting performance in the Whitney up here for Todd Pletcher, and then a victory in the Woodward, and that really was the precursor to just how good he was getting before he dominated in the Breeders' Cup Classic at Monmouth. Curlin, a tremendous racehorse.
Andy, if that Classic had not been on synthetic in 2008,
I wouldn't have cashed a $300 exacta. Was that what you're going to rejoin with?
Really?
Ravens Pass and Henry the Navigator, right?
I was going to say, would Curlin have won that race?
Yes, he would have won that race. He definitely would have beaten those two on the dirt, I'll tell you that.
I would think so. Jockey Club Gold Cup, back-to-back winners. Pretty elite list. And Happy Saver trying to join that group.
You know, one of my favorite ones in that list is Creme Fraiche, Greg, trained by the late, great Woody Stevens. He beat Turkoman and Java Gold in photos in back-to-back runnings of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Two tremendous racehorses.
Well, when Happy Saver won this race last year, he beat a pretty good one in Mystic Guide in doing so. He's coming off the first defeat, however, of his career. Has he just not progressed, you think, potentially as a 4-year-old, or do you think we're going to see a different Happy Saver on Saturday?
Greg, that is the million-dollar question. I'm banking that he's not the same as a 4-year-old, but this is the pivotal race for him, right?
It is indeed. Can he get back on track in here? Beat by Max Player and Mystic Guide on that sloppy track in the Suburban. Forza d'Oro, though, wow, has he emerged for Bill Mott?
Yeah, look how happy Bill Mott looks in that picture. And Forza d'Oro was really brilliant in winning the Discovery last year. I'm sure it's been frustrating for Bill Mott. He looks like the controlling speed to me on the inside in a paceless race, and I think he's the worst to beat.
Trying to win his 4th in a row, his first test in Grade 1 company. Max Player, big moment for him in that Suburban win at better than 11-1.
And I know he's classic. Last time was the time because of the big price, but I think the real change for him last time was the speed he showed, the aggressive ride by Ricardo Santana. And I think that could be key in this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Was he a horse that you just needed to have last time, or is he an improving member of the division?
Chess Chief for Dallas Stewart of Asuna into Mischief, who's won close to $700,000.
Obviously, he's a little slow on paper, but you've got Luis Saez riding. You've got a trainer, Dallas Stewart, who at least in the Kentucky Derby is as dangerous with long shots as any trainer.
Happy Saver looking to add his name to that list we showed you of back-to-back winners of this race.
He was very disappointing in the Suburban. He just never got into the race. But you know what? He's trained by the right guy. He obviously has a lot of talent, and if he gets back to it, he can certainly win back-to-back Gold Cups.
9-5 on the morning line. Brad Cox, meanwhile, will send out the 5-year-old Night Ops, who's won over $800,000 in his career.
And he is an absolute career form, and he lost a very tough race to Art Collector, who came back with an extremely impressive win against the bias in the Charlestown Classic. Do not sell this guy short, and Manny Franco would benefit from Hughes giving an aggressive ride.
And Mr. Upset Special himself, Uriah St. Louis, here he goes again. He's going to send out Forewarned.
I mean, are we supposed to make a play on words and say you've been forewarned? This would be an upset of upsets, but as you say, we've seen this from this trainer before.
Don't count him out. He adds a little intrigue to the race, no question. On a horse on paper, looks like he does not have a chance. We've said that a few times before from that barn. Max Player, that Suburban victory on that sloppy track. Let's go back to that race when he was able to outduel Mystic Guide, and Happy Saver checked in 3rd, more than 2 lengths beaten that day.
And I think the real key to this victory over a horse who was kind of the leader of the division after his Dubai World Cup win, unfortunately injured subsequent to this, but was that he was put more in the game. And this is a horse that Max Player in the past has been a hard horse to ride. You really have to ride him the whole way, and he doesn't have much speed, and he seems to really be coming around for Steve Asmussen. And among the many great talents of the Steve Asmussen and his barn is their ability to get older horses to improve going long. Horses like Gunrunner. I mean, obviously Gunrunner, a very good 3-year-old, but he really blossomed heading to his 4-year-old season. And maybe Happy Saver is just a horse who's finally putting it together.
Yeah, and you mean Max Player, right?
Max Player, excuse me.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's a good point. I mean, horses who are really, really good at the top level of competition, sometimes they're done before they even get to this point in their career. This could just be a horse who is finally putting it all together. Obviously, he's got to prove it tomorrow, but we'll see if he can take that next step forward for Steve Asmussen. And certainly a barn, as you mentioned, who knows how to get these horses to continue on. What about this horse, though? Forza d'Oro. Hopefully we get to see him put a few races together, but off what he showed us in his 4-year-old return to the races, he's got a world of potential.
Oh, absolutely, Greg. And he really hinted at it when he came back as a 3-year-old, and then he had that just easiest of victories in Discovery. The second-place finisher had a perfect trip, and he just flicked him off like a gnat and blew by him in the stretch. And he comes back with a 101 buyer off a significant layoff on that racetrack. he looks like the speed in the inside, and I hope they don't take that away from him. This is really his moment, and a big performance here throws his hat into the ring for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Indeed. It would be a prestigious event to win here. First time in Grade 1 company. He's had a lot of stops and starts. Can he stay healthy, and can he reproduce that performance? If he can, he's going to be very dangerous in here. 4 for 6 lifetime for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. It is going to be a great Saturday afternoon. So back-to-back Grade 1s, and Bill Mott has the horse to beat in both of them.
Yeah, he does. Bill Mott is having himself a terrific year. He's got some nice horses out there. Speaker's Corner heading to the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Derby, but Warlike Goddess is going to be tough to beat.
Here's a look at race 2. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Andy, a ton of money right now on Bubble Rock for Brad Cox.
That horse's debut. You don't see a lot of 2-year-old first-time starters in turf sprints get 79 buyers and lose. He is way the one to beat.
Short price for a man who is just winning at 31% at the meet here. Travers winning trainer Brad Cox looking to add another win to the resume. We'll have the post-break when we come back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? Twinspires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. Twinspires, download the app today.
Tap it. His epic run as America's most dominant stallion continues, with more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any living stallion.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5. Come down to the line together. It is Temperate in the Belmont Stakes.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes the lead.
Is now coming to make a race of it on the outside. Unique Bella will win.
A dream maker, a breed shaper. Tap it, standing strong at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. Good to have everybody with us on this Friday afternoon here in upstate New York. It's time for our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It will be on the lawn, 5.5 furlongs. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career in this maiden special weight, and a lot of inexperienced 2-year-old fillies. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, Greg, a bunch of very well-behaved young ladies here. We'll start with number 3, Bubble Rock, who's making her second start. A lot of times when you see a second-time starter who ran extremely well, like Bubble Rock did in debut when she was second, you want to make sure that the first race didn't, kind of work them up or rattle their cage, if you will. And she just looks as settled and as comfortable as can be. I talked to her trainer, Brad Cox. He said they schooled her several times. She really came out of the race well, has trained well since. I thought maybe she moved a little bit quick last time, but she wound up second best regardless, and she's acting extremely well here in the paddock. The 4, Determined Charm, Empire Maker filly, she kind of was announcing her arrival here in the paddock. She shipped in here from Fair Hill, kind of new surroundings. But it was interesting, as vocal as she was before the tack went on her, as soon as she got the saddle on, she seemed to settle in and get much more focused. And I really like that when a filly kind of gets, into that zone, gets comfortable and really starts relaxing in the surroundings. The 9 horse, She's Stormy, from Tom Bush's barn, daughter of Get Stormy. We know that Tom is very familiar with this family. She's flashy, and she looks quick. She's built to be a sprinter. He said she worked really, really well on the turf, and her gate works have been really good. He said he wished every horse he trained would take to their lessons as well as she did. She's been very, very quick and handy away from the gate. And then let's talk about the 2 Wesley Ward first-time starters, starting with the 2. Nay Say, daughter of No Nay Never, gets Johnny Velasquez. She appears to be, from a physical perspective, the quicker of the 2. She's really on her toes, bouncing around. Appeared to me like the way her saddle was placed during the saddling process, a little far back. I'm going to be curious, keep an eye on Johnny Velasquez, and she's really on her toes right now. She's heading out of the paddock. If he's comfortable with the placement of the saddle, it just seemed a little bit further down her withers, so we'll keep an eye on that. They can always go to the starting gate. The gate crew is great at adjusting tack, adjusting equipment, but she looks like she's going to be the quicker of the 2, because the 10 horse, Vaccine of Hope, just has a little bit of a longer, scopier look to her, and you can just see the 2 work patterns, how disparate the work patterns are. The Nay Say, never working over a half a mile. She got a 3/8 and 34. Her last work was a gate work. And then you got Vaccine of Hope, worked 5 furlongs twice and has an extensive number of drills. I think she's going to appreciate going further. Not that she can't win today, because she is a very good-looking daughter of Pioneer of the Nile.
All right, Mig, thank you. Joel Rosario will be aboard there 8-1 from that outside post. But, Andy, here's this big favorite on our screen, Bubble Rock for Short Leaf Stable.
Greg, I know you look at sheets, and if this horse runs back to her debut, there's going to have to be a stakes horse in all likelihood to beat her. I think you might agree.
Absolutely, yeah. I looked at the thoroughgraphs each and every day, and she's going to, we talk about it too, experience. It speaks volumes in terms of being able to beat a group that's basically first-time starters. Here's the one. Serious Princess, Gary Siaka.
Have to a turf winner named Palace Atene out of 3 to try it.
Experience is good. So is being in the barn of Wesley Ward, though, debuting at 5-1.
And John Velasquez in this one, a good sign. So if there is a runner in here, this is probably the likeliest one to beat Bubble Rock.
Here's the one with the race under her belt, and it was a good one for Brad Cox.
I mean, it's amazing she lost given the race she ran. You don't lose too many turf sprint debuts with an effort like that.
Determined Charm, the dam produced a multiple graded stakes place runner on the Turf Daddy's Kid.
I had guessed this one shipping up might be live. I was dead wrong, almost 20-1, but has pedigree.
Indeed. Old Foe Alstall at 4-1.
This one seems very live at 4-1. Alstall's had no success with 2-year-olds sprinting first time out in the turf, but he's done well with older horses. He can get it done.
Here's Sabago Lake. This dam produced Baby Blythe, who ran lights out earlier in the meet.
Yes, if she's as good as Baby Blythe, she's got a nice future ahead of her, and she has that pedigree. 2 turf winners, Greg.
And here's She's Stormy. This dam produced Get Smokin', multiple graded stakes winner on the lawn.
A full to get Stormy, Get Smokin' actually was very, very good, and taking some nibbles for a Tom Bush first-time starter.
And what do you make of this Pioneer of the Nile filly on the outside?
Well, I'm partial to the name of this horse. With the Wesley Ward runners, I'm going to guess that John Velasquez is maybe on the better one, but Joel Rosario's ridden a lot of good horses for Wesley Ward.
It's our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. We're 5 minutes to post. Pick 4 begins here. And we got to, I mean, it's just been a tremendous, not just Saratoga meet, not just 2021, but the year prior as well, when he became the outstanding trainer and won an Eclipse Award for Brad Cox.
No, there's no question. And he very well may be heading to another Eclipse Award when you think about horses like Knicks Go and Essential Quality in his barn. And a breakout year for Brad, obviously, last year, though. We've known about him for a while, and things have gone very well. You win the Whitney and the Travers in the same year in Saratoga. That's pretty darn good.
It's the 3rd trainer ever to do it with different horses in the same year. Here's a look at Bubble Rock's debut. Actually had the lead in the stretch, wound up second late.
Yeah, and listen, he ran a winning race. There were gaps throughout this race. I mean, this race has the look of an extremely potent turf sprint. The winner, I believe Joe Sharp trained the winner. That horse really ran in there, but that shouldn't discredit the performance by Bubble Rock. If she reproduces it, I guess the question is, Greg, coming back in 21 days. Just 3 weeks from that effort. Sometimes these 2-year-olds, they're ready to roll first time out, and they just don't duplicate those efforts second time out.
She clicks down to odds on now for the first time on the board, 4-5. And I think, you know, anytime you would look at a race like this and say, Well, I'm going to get Wesley Ward with a first-time starter at 5-1. Yes, sign me up, please. But the presence of Bubble Rock makes it maybe not quite as enticing.
No, it's very hard, right, when you've got a horse like Bubble Rock that ran as well as she did in her debut, for that horse not to be a short price. And if you like a first-time starter, you're going to get paid if you end up being right. And I think at the end of the day, unless we're looking at one of the top 2-year-old filly turf sprinters around, in all likelihood, if Bubble Rock runs her last race, she's going to win this race. The question, if you're playing against her, I think is more whether or not you think it's a viable possibility that she won't run that race.
And let's circle back to the 9 for a minute. We talked about that pedigree. She's 9-1 on the board. I mean, that's in terms of value, it's there, right?
Well, you know, that's a hard thing to guess with a firster. I think the interesting thing is pedigree or not. Tom Bush is not a trainer you think of as being live with first-time starters. He's had very little success. He's also a very good trainer. And this horse at 9-1, especially when you consider that 9-1 is sort of vying for fourth choice, right? It's not 9-1 in a field where there's 5 horses or 6 horses at lower prices. There's a 4-5 shot in this race. So there isn't that much room to bet the other horses. This horse is very live first time out, especially from this barn. You could argue the 2 horses that are taking the most money would be the 6 and the 9, because you know Wesley Ward's going to get bet, right? You don't necessarily think that Al Stall would get bet in this spot, and you don't think that Tom Bush would get bet in this spot.
There is the Al Stall runner. So this is Old Foe, the American Pharaoh filly. And Luis Saez will get his first action of the afternoon here.
You know, I would, and maybe some of the money is a little bit Luis Saez. He is starting to take some play, and justifiably so. He's had such an amazing meet. Al Stall is 0 for 9 with 2-year-old first-time starters in turf sprints, with 4 hitting the board. He's 3 for 9 with older horses, primarily 3-year-old first-time starters in turf sprints. It seems a little random. It shows that Al can get it done in these spots, and the horse dips down now to 4-1. And Al Stall is a trainer that's got a plethora of 2-year-old first-time starter wins at Saratoga in his past on turf and dirt.
If you can figure out these 5.5 furlong turf sprints, which they're very difficult to handicap, you're going to have a very good Friday, because we have 3 of them on the card this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think with a race like this, and I know you'll agree because we spend so much time together throughout the year, you know, let's say the 3 runs that race and wins. You really want to pay attention to the horses behind them, because maybe they're horses that need a start. Maybe they've run into a buzzsaw in general in the 3 Bubble Rock. But these 2-year-old races at Saratoga, especially on the turf, paying attention to those races and using the trips and what you see, they're going to pay off at that Belmont meet we have coming up in just 13 days.
No question. Now, wow, 3-5. It just keeps getting shorter and shorter on Bubble Rock. The favorite throughout here for Brad Cox. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, it's really hard to get past Bubble Rock, particularly her last effort and the way she's looked on the racetrack, the way she acted in the paddock. Very short price, but the most likeliest winner if she runs anywhere close to her first race. A couple horses, though, that I wanted to talk about. The 9 horse really caught my eye. She's Stormy. I really like this filly. She warmed up really well. She's a little bit on edge. You know, Tom Bush, her trainer, told me that she has a tendency to kind of just, you know, bubble a little bit under the surface, and, you know, you don't want to get her too riled up, but you see Junior Alvarado had his feet out of the stirrups. He's trying to keep her fairly relaxed, but she warmed up really nicely, and I do think she'll outrun her 12-1 odds. The 10 Vaccine of Hope got an interesting warm-up, walked off a really long way when the rest of the field had already headed towards the starting gate galloping off. She walked for about 1/8 of a mile before Joel Rosario started to warm her up, and then as she got on the turf course, she started to act like she was getting a little worked up, so maybe he was instructed to kind of keep her just a little bit quieter, because she'll have a tendency to start getting herself a little bit excited. But all of these young ladies have been handling themselves pretty professionally. I do think the 3 will win, but I also like the 9 a bit. Probably use her underneath.
Even if you think the 3's going to win this race, you can create value with the 3 on top and use this one in second in exacta plays.
Yeah, I would use the 6 and a little bit of 9 here as well in the exactas with the 3. They're the ones I would look at as well. The Wesley Ward runners just aren't taking that much money. But, Greg, we've also seen Wesley Ward win with first-time stars and 2-year-old turf sprints at decent prices up here, so maybe the money isn't as meaningful.
We'll see what happens here coming up. Pick 4 begins here. It's Bubble Rock, the 3 for Brad Cox, the odds-on favorite. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Ready for the start. Rider was briefly off number 2, Casse. Now back on. And they're off. Bubble Rock is going out for the lead, joined on the outside by She's Stormy, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead as Old Foe moves up in between horses to take third. On the outside is Vaccine of Hope, who is running in fourth. To her inside is Serious Princess next in fifth. Casse is in sixth. Sebago Lake is in seventh, and Determined Charm trails the field in eighth. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. She's Stormy shows the way here by a half length. On the outside is Old Foe, who's running in second. Vaccine of Hope is 3 wide, and the gray Sebago Lake is 4 wide. And just in behind the front four is the favorite Bubble Rock as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. She's Stormy. Bubble Rock has racing room now on the inside and is coming up to challenge. Vaccine of Hope gains ground on the outside, so it's 3 of them across. Here is Bubble Rock now to take over, and Bubble Rock draws away here at the end. Bubble Rock beats all of these first-time starters 1 by 4. Vaccine of Hope was second. Casse came on to get third.
She's Stormy started out great in this race in her debut, and then here came Bubble Rock, and she was much too good, Andy.
Yeah, that's a very solid time because we're listed as firm, but Stray, of course, did take a lot of rain in here. This is a very good runner, Bubble Rock. Imagine there's a chance we could see her in a race like the Matron at Belmont Park. She is a really good runner for Short Leap Stables. Congratulations to them and Brad Cox as well. I mean, she buries this field at the end, Greg. She's just running away from them. You saw the Wesley Ward runners do some running towards the end with the 10 Vaccine of Hope and the 2 Casse picking up the pieces, want to watch their trips again. But I think you have to be encouraged by the effort for She's Stormy. For trainer Tom Bush, whose horse is off a neat start. She had speed like her full brother, and she did some running in here, but the winner, she was an hour the best.
Big margin, which you don't see a lot at this 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. She was impressive. 3-5. Irad Ortiz Jr. content to kind of let She's Stormy just go off with it early, and that's kind of Bubble Rock's style, as you see Brad Cox there to sit and stalk and wait. And when she was asked for more, boy, did she give it.
Yeah, I mean, Irad was confident. He had to worry a little. He wouldn't get that room, but when she got a seam, she just ran through it. Let me tell you something. The horse who beat her by 2 lengths, Lady Danae, for Joe Sharp, her value is skyrocketing. These are a couple of terrific 2-year-old filly turf sprinters.
Yeah, that's a good point. I bet that phone may be ringing if it wasn't before, even more so now.
No question about it. I mean, these are horses you could see run against the boys. You know, if Wesley Ward had them, they'd be pointing towards the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. We'll see if they're good enough to run against the boys at the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar in November.
Yeah, that's a good point. Saw Brad Cox. What a summer it has been. Of course, he's still going to have a shot in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup on Saturday, which we'll bring you live coverage of as well. See if he can upset the field in that running with 9 ops. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll be back when we return. What a special filly indeed Pretty Birdie has been for Norm Casse, winner of the Grade 3 Schuylerville. We'll have Norm's story of becoming a trainer when we come back.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Song Hill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back on Saratoga Live, good to be with you on this Friday afternoon card from the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We may have just witnessed a star here in this second from Saratoga. The 3 Bubble Rock, quick early on, but Irad Ortiz Jr. content to let She's Stormy, this first-timer, go on with it, take back with his filly, and scoot on up the fence. And when he asked for more, jets turned on and she rolled. Bubble Rock, impressive here at start number 2. It is at odds on for Brad Cox. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Here with Brad Cox, who's just had a tremendous Saratoga meeting. This filly was so professional, Brad. How were you feeling when you sort of sitting in behind horses and Irad had so much horse underneath him?
I was a little nervous when there were 4 across in front of us, but he did a fantastic job of waiting, just, you know, coming up the inside, and she really kicked on the last 1/8 of a mile. I was very proud of her.
She seems like she's got a really good head on her shoulders and was brave, came through. Also, from a physical perspective, looks like she'll go further. How far eventually do you think she will go?
She should go 2 turns. I think mile and 16th. And Irad made the comment last time. He said, you know, maybe stretch her out. This race showed up. Thought he'd give us an opportunity to, you know, hopefully get a win for Mr. Anthony here. He's been a big supporter of New York racing for a long time, and it's always nice to have his silks in the winner's circle here at least once a meet, and we're able to accomplish that today. But I do think she'll stretch a bit.
She sure looks like it from a physical perspective, and certainly the way she handles herself. Now let's get to your big horse, Essential Quality, one of many big horses. How did he come out of the Travers? How's he been acting?
Well, if anybody would have seen him walking out of the barn today, they would know he came out great. He was a handful this morning with you know, a couple easy days back underneath of him. We galloped him this morning, and he was definitely ready to do it. He's as good as a horse can be right now. It's amazing that the way he's able to recover from his races, and he's just a phenomenal horse. And you know, we'll see what happens. We'll talk it over with Jimmy Bell on if there'll be a race between now and the Breeders' Cup, or just train up to. We have, you know, we'll one of the options, obviously, but we'll hopefully come up with a plan the next week or so.
Do you think one of the reasons he comes out of his races so good is that he appears to me to be a horse that does just what's necessary, doesn't overdo it, just knows his job and goes about his business?
There's no doubt about that's why. I mean, he's very kind on himself. Even of the mornings, he doesn't grab the bit and rip around there for 1.5 miles in his gallops. He just kind of, you know, goes around there in hand, takes a little hold. Really, anybody can gallop him. He's a very easy horse to gallop, and it's very special to see a horse that's, you know, has accomplished so much, but so smart. I mean, that's the first thing Louis always comes back and says, man, wow, he's a smart horse, and he really is.
That's great, and congratulations, and thank you for being here all summer and putting on quite a show. Bubble Rock putting an exclamation point on our already fine meeting, and if anybody can gallop him, well, I'll be by the barn in the morning.
Bubble Rock, $3.20. So many stars in that barn for Brad Cox, and now he has another potentially new star right here in this filly who wins second time out. Wow, was she impressive. Norm Casse, he kicked off this Saratoga meeting, the envy of everybody. A grade 3 win in the Schuylerville on opening day. In the silks, by the way, of the Mary Lou Whitney stable. It was a big win for the young up-and-coming trainer. He had a Hall of Fame father, of course, to learn under, but following in his father's footsteps was not a certainty. Norm shares his love-hate relationship in this sport, what ultimately turned things around to decide to become a trainer.
I grew up resenting horse racing a little bit. My dad and my mother divorced when my brother and I were very young, and I didn't get to see Dad a lot. And when I did go to see Dad during the summers, we'd have to go to the races in the barn all day. And then being a little kid, there was a lot of resentment there. I didn't really have a direction early on in my life. I loved sports. I loved baseball. I actually played a year of college baseball. But I mean, at some point you realize, you know, you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you're slow as hell, you have a terrible arm. You're not going to be a Major League Baseball player. Growing up in Louisville, I fell in love with horse racing on my own.
The unbeaten colt, Smarty Jones, is drawing away to win the Derby.
In the year that Smarty Jones won, I caught the bug really, really bad and decided that's what I wanted to do. I remember the conversation really well because it took a long time to have it. Probably a couple years to tell Dad I knew I wanted to be a trainer. I knew I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him that yet. I was embarrassed to admit it for whatever reason, and it was an emotional thing to tell him, and I don't know why, because as soon as I did tell him, he's like, well, then let's do it. Let's make you the best that you can possibly be, and we hit the ground running.
But Tepin has a 5-length margin and deep stretch. It is Tepin.
Tepin in front. Tepin, Ribaudo wins the effort near the line. Tepin puts Samu, wins for America around the quicker.
Tepin in front. They have a furlong to run, and she has turned them away. And she is going to make this her own personal playground. Tepin.
I just give credit to Tepin for a lot of things. Tepin is definitely the reason I went on my own, because she gave me that confidence. You know, when I left to go on my own, there was no handouts. I got my own clients. At the time, I was a little upset about that, but in hindsight, that was the right thing to do, because now everything has been that much more rewarding.
Hard Legacy still going strong. Hard Legacy goes coast to coast.
To win my first graded stake at Churchill Downs, we did it for Mary Lou Whitney while Mary Lou was still with us, and to win a race named after a horse that Mary Lou bred, the Whitney's bred regret. You know, it's kind of fairy tale, and it was a good moment.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Pretty Birdie takes the Schuylerville.
Being associated with Mary Lou Whitney and her husband John, who have been so great for the sport and so great for the town of Saratoga, I knew there was a lot of pressure riding on Pretty Birdie and me, and she delivered. I've been a part of a lot of big races, won a lot of big races when I worked for my father, but that was the biggest moment of my life in racing so far.
Wow, what a big win for young Norm Casse, and that filly now undefeated, 2 for 2. Her speed makes her very dangerous, but she is going to have a big test. She deserves it coming up in the Grade 1 Spinaway. Andy, what did you make of her Schuylerville on opening day?
You know, Greg, it's a race when I was handicapping the Spinaway last night that I think was better than maybe I gave it credit for first time out. She's really run well in her races. I think the biggest question for her coming out of this race, there's 2 questions. Obviously, she's got to deal with the horse Zeko Zulu, who we'll talk about, but also, can she deal with the speed that's signed on in this race? But I think one thing that's going to help her in the Spinaway is the abundance of speed in here. It appears to be inside of her. So at the very least, she may be able to stalk those runners. I think she's a player in this race.
Well, you mentioned the one I think that everybody's looking out for. We'll talk about here in a moment, but Pretty Birdie, big moment for her, and for Norm Casse to deliver. Feeling that pressure when you have a filly like this in a graded stake at this racetrack in those silks.
No question about it. And I think it's pressure that you want to have, obviously, as a trainer. You want to have good horses in your barn, horses that are taking money in stakes races up at Saratoga. I mean, that's the dream, right? You've got to be in a position to be disappointed, to be successful in horse racing, and that's where Norm is. And obviously, the Schuylerville's over. The Spinaway's the next goal, but it's not bad to already have that stakes win under her belt.
Well, meanwhile, this filly, Wit might be in trouble if she decided to show up on Monday. She's going to run on Sunday instead. I mean, this was lights out first time.
From a Beyer speed figure standpoint, only one other 2-year-old New York has run the same 92 figure that she's run, and that was that devastatingly impressive victor, Jack Christopher of Colt for Chad Brown last week. Wit, a 90. High Oak, a 90. 92 this horse ran, and ever since this race, frankly, on opening day, I think we've all been saying we may have just seen the Spinaway winner. Well, now she's got to deliver. She runs this race, stretching out from 5.5 furlongs, 7 furlongs. She is going to win this race. Steve Asmussen, as good as he is, he doesn't have great numbers coming back off debut wins with 2-year-olds in dirt races. So I think there has to be some question whether or not she can duplicate it. But she's had, Greg, 7 weeks to recover from that effort, 7+.
She has. I think he knew what he had after that huge performance, and then it was point to the Grade 1 toward the end of the meet. She'll go, as Mandy mentioned, 5.5 furlongs making that debut, now to 7 furlongs in this Grade 1 Spinaway. What's the buzz on her heading into start number 2?
Well, even just watching that race, what I like about it is she's quick, but she waits on her rider. She was waiting for Ricardo Santana to ask her for her best, and you could see her really bear down when he did, and I think that bodes well for her getting 7 furlongs. You know, anytime a horse is cooperative with the rider and waits on the rider's cues, this is a typical Steve Asmussen work. He goes very slow. Usually 1 good work, 2 out before the race, then the work right before the race is a maintenance half. You can see she's just galloping along. Look like the rider looked down, probably has a watch on, checking his time. This is an open gallop for a very talented filly, but that's when all the heavy lifting's done. They've already done their works, and now all you need is a maintenance work to keep her where she is. And watching her stride, I really don't think 7 furlongs is going to be an issue. I think this is a quality filly, again, that aids her own cause by being so compliant with the rider.
Really neat, too, to see Steve Asmussen have a talented youngster by gun runner. Of course, he campaigned and had some big moments here at Saratoga as well. That's coming up on Sunday. Grade 1 Spinaway, start number 2 for the incredibly impressive Echo Zulu, going head-to-head with the Schuylerville winner, the speedy Pretty Birdie. Luis Saez, he's going to be back on board Pretty Birdie on Sunday. What a meet it has been for Saez. He's led start to finish. Can he close it off and make a little history in the process? We'll have that next.
West Coast champion 3-year-old colt and multiple Grade 1 winner with over $5 million in earnings. He dominated the Pennsylvania Derby by more than 7 lengths and went wire to wire in the Travers, defeating all 3 classic winners.
I would say the Travers was his best performance. He just got out there with that big frame of his, and he just galloped away from a fantastic field of horses.
A descendant of the AP Indy sire line, West Coast stands to continue that legacy at Lane's End.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's gonna go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Casse Futurity.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's gonna do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Manna War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Manna War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Manna War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is now known as the Manna War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track's signature event. A smaller, gold-plated replica of the Manna War Cup, or Travers Trophy, inscribed with the winner's name, is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
And the winner of that cup this year, the 2-year-old champion, Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality, Brad Cox, Godolphin, and the man who's been leading this meet from start to finish, the leading rider here at Saratoga, Luis Saez. What a horse essential quality has been. He has shown up every single time he has competed, and he has taken on all comers every step of the way. Luis Saez, meanwhile, he needs 9 wins over these final 4 days to set a new single season record, and he is on the horse, no question, to beat in this race coming up. Risk profile at 6-5 on the board right now for trainer George Weaver. Yesterday, it was announced on our program, the winner of this year's Mike Venezia Award. It was Deshaun Parker. Congratulations to Deshaun. Of course, Mike Venezia, an incredible career that was so sadly cut short. He died as a result of injuries suffered in a spill back in 1988. Won over 2,300 races in his career that spanned 25 years. And like Richard Migliori, who knew him well, mega fellow Brooklynite.
Yeah, Craig, I always loved that Mike and I were both from Brooklyn, as well as Nick Santagata. We all got to compete together, ride together, and not that many riders come out of Brooklyn, New York, but Mike was a guy that we all looked up to. He was a great role model, a great leader, somebody that would be there with advice or, you know, even tell you, you're messing up, you got to do this better, do that better. Intelligent guy, had so many varied interests, and I had such a great time yesterday after the award ceremony, sitting with Helene, his wife, his daughter Allison, son-in-law Jim McGowan, their family, and heard stories about how they met and what an interesting person Mike always was. And Deshaun Parker embodies everything, all the good qualities that Mike embodied, as did the other nominees, Gerard Melanson, Scott Stevens, Julian Leperoux, Junior Alvarado, all very worthy candidates. But Deshaun Parker, the first rider to win the George Wolfe Award and the Mike Venezia Award in the same year. Pretty strong distinction.
And so well deserved. Mig, of course, a former winner of this award himself. As for Deshaun, leading rider in the country. A lot of people don't remember that. Back in 2010 and also in 2011, back in 2010, he's the first black rider to be the leading rider in the country since 1895. Dominant rider at Mountaineer for more than 20 years, and he's had a difficult year too. Lost his father in early March, Daryl, to cancer, who he said was his mentor and inspiration for becoming a jockey. And he was the one who told Deshaun as a young man, ignore all those naysayers who said you're too tall to become a successful rider. Deshaun, 5'10". A lot of people told him that along the way, and his father said, keep on doing what you love. And now he's the Mike Venezia Award winner. Congratulations to Deshaun Parker. We have this third up next here at Saratoga, 7/8 of a mile, claiming race. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime. And the first real big opportunity, I would say, and there is Luis Saez getting a leg up on the 3 for a win for the meet's leading rider. We saw him in the second race, but there was an odds-on favorite who someone else had the mount of. Of course, hot start to the afternoon for Irad Ortiz Jr. with 2 wins. But Andy, risk profiles, Saez will have the mount on the 3. It looks like the one to beat here.
Luis is taking nothing for granted. Irad Ortiz is 10 behind him. He's still making sure that he keeps those wins going. Risk profile is the controlling speed on paper. How reliable is he? I don't know, Greg. You know, he's got that one good race. Maybe a mile was too far for him last time out. I think being aggressive with him really sort of turned things around off the claim. But let's see. We haven't seen this horse now for 2.5 months. Where has he been? George Weaver's obviously not having his usual terrific Saratoga, though he's had a lot of bad luck with a lot of seconds and thirds. He goes to lead. He's the horse to beat. But I think he's got some new faces to deal with. The one Rift Valley. Repo Rocks is obviously his major competition dropping down, but poor Repo Rocks can't get out of the gate anymore.
Yeah, he has had issues. And that 6 who just left the screen, I know risk profile. He won against Maiden Special, and he did it looking pretty good. Cousin Andrew was with Chad Brown when he just won for Maiden 20. But some of the numbers I look put him in the mix in this race.
I don't know what to do. Am I supposed to root for the horse named for my friend, Cousin Andrew, now that he's no longer in Chad Brown's barn? It's a dilemma, Greg.
If you're a good friend, I would say, yeah, you do.
Yeah, as you know, Greg, I'm a lot of things, but I am a good friend.
You are indeed. 7-2. We'll see if Cousin Andrew can keep it going, moving from Chad Brown to the Peter Walder barn. Manny Franco will ride there. We'll kick things off with Rift Valley. Blinkers come off for Jimmy Jerkins.
This is my backup in here, Rift Valley. I'd like to see Jimmy Jerkins get a win at the meet, and I'm always interested in horses at prices running first time in a claiming race, first time for a tag.
He needs 9 wins in 4 days. Luis Saez on risk profile.
Yep, you don't want to let Irad get too close, so you got to keep it going with Luis, and we'll see what happens. Risk profile, one thing you know, he breaks, he'll be in front.
No K-No. His dirt race was a little interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that bad, and he went right to the turf, so who knows? Now, he does have more of a pedigree, at least, he's more for turf, but he also could be forwardly placed with Ricardo Santana.
Repo Rocks, Tom Morley, you've talked about his big issue, the gate.
Yeah, listen, his good races are too good for these, but the last 2 races, he hasn't gotten on the gate, and he's dropping because he not only didn't get out of the gate again last time, he did no running.
Cousin Andrew took a big move forward last time out, but it was against 20 maiden claiming.
And he got a great ride from Javier Castellano that day, and Peter Walder, who's a high percentage trainer, is not having that success in Saratoga.
Good culture. He seemingly would need a fairly hot pace up front.
Yeah, he would need a hot pace up front for sure, and I'm not sure if he gets that hot pace if he could outclose a horse like the one Rift Valley.
5 minutes a post here in this third coming up from Saratoga. That man right there, he has been the story of this meet. Luis Saez, he is led from start to finish in the jockey standings. Can he get 9 more wins to set the all-time single season record? He's on the favorite coming up to try and get one of them.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live on this Friday card from upstate New York. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the action we bring you on the program every day. Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Third race is coming up. I want to remind everyone you can take a chance today at Saratoga. Get your $10 bet back if you finish second in any or all of the races. Bet at least $10 to win on any horse on any Saratoga race today. If your horse finishes second, earn your $10 back. Go to nairabets.com to opt in and get your second chance cash back. Don't forget to opt in. Have to do that. Coming up in this third on the card here, this horse right here, risk profile, that dominant win against Maiden Special Weight. Luis Saez, the meet's leading rider, on board trying to get number 61 of the meet. And Andy, it took him a while to finally put it all together, even dropping into maiden claiming. Chad Brown took that risk. George Weaver wound up taking him, and then the horse ran the best race of his life next time out.
No, he really did run huge off the claim. Obviously, he regressed a bit in his next start. Maybe it was the mile, but maybe something went wrong because we haven't seen him in 2.5 months since that effort. If he runs the race he ran on May 7th, 6-5 is an overlay. The problem is, and I think you'll agree, that race is a bit of an aberration, and the rest of his races, while good enough, they don't necessarily make him 6-5.
So he's 6-5. You talked about Rift Valley, Repo Rocks, who's still getting play in here, and even Cousin Andrew intriguing. Repo Rocks, though, 3 starts back. He produced a figure that matches what the best of risk profile, what he has ever done. But he just seems to be going, it's not just getting out of the gate as well, is it? Or is it just getting out of the gate?
It was getting out of the gate 2 back. And then it was getting out of the gate and running horribly last time, which is why he's dropping. Now, he's dropping the same level that Tom Morley claimed him from. So if he were to get claimed in this race, even if he doesn't win, it's still a profitable claim by Tom, who's made some very good claims. He's sort of going in the wrong direction. What I've done to play this race is I bet a little bit to win on the one, Rift Valley, who's 9-1. I mostly played a 3-1 exacta, and I have a little bit of a 5-1 exacta. Small reverses, but mostly put him second to those 2 horses. I'm going to let Cousin Andrew off the claim beat me, but I think Rift Valley is the price horse to try to get in there.
about to load up. Let's check in again with Mig.
Yeah, just quickly talk about Repo Rocks and his gait issues. Horses break slowly for a number of reasons. Sometimes they act up in the gait. They get a little too anxious. They're shuffling their feet, so they got to set their feet before they can jump. That takes a split second. They get left. Or it's more that they're a little bit weak behind and can't push off. Horses push or propel themselves off the ground. They don't pull themselves. So that seems like it's been his problem recently. If he breaks, I do think he's has a huge shot.
Meanwhile, it is even money on risk profile, the 3. Again with the meet's leading rider, Luis Saez for George Weaver. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Here we go.
They're all in. And they're off. No K No is going out for the early lead. Cousin Andrew on the outside runs in second. And they're racing up the backstretch. It is No K No, challenged now by Risk Profile, and the two of them have 2.5 lengths on Cousin Andrew, who is next in third. Down on the inside, Rift Valley runs in fourth. Repo Rocks is alongside, and then it's a half dozen lengths back to Good Culture, who trails the field in sixth, and the opening quarter mile was run in 22 4/5 seconds. Risk Profile is the leader here by a half length. No K No on the outside in second by 2, and down at the rail is Rift Valley. And on the outside, now moving up in the white blinkers is Cousin Andrew. Repo Rocks has advanced. Now Rift Valley is back running in fifth, a half mile in 45 3/5 seconds. And the field is coming for the top of the stretch. It is Risk Profiled, challenged here on the outside by Cousin Andrew, and in between horses, No K No. Repo Rocks is just in behind as they pass the 3/16 pole. It is still Risk Profile, No K No, Cousin Andrew. Repo Rocks down at the fence, and they're moving for the 16th pole. It is No K No with a narrow lead over Risk Profile. Repo Rocks is next as they come on for the finish. No K No. Yes. Looked like Repo Rocks got up for second. 7 furlongs, 123 4.
This was sort of the X-Factor horse in the race. He'd only been on dirt once in his career. He ran decent against the next out winner. Finally gets back to the dirt, Andy, and able to produce this.
And how about Fausto Gutierrez? He's now 3 for 3 at the Saratoga meet, and he's winning at over a 27% clip this year as a trainer with limited starters. As you point out, Greg, the one dirt race wasn't horrendous. They tried the turf, but maybe this is the surface he belonged on all along.
11-1 on No K No, son of More Than Ready. Here, that debut, it was back November of 2020, and then 7 straight tries over the lawn, finally back on dirt. And you could see late in the race that Risk Profile was getting leg weary.
You could see it, I agree. And he actually held on fairly well considering how weary he was getting as the field was trying to swallow him up. Once again, Repo Rocks didn't break, probably cost him the win in here. He did run a little bit down on the inside, but he was second best. No K No. He was on the pace the whole way. He broke sharply, and this is a trainer that clearly came here with a purpose. Greg, I can't even remember what his other 2 wins are.
Yeah, we'll try and find them for you, but that is...
Oh, Letrusca.
Yeah, that would be one of them, grade 1.
She's pretty good, right? She won a big race this weekend, Greg. I was away.
You were away, so we can excuse you for that, the personal ensign.
Yeah, I'm using that as an excuse, Greg, all the stupid things I say.
Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard here at No K No to come to this meet and to go undefeated. Wow, pretty incredible. And this one escapes at double-digit odds. Fausto Gutierrez, No K No, surprising many here in this third. And that shows you how tough wins are to come by in here. Luis Saez on an even money favorite. The 7 furlongs maybe not what he wanted. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk Warlike Goddess in a grade 1 on Saturday for Bill Mott. He is the one to beat, no question.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cap, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you. We believe he's the best grass horse in America. He's got a huge kick and a tremendous desire to win, and he was a superior yearling. He was a mature horse, a lot of substance, but he moved like a cat. For a big horse, he was very light on his feet. We've enjoyed going over there. Tattersalls take great care of us. The European grass horses are better than what we have here. It's been successful, and hopefully we can carry it on.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Consistently versatile, with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the run-happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexingtonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. This third from Saratoga, no Fausto Gutierrez. As Andy pointed out, perfect 3 for 3 at the meet, including a Grade 1 win with Letrusca, and made the right move here with no, moving back to dirt. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And Fausto and I were talking off camera. What was the idea? Obviously, it was successful moving this horse back from the grass to the dirt.
Yes, the first start he have via the dirt, and he made good. Just have a regular start after we try at the grass, and he run good. Start regular and be a little bit complicated. 5 furlongs. I decide to extend to the 7 furlongs, and finally is the only condition to I saw in the book to he can run with good chance. He run up to I expected, and very happy because 3 for 3 at Saratoga is very, very important.
One of the hardest places, most competitive places to race in the world, Saratoga. So you must have a very good handle on the horses that you knew would perform well here.
Yes, no, finally, these 3 horses I run at Saratoga are the only 3 ones, the 3 ones I have right now training at the age to run. And I move for different places, Kentucky, Florida, here, Monmouth, trying to looking for races, and run at Saratoga, it's very special, and with these results, it's a dream.
Well, now let's talk about your big mare, Letrusca. She's been in such tremendous form. It looked like a very hard race on her. She had to dig down deep. How did she come out of the race?
She come back very good. She likes to fight. She's a very strong horse to have a big campaign, different states, different tracks. We have the focus on the Breeders' Cup, but the personal ensign is a step we need to run. This is, I have in the mind all the time. Now, in this moment, we have to think about the Breeders' Cup, and just to she maintain this form, all the country know how special she is and how she like to fight and how she like to run. Just his question to mountains, and I know to every race to come in front is more difficult, but she have this talent and this condition to make whatever.
She has the heart of a champion, guys, and everybody knows how special Letrusca is. We're all finding out how special Fausto Gutierrez is.
Yeah, no question. I think opening a lot of eyes with the Saratoga he's had from limited starters, and this horse looks like he has some big potential on this surface, Andy.
Well, he certainly stepped forward and probably ran one of the better races he's run to get it done. And he's not only obviously a good trainer, but he's finding the right spots for his horses. You know, you have to have your horses in spots they can win. And it's just great hearing him talk and seeing the success he's had with Letrusca this year. And it just shows, you know, we see a lot of, you know, top trainers and stuff, but we're not that familiar with Fausto Gutierrez. Well, we're familiar with him now. And he's got a tremendous racehorse in his barn in Letrusca. I thought her effort on Saturday, Greg, was really just a special effort, the way she ran.
And she's going to get Andy, assuming she goes in that Breeders' Cup Distaff, a short stretch there out at Del Mar. Do you think, I mean, right now, is she unquestionably the one to beat in that division?
She really is. I mean, obviously, if she got in a situation where there was huge speed in there, it could theoretically compromise her. Now, she did run well when she was second when she rated, but she's better on the front end. But the way she was able to fend off all the speeds early in the race and then hold off all the closers in the stretch, you don't see those kind of efforts that often, especially in Grade 1 races. And she is run like a champion, and hopefully no matter what happens going forward, she has earned the championship in that division this year.
Coming up tomorrow, we mentioned these back-to-back Grade 1s that we have. Belmont's going to have a big hand in both of them, you would think. And a 4-year-old filly who has looked like a champion in her own right, obviously she's got to earn it when the time comes. But the way she's been running looks like she has that kind of ability in Warlike Goddess.
She looked like a Grade 1 horse in winning the Glens Falls last time out, and she just disposed of my sister Nat. My sister Nat obviously isn't Sister Charlie, but that doesn't mean she's not a very good horse. She lost the Flower Bowl last year by a nose with a much tougher trip than the winner. She's a good horse for Chad Brown, and Warlike Goddess just went by her like she was standing still. This was a very impressive performance. She's done it around 3 turns at Saratoga. I think the only thing that can get her beat would be a particularly slow pace and the pace setter able to hold on. But she's a deserving favorite in this race and way the horse to beat.
That Glens Falls, that was at 1.5 miles. It's tough to say. It's not a big difference. This is 1 mile and 3/8. Is she better? You think maybe even going a little bit longer, or do you think it doesn't matter?
I don't know if it matters, right, Greg? I mean, 1 mile and 3/8, 1.5 miles. She's sort of going to make that move at the same time, right? She doesn't seem to the distances don't matter. And the importance of the race being 1 mile and 3/8 this year is that's the exact distance of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf at Del Mar, where they're also running around 3 turns. So she's getting sort of a very, very good prep in that race for the Flower Bowl. And what we've done this year in moving to Saratoga has really made it the perfect prep for this year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
We talked about La Signore as well, and this would be a really fun one to have in anybody's barn. She's only won 3 times in her career, 19 starts, but she always seems to show up, and she's earned close to $500,000.
And I think it's very fair to say that her last effort, this effort, may have well been her best race ever. While she was saving ground in good position here, and this is something that Richie's talked to me about a lot in the past. You get that break of the turn the inside. If you haven't secured your position, you risk getting shuffled out. And she lost a good 2+ lengths of position. She's now inside of the eventual winner of the race, so not only is she behind that one, but she has to wait for her to clear when she tips out top of the stretch, and she's effectively blind switched at this point, and she does very well to close and finish 3rd. The problem for her in the Flower Bowl is that she's really more effective 1 mile and 1/16 to 1 mile and 1/8. 1 mile and 3/8 may be beyond her scope. So in order to be able to win a race like the Flower Bowl, she's going to have to be aggressively ridden and try to wire this field. She could have a pace advantage. The question is, will that pace advantage be enough to beat a horse like Warlike Goddess if that one runs her race?
Well, maybe over the inner turf, drawn inside. That's going to be a feather in the cap and can help her out in this race on Saturday. First of 2 back-to-back Grade 1s. Richard Migliore, of course, won the Flower Bowl back in 1991 on Lady Shirl. That was the only Grade 1 win of her career.
Yeah, the only Grade 1 winner for her career, but she went on to be a tremendous broodmare. Horses like Shakespeare, Lady Shakespeare. She was a fantastic producer. And she really enjoyed the soft ground that day in the Flower Bowl. It was a very, very soft course. The inside of the course was chewed up. And I actually kept her out about 5 wide throughout the entire course of the race just to find good ground. But she kept finding for trainer Noel Hickey and gave me my one and only Flower Bowl victory.
And you talked about what she'd done in her next career, produced Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner, Perfect Shirl, also multiple Grade 1 winner, Shakespeare. Talk to us about the strategy of 3 turns on the inner turf, which we're going to see tomorrow, Mig.
Well, especially on the inner turf here. Tighter turns, 3 turns, you have to save ground. You're going to ride it completely different than you would ride at Belmont Park. It's important to save ground on any turf course, but particularly going 3 turns, to me, you have to be much the best if you're caught out wide. I always approached it, Greg, that if I was caught wide on the first turn, I made every effort to save every inch of ground on the other turns. Conversely, if I was able to save ground on the first 2 turns, then I knew I could give away a little bit of ground if I needed to make my rally. But inside position, saving ground, and being disciplined, being patient waiting to find the live cover, the horses that will carry you. To me, it was always like you're the halfback and you're looking for that fullback to hit the line first, make the gaps for you, and follow them through.
So that's going to be the task for Julien Leparoux tomorrow, because Warlike Goddess is a filly that launches from fairly far back. So maybe she's just too good. It doesn't matter, Mig, but certainly you want to save ground.
Absolutely, have to save ground. It's critical. Now that mare's been very impressive, and I just don't think she can afford to be wide on all the turns. She may have to lose ground on one of the turns, but at least if she could save ground early in the race, Julien then could have the option to get her out in the clear so she has an unencumbered run. She doesn't want to stop and start. You want to be able to have some continuity with that run.
It's coming up, race 11 on the program tomorrow. Back-to-back Grade 1s. That Flower Bowl goes off at 6:11 Eastern Time. You'll see it here live on Saratoga Live. We have a look at what's coming up with our stakes schedule as we get into the final weekend of the meet here coming up. Jockey Club Gold Cup, Flower Bowl, those back-to-back Grade 1s on Saturday. Prioress, Saranac as well on the card. Grade 1 Spinaway for 2-year-old fillies with Echo Zulu, so impressive. Tackling Schuylerville winner Pretty Birdie. And then on Monday, the boys' turn in the Hopeful and Wit returning for Todd Pletcher. Also have the Bernard Baruch on the program as well. It is going to be a fun final weekend of the meet coming up. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, 4th on the card, mile and a 16th. Grape Nuts Warrior for Chad Brown, trying to get Chad number 36 at the meet. Stay with us, we'll be back.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Breds start with an advantage. New York Breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We've been here for 50 years. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
For more information on the New York Bred program, go to nybreds.com.
Johnny.
And see why it pays to be a New York bred. Well, we had a New York bred, Andy, stepping up big in the With Anticipation Stakes earlier this week in Coinage.
Yeah, Coinage was good in here. You know, you think about this New York bred. It's interesting, Greg. The Dam Bar of Gold, she did win the Breeders' Cup filly and mare dirt sprint, but she was also 1 for 4 with 2 on the board finishes in turf races. And the second Dam Cancourt Kid was an excellent turf horse. So in reality, it might be more of a turf pedigree despite her dam's enormous success on the dirt. And it looked from what we saw from Coinage, I think he beat the runner-up fair and square. Yeah, the runner-up was a little bit rank early and didn't break that cleanly, but Coinage ran very well, and I think there's a good chance we're going to see this horse in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
And it just shows you, too, I mean, Chad Brown and Shug McGahee, their runners took so much attention in that race, but these young 2-year-olds, they can improve so much from start to start.
No question. Now, obviously, he had a big pace advantage, and when the going gets tougher, he's not going to be able to waltz in the front end like that, but he still finished well and got a very solid figure for a 2-year-old in the turf. I like that effort by him. I don't think it was a bad effort by the second-place finisher. Obviously, more disappointing for the third-place finisher. He run so well in his debut, he didn't come back. But I think all 3 of these horses ultimately are going to be okay going forward.
Back-to-back races, we're going to see Luis Saez on the favorite, it looks like. He got beat in that last race. He's on another favorite here in Austrian for Danny Gargan, who currently is 8-5 on the board for trainer Danny Gargan, who's having a really nice Saratoga as well. He's winning at 24%. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, Greg, he's just looking at all these professional racehorses here in the paddock, and we'll start with the 5, Roos, who showed good speed last time to go wire to wire to break his maiden. This horse is very, very sharp, really on his toes, giving his handlers a hard time. They got a person on either side of him, and they've got to hang on to him. He looks like he's going to show good speed again, the way he's acting here in the paddock. The 7, Grape Nuts Warrior, looks terrific from a physical perspective. As you would expect, the horse trained by Chad Brown. I asked Chad about the removal of the blinkers. Had blinkers on last time. Now, he is a horse that's a bit of a, what I call a bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. Rider has to kind of keep at him, keep his attention, keep him going forward. Chad said he just didn't see a forward move with the blinkers. He said it was more of a lateral move, and he just felt like, you know, he was a horse that was developing, and he thought maybe the blinkers would make it easier for the rider because he would maybe take him a little more. It really didn't have the desired effect, but he said he's been training really well, better than he, just about better than he was 2 back, and he really likes the way he's coming into this race. And the 8, Panther, who makes a lot of sense to me on paper. Last time I thought was really kind of handy to kind of wait and make a second move in the stretch to get it done. Gets Irad Ortiz today. He's from the Christophe Clement barn, who has had a really good Saratoga meeting, a really good summer overall, and his horses look terrific. And from a physical perspective, he's the one who probably would get the check mark in the paddock.
All right, Mig, thank you. 10 minutes away from this 4th race on the card. Coming up, let's look at Panther. Back on August the 5th.
Well, this is an exceptional ride by Eric Cancel, and really kind of won a race the horse that may not have been the best horse. Just got a brilliant trip, and it made up for his prior race where he was taken way too far back, and that was in that situation it was not by Eric. Way too far back in a slow-paced race and given no chance. A superb ride, and sometimes you get unlucky, sometimes you get a little lucky, and he got it done. He's the last time was the time horse at 10-1. But I will say one thing, Greg, that made me think he might have a better chance than it appears moving up in company. The horse who finished 5th in that race, Tulane, had a pretty good trip, and he came back and won our last race on Sunday. So maybe it's a better race overall than it initially appeared.
Yeah, that was for Graham Motion. Tulane, Panther, 3-year-old, son of Bodemeister, and Irad Ortiz Jr. We haven't seen him really get on one of these crazy hot streaks like we're used to seeing. Maybe today's the day. He's waited late in the meet. He's already got 2 in the afternoon. He'll be on board, Panther.
He's very live all day today. It's tough to get on a hot streak when Luis Saez is winning a race and a half to 2 races every day. He's been an immovable force in those races. But I think Irad has a chance with this horse. But the reality is that the favorite Austrian's the one to beat. Grape Nuts Warrior's okay, but Austrian really did run well in his last start.
He did. There's Grape Nuts Warrior, Chad Brown, player in this race as well. He'll make an equipment change. 1 race with the blinkers on, and Chad Brown immediately takes him off.
Yeah, and he's a cool horse. He's named, actually, for the father of the owner, Tom Coleman, who's known as the Grape Nuts Warrior. So that's kind of a cool story. And Testa Rossi, the dam, for those connections, actually won the Miss Grillo and about not that long ago, I think 2013 or 14. Grape Nuts Warrior's okay, but the reality is he didn't run as well as Austrian did last time. So unless with the blinkers off, he runs better. I just don't know if he's quite good enough. He did get his hand forced when Austrian moved early, but Austrian moved early too, and he moved wider than Grape Nuts Warrior.
And then you got a horse on the outside too. This 11, I thought was very intriguing. Gets in from the also eligible list for Jeremiah Engelhardt, and Jose Ortiz will take over.
And don't you often feel like horses that get in off the A list don't take the money they should take? They kind of get lost because people didn't even pay attention to them when they handicapped the race. Now, obviously, the outside post is not to his advantage, but on the inner turf course, there's a long run to the first turn, and I agree. I mean, he finished ahead of Austrian 2 back, and he lost to horse Dancing with the Stars, who ran a credible 4th in the stake over the weekend.
And he's got the ability to have at least some tactical speed. We kick off our post-parade with a horse inside, Noble Conquest, Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, Noble Conquest is going to have to improve off his last effort where he beat Lesser, but maybe he's getting good at the right time for a good trainer.
Austrian, 8-5 favorite with Luis Saez.
Yeah, he's had a couple of tough losses. He's run winning races in there. If he gets a clean trip, he is justified at 8-5.
Here's Ruse with Dylan Davis for Tim Hills.
Sired by War Dancer, has been an effective sire of New York breds, and this one is the speed and the horse to beat.
And went gate to wire last start on the inner turf. Here's Vulgero, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
He could be forwardly placed along with the 5 Ruse, and you know Ricardo Santana's never afraid to be aggressive.
Yeah, just picked up his 30th win of the meet, by the way. Here's Grape Nuts Warrior, Chad Brown.
I think he's going to have to try to drop back, and Javier's going to hope he gets some pace up front and make that run like he did in his debut.
Mr. Kringle, Joel Rosario, and John Terranova. He just won last start on the inner turf as well.
Finally broke through that second win in his 15th career start. Can he duplicate it? He beat a horse that ran a good second this weekend.
He's sneaky at 7-1. Here's Count Frost, 40-1.
He feels like a long shot, to say the least, off a win at Belterra.
And the also eligible that draws in, who was a major player in here for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Catch that party.
No question. He does have the 3 seconds in a row, which makes you a little concerned, but he wasn't a particularly short price, and I think he certainly can win this race if he can get the right trip from the outside.
Well, Jose Ortiz will be aboard. It had been Jorge Vargas Jr. the last couple of starts, so one of the leading riders at the meet. Jose with 41 wins and counting. And Panster, last but not least, for Christophe Clement. We showed you that win last start here over the inner turf back on August 5th.
Yeah, you got 10-1 against a lesser field, and you got a great trip to do it, but that doesn't mean he can't move forward. And as we were talking earlier, Greg, the fact that the 5th-place finisher, who had no excuse and a very good trip in that race, came back and improved in his next start, that could be a good sign for Panster, so I won't be surprised when he takes another step forward.
4-1.
You know, you get Irad, and people see Eric Cancel, and people wondering Eric Cancel serving a 3-day suspension. He will be back tomorrow. But there's nothing that Irad can do on this horse to give him a better ride than Eric Cancel gave him last time.
And Grape Nuts, where I'm about done with Chad Brown. He beats me at the meet at the races here, and then last night, Andy, he takes the last remaining parking spot that I had been waiting for in the downtown parking lot.
It's funny, I told him where you'd be, and I said, if you could beat Greg Wolf at that spot, I'll buy you dinner going forward. You know, it's a very interesting race, because what happened is that I think that Luis Saez sensed the pace wasn't very quick, so he made a premature wide move with Austrian, which probably was the right move, and when he did that, it forced Javier Castellano and Grape Nuts Warrior to move with him inside of him. So he ended up moving early too, but there really was nothing he could do about it. The fact that he finished behind Austrian, who was wider, and also making that move, just makes me wonder if he's necessarily as good as Austrian is. Both of these horses can win in here, and obviously Chad Brown horses can move forward. He's relatively lightly raced. But the reality of Greatness Warriors, he's a bit pace dependent, and I really think in this situation they may want to drop back a little bit and just hope he can make one run like he did in his debut. But these one-run closers, they're so much better off at a flat mile at Belmont Park, which favors that kind of running style.
5-1 on this 3-year-old by Vancouver. As we look at the training standings, to the man who trains Grape Nuts Warrior, what a meet he has had. He had all those seconds early on in the meet. That was kind of the story, even though to that point he'd still had a tremendous meet by anyone else's standards. And then finally, that big breakout, 8 wins over 2 days, including a 5-win afternoon for Chad Brown. And now he's essentially, you would think, unless something shocking happens, sewed up another training title.
One thing I know about my friend Chad Brown, he doesn't feel he's sewn up this title, and I can understand it, you know? And I'm sure when he was behind Todd Pletcher last year, that Todd was hearing the footsteps. Todd is going to really be running a lot of live runners. It'll be very hard for Chad Brown to lose. He's had a great meet, but so have so many other people on that list. Winning one race at Saratoga is difficult, and we've seen some tremendous Hall of Fame trainers on that list. A lot of people had good meets this summer.
We'll see what happens, how it plays out, but It could get tight again. We'll follow it every step of the way. But right now, yeah, Chad Brown 8 up on Todd Pletcher with 35 victories and counting. Here again, the 11. This is Catch That Party. And on occasion, I mean, that was a slow pace a couple of starts back when he was close to the pace. You think a horse who likes maybe to be able to stalk a little bit more than be close?
I think he does, and there really isn't that much speed in this race. There's Roos and perhaps Voliero. So you have to imagine that Jose Ortiz is going to look to break and get himself in position. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf, you've got a reasonable run to the first turn. So if Jose can get that position going forward and they separate a little bit, there's no reason that he has to lose much ground in the first turn. And I have to think to Catch That Party of his recent efforts is a major player in here, and if you like him, 4-1 is fine.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Mig talked about what you have to do on the turf. Save ground. Mig posts 8 and beyond on the inner turf at this meet have not had a lot of success. So Jose Ortiz, he knows what's ahead of him here and what he has to do.
Yeah, and that's, something that Richie has taught me and he talks about in the show, getting your position going forward. When you go forward, good things happen. When you don't, especially with outside posts and turf routes, bad things happen.
Mig?
Absolutely, and there are times when a jockey has to be a good passenger, and there are times when the jockey has to be a good pilot. In this situation, Jose Ortiz has to be a pilot. He's got to be decisive, and he's got to make bold decisions quickly, and absolutely going forward to get his position in a race that I think is a little tricky from a pace standpoint. Who is actually the speed? I think he's got to come out running. He's got to come out forward. If nobody wants it, take it, get over. If someone wants it, they create some separation, he could drop in. But getting his position going forward, absolutely critical. And he ultimately will be my pick. I liked him in the paddock. I loved him on the racetrack. He really kind of tipped his hand once he hit the racetrack. Some horses kind of get pumped up a little bit. They know the job at hand. He was one of those horses really pumped up, looks fantastic. And I'll stick with the 8 as well. I mean, the 11's my pick, but the 8 Panster, from a physical perspective on the paddock, he was on his toes. He had to stay with the pony in the paddock. He was the last one out on the racetrack, but he settled in nicely in the warm-up. But it's going to be about trips, guys. Always interesting when a rider has to make decisions, and he's got to make decisions quickly. Jose Ortiz is the one that's going to make the difference here.
Yeah, I would say, Andy, take a look at, if someone's watching this race, they don't watch a lot of races, keep your eyes on the 11 and Jose Ortiz to see how he kind of navigates this race.
Right. What Richie means with getting position going forward, if he's going a little faster, it'll help create some separation. And if the field spreads a bit, it makes it easier to get your position inside. And Jose's got to come out running. He's got to brake sharply and come out running. Not saying speed crazy, but make them go a little bit in the front end to separate the field and get over.
There he is on the gray, that 11. Son of More Than Ready. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call, the 4th from Saratoga.
They're all in. And they're off. A quick start for Ruse, who is sent right out for the early lead. Panster now moves up. Far outside it is Catch That Party. Ruse the leader. Catch That Party runs in second. Panster is next in third. Voliero has made his way down to the inside and is running in fourth. And then comes Count Frost on the outside in fifth as they go into the clubhouse turn. And Ruse is the leader. Up on the outside is Catch That Party, who's running in second. The front two have 3 lengths on Count Frost, who is next in third. Panster is in fourth, followed by Grape Nuts Warrior in fifth. Voliero is sixth. Austrian is in seventh at this point. And then it is Mr. Kringle. And trailing the field is Noble Conquest in ninth. The quarter win in 23-2 as they race midway up the backstretch. Ruse leads here over Catch That Party, the half mile in 48 seconds. Catch That Party running in second, and then it's a half dozen lengths back to Count Frost, who is next in third. Panster's down on the inside in fourth as they head for the far turn. Ruse and Catch That Party, they remain 1-2. It's Ruse by a little more than a length. Catch That Party in second, then 5 lengths. Back to Panster, who is next in third. On the outside is Austrian in fourth, followed by Grape Nuts Warrior in fifth. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:11 and 3. Ruse is in front with Catch That Party on the outside. Ruse, Catch That Party, then Panster in third, followed by Grape Nuts Warrior and Austrian. Ruse trying to take them wire to wire here. He's got the lead as they come on for the finish. Panster takes second. Ruse a front-running score. Panster was second. Then Catch That Party and Grape Nuts Warrior.
Speed so dangerous, especially on this inner turf, and Dylan Davis able to get to the front and take advantage.
And despite all that rain a couple of days ago, this turf is firm. That was a solid final time for these runners. And Ruse is a horse. Took him a little while to break his maiden, but we talk about this, Greg, right? And he's really turned things around. A nice horse. They went a little bit early, but nobody could close into Ruse. I think that Jose Ortiz did what he could. He was a little afraid. The 11 Catch That Party was kind of running off on him. And there was nothing he could do. But he ended up being, I believe, was he second best in this race? I don't even think that Panster necessarily, Panster catch him for second. I guess Panster caught him for second. But Ruse was able to control up front in this race, and a nice effort by him and Dylan Davis.
It's a great weapon to have. Speed, especially on this inner turf course, Mig, and Dylan Davis takes advantage here at 9-1.
Yeah, and this horse got very, very comfortable on the lead, and you could see his ears were flicking back and forth, while the 11, Catch That Party, was kind of a little bit keen, and his mouth was open. The 5-horse, Ruse, was comfortable. He kicked on. Now, mid-stretch, he did take a step out, and the 11-horse did steady his stride. I don't think it looked bad, but he definitely took a step out, the 5 Ruse, and Catch That Party was narrowly beaten for second, so I'm just curious if it's something they will look at. I definitely don't think it had any effect on the outcome of the race. Ruse got comfortable on the lead, got a nice front-running ride from Dylan Davis, and kicked on War Dancer, being a very, very successful New York Stallion.
5, 8, 11. Jose Ortiz did what he can, tried to tuck in, tried to get to the front, wound up second behind this horse who could just never catch, and then fades to third late here. Ruse, too good for this group. Back-to-back wins. As Andy mentioned, it took him 8 starts to finally break his maiden, and now all of a sudden he goes back-to-back.
No, he's run some really nice races. I mean, I know you'll remember, Greg, that was a tough beat he took back in June at Belmont, 3 back, when he did all the dirty work and got run down by Cotton, who got an absolutely perfect trip to beat him that day. And then he finished behind Dancing with the Stars, who's putting together a good meet at Saratoga. Ruse is using that speed very, very effectively, and a nice effort. And as Richie mentioned, the son of War Dancer.
9-1 on Ruse. We had 11-1 back in the third race. This pick 5 is going to be sensational. Of course, still to come. Part of our late pick 5 in the Lucky Coin, Wesley Award's Maven. A repeat of his Keeneland race from the spring. Everybody's running for second. We'll be back.
Saratoga, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion. War Dancer on opening day.
A bang-bang finish. It is Danzig with the Stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with winners Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, the best New York sire of the Saratoga meet and New York's #1 sire of 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires, download the app today.
And More Spirit takes over coming past the wire. It will be More Spirit to win the Los Alamitos Futurity by a length and a half.
This is just an unbelievable day for Bob Baffert and Mike Smith. They are unstoppable. More Spirit has dominated the Met Mile. He won it by 7 lengths.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you by the champion sprinter who never lost while sprinting, the great Run Happy. Fourth in the books here at Saratoga, and it's Ruse at 9-1. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. I'm here with Tim Hills, winning conditioner of Ruse. He's really gotten good. His last 2 races have been dynamite races. What's been the difference? How has he turned the corner?
He's just settling down with experience. Holly, my assistant, has done a lot of work schooling him in the morning and in the afternoon. She put in her time, and she's more nervous when he runs than he's become.
Well, I noticed in the paddock he had a handle on either side. He's very high energy, but he was contained. Is that something that he's had an issue with in the past?
Just a little bit more over the top, but now he's not all washed out, and I see in the post parade that he was walking flat-footed, and I said, we're good.
Now, when he makes the lead, what I like is he flicks his ears up, and he seems to get just in a really comfortable rhythm, and when Dylan asked him at the top of the stretch, he found another gear.
Yeah, I think the horse that was chasing him kind of went, wow, where are you going? And took the heart out of him, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting when a horse takes their shot at the horse in the lead and the horse kicks on again. It's like, wait a second, I can't do any more than that. Where do you go with him from here, Tim?
Oh, he's a New York bred, so we'll go to Belmont. Maybe look at the state bred program and see how that goes. But I think, the easiest spots we can find is the main thing.
Well, he's a horse that has speed and has kind of found his rhythm, and he's got a terrific conditioner to boot. So, Roos, a horse to keep an eye on going forward, guys.
Yeah, no question. It took really 8 starts, Andy, for Ruse and his connections to figure out his running style, put this horse on the front.
You go to the lead and good things happen. You're able to control the race. It was a very honest first quarter of 23-2, but after that, he was able to get into that comfortable rhythm, and really the closers didn't do much running. You think about the favorite, made that run around the turn. He flattened out badly. Grape Nuts Warrior, a mediocre 4th. Ruse did all the running on the front end.
So 11-1, 9-1 in back-to-back races here on this Friday card. And we're the final leg of an early pick 5 coming up. $21.20, that double over $100 with no K no. Back in the third. Let's set the stage for race number 5 to close out the early pick 5 and to kick off our Friday pick 6. It's 6 furlongs, $16,000 claiming race, so everybody for sale in this group. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. Debo, I don't know what you do with Debo. Had that huge run at Monmouth in the slop. This race, to me, Andy, felt like it was wide open.
I agree. That's why I took a bit of a shot with Litterbox on the outside, getting that rider switch to Tyler Gaffleone. But I can't trust Debo. Obviously, 2 and 3 back. He ran figures fast enough. He did get embroiled in a bit of a pace duel last time. Lost a horse that came back with a big win off the claim. But I agree. I felt like, Greg, this is one of those races where I just didn't really trust the favorites.
Well, Debo, he's going to take money. Not your favorite right now, second choice, but he is 7-2. And we'll see if Dylan Davis can go back-to-back. He has the mount on Debo this afternoon. Mercan Cantromasi off the claim. We have a new audience joining us in just seconds. We'll reset now. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Great to have you with us on a gorgeous Friday here in upstate New York as we're into the final weekend of the premier meet in the country here from Saratoga. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you. Welcome to those as well. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports 2, our feature later today, that is the Lucky Coin, sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. And Wesley Ward will have the very talented but Maven, little tough to feel good about which performance he's going to bring you. He's disappointed in some big performances, but his Keeneland spring win earlier this year was sensational.
It's always a question handicapping when you're dealing with a horse, especially at a shortest price, that has one race that would make them a clear winner of the race. but the rest of their past performances doesn't necessarily match up. Not sure what we're going to get. He comes back. He didn't run that effectively, but was 40-1 in a huge Group 1 at Royal Ascot. Maven's the one to beat is the stalking speed on the outside, but there are other dangerous players in a competitive Lucky Coin.
That's our feature coming up in race night. Andy Serling with us as well, for those just joining us here on Valley Sports, Southern California and San Diego. Let's look back at what happened earlier on in the card. And we saw potentially, Andy, a star in the making here in Bubble Rock for Brad Cox in race 2.
I tell you what, Bubble Rocks, and you think about the horse that beat her, Lady Danae, in her first start, their fillies, they could both very well be running against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint at Del Mar in a couple of months. It's that close, and this horse, good trip or not, she absolutely crushed the field, and I don't think it was a bad field. A couple of Wesley Wards ran second and third.
And she won by a big margin in that second start of her career. She had that benefit of the experience as well, but I think it's more talent that did anything for her in that race. In the fourth, Ruse, we just saw Dylan Davis able to get to the front. Now back-to-back wins going 8 to wire.
A couple of short prices in the first 2 races, a 3-1 and a 3-5, but then it got blown up with 11-1 and 9-1. And Rouge just controlled the front end. And when you're Dylan Davis, you're riding a horse like Rouge, your job is to go to the front and hope things work out. Well, he made no mistakes, and everything worked out.
And as a result, if you're alive at this early pick 5, you're sitting pretty right now. We hope you close it out. 11-1, 9-1, back-to-back races. We saw No K No. Fausto Gutierrez, he sent out 3 runners at the meet. He's won them all, including a Grade 1 win, Letrusca. And now this horse getting back on dirt. 7 straight starts after a dirt debut that came on the lawn. Looks like dirt is going to be in the future of No K No going forward in here. We have the pick 6 coming up next. It will begin with a non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race, but it includes our feature, the Lucky Coin, who of course back in 1997 looked pretty impressive in the Kelso.
I mean, you don't see horses win major stakes, especially in turf races, this fastly. He just dominated on the front end and finished 4th in the Breeders' Cup turf, the mile turf in his next start. And the Kelso, which is a dirt race now and a prep for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, it was a prep for the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile in the past before they had a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. We ran on the turf, and this was a superior effort by a horse trained by Richard Nowinski.
Incredible campaign that he put together in that 1997 season as well. 7 victories and 9 starts. And of course, this one, a crowning achievement. Of course, our feature today will be the Lucky Coin. And if you don't think Maven's going to return to what he did in that big performance at Keeneland, it turns into being a pretty wide open race. There's some good runners in this spot, including the likes of Pulsate, who just missed against a horse who was so good that we've seen run on a few occasions in Faya, who unfortunately got injured the last time that we saw him. Maxwell Esquire for Clement has big ability, and so does Back to His Roots.
Yeah, Back to His Roots has that big win at Saratoga, 2 back before he lost his rider in his next start. But at the end of the day, it's a question of whether or not you trust this effort. 104 buyer, and even if you look at it, you think, geez, that seems a little high. Well, what if it's 4 points high, Greg? He's still the horse to beat in this race. He's got to deal with the speed of the 3 Noble Emotion today, but he draws outside of that one, and he may be a bit faster than him, and I think Maven is the one to beat in here, but I have great respect for the likes of Pulsate as well as the number 6, Back to His Roots.
Going to be a fun feature in this Lucky Coin. Wesley Ward, the one to beat with Maven. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, will be aboard. The son of American Pharaoh, looking for the 5th win of his career in 9 starts. He's 3 for 7 on the turf. That's coming up in the 9th part of our pick 6, which begins in our next race coming up. Andy and I will talk you through this first leg of the sequence. We touched on it briefly. Seems like it is very wide open. Debo going to attract a lot of attention in this race, and Dylan Davis will look for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Greg, I'm really pulling for anybody that was clever enough to put together a live pick 5 ticket, because it was not an easy sequence. And then you get to this race. Now listen, maybe the favorites will pan out and it'll work out that way, but this race looks like a race just about any of them can win, and I'm going to hope that Litterbox gets enough pace to close into from the far outside.
Yeah, I was looking at playing this early pick 5, and I wanted to be alive to everyone in here just because I didn't feel good about the race. Turns out, good pass, because I would not gotten this far. We'll have this 5th for you. When we come back, kicks off the pick 6. on our Friday card, and we'll meet the Olympic bronze medalist Emma White when we come back. Stay with us.
Their track records.
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today! And Nyquist is still unbeaten!
Our track record.
Street Sense will need some running room. At the wire, Natalia Doro wins!
Here comes the stern, and the colt is letting rip with a big run.
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, tis the Law. Here's the buyer. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
it's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
500,000, well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop Billy. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Last Friday of the meet, gearing up for a big weekend party. Before we say goodbye, so let's enjoy it. This trainer enjoys turf sprints. Wesley Ward, he'll saddle the favorite in the Friday feature at Saratoga, a turf sprint. His name is Maven. Talented, fast, well-traveled, 5-2 morning line favorite in the Lucky Coin Stakes. Standing in his way, among others. Back to his roots, very capable, but unraced since last October. Is he ready for this? You know his jockey will be Luis Saez, the meet's leading rider, literally chasing Saratoga history. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trackside welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There is so much going on this closing weekend. The 4 Grade 1 races. Tomorrow, the first ever Jockey Club Gold Cup at Saratoga, the first ever Flower Bowl at Saratoga, and the story with Luis Saez, chasing that single season record for most wins ever by a jockey at Saratoga. And as mentioned, he is riding in the feature, the Lucky Coin, coming up, race number 9. There's the field, older horses sprinting 5.5 furlongs. On a firm turf course, $125,000 purse. Number 6, back to his roots with Saez, contender. Number 8, Maven, 5-2 morning line favorite for Wesley Ward. I welcome in my co-hosts, Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin. What is it, Paul, about these races, turf sprint stakes races, that the story always seems to start with Wesley Ward? How has he cornered the market with this particular division?
Well, I think there's a couple things that you can go to Wesley Ward. First of all, he's got a keen eye for a horse that is not that expensive at the sale that is going to show speed. He goes to the sale looking for horses that are going to show early speed. Till lately, he's gotten some horses that are been above the $200,000, $250,000 level. But for the longest time, Wesley Ward was going to sales and buying horses under $100,000. Number 2, he wins races at the starting gate. I would say 25% of his horses break on top. And I actually owned a couple horses with Wesley when I played with the Marlins in 05 and parts of 04. And I remember talking to him, just having a regular conversation. And his serenity, so kind of up like here in Saratoga, he's just walking a 2-year-old in and out of the starting gate. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just letting him know he's going out of the 7, out of the 6, out of the 5. And he did it so diligently for about a half hour. That attention to detail, and he knows he has fast horses. That's why they never really get left.
It all works for Ward.
Yeah.
The overseas success, it's never a matter of if he's going to Royal Ascot, but with how many. Maven, JK, is back from Royal Ascot. 5-2 morning line favorite for the Lucky Coin. Why is he the favorite going in?
Yeah, it obviously wasn't a performance at Royal Ascot. He didn't run particularly well there. It's this performance and this allowance race where he came back. He ran a triple-digit buyer. We talk about these speed figures. The faster, the better. Stakes horses, good horses, triple-digit buyers don't come very often. And the fact that Maven did that off a layoff kind of confirmed the fact this is a talented 2-year-old, was a talented 2-year-old, now is a talented 4-year-old. I think Maven's going to be dangerous in here. It's not just because it's Wesley Ward, and it's not just because of the speed figure. This horse has a huge edge in this race, drawn outside with the pace advantage in a race that doesn't have a lot of early speed.
You sure Noble Emotion can apply enough pressure to keep him busy early on?
I'm pretty sure. Like Paulie said, the thing about Maven is he's going to pop away from the gate. And then once he does that, Johnny Velasquez, a Hall of Famer, is not going to take anything away from him.
Interesting to watch right from the start. That is the featured Lucky Coin Stakes coming up as Saratoga Live continues. Today's race is brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. Just around the corner, the late pick 5 about to get underway. Lucky Coin Stakes is the 9th. Post time 5:39 Eastern, not 5:40. 5:39 Eastern. Main track fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature around 79 degrees. And moments ago, that's my bike, punk. Debo. Couldn't help myself. In the 5th at Saratoga.
Yo, Debo, you should have been bobbing and weaving. He wasn't bobbing and weaving today. He went right to the winner's circle, didn't he?
Man, no, I'll go third. What better day for Debo to win than a Friday?
Than a Friday.
Yeah, that's true. There you go. Well done.
That was pretty good. Take another look. Debo in motion this time. Like a motion picture from the start. Debo, post position number 2. How about the last couple of days for trainer Merkan Cantamasi?
Yeah, well, look, we talk about being results-oriented in this game all the time where, oh, if you're not winning, then things aren't going right. But Mertan and the team have been doing a good job. They just haven't been getting their picture taken. You just stay with the course of what it is that you do, and eventually things will turn in your direction, and it seems they've done that now late in the meet.
My grandmama gave me that chain.
Oh, there's so many great lines.
So great. 270. Debo over Maddie's Marauder. Letterbox 238 in the 5th here at Saratoga. Got that early pick 5 there. 1560 and change. Late pick 5 about to get underway. Turn the page, race 6, start of the late pick 5. New York bred Maidens, 2-year-old fillies on grass, 5.5 furlong sprint. Saez on the 9. Fontana Freda early on the favorite. Number 3, Doc Rock at 2-1. Of course, the invite still stands if you want to get involved with us and you haven't yet at Naira Bets. Go ahead and sign up at nairabets.com. You're going to want to go ahead and use that promo code SPA200 when signing up. Earn up to a $200 match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Time for the best bets of the afternoon. They're mortal locks of the meet. What'd you guys come up with?
We got dueling best bets from what I've heard. Again, Jonathan and I don't talk about this in the morning at all. In fact, I'm not even really friends with Jonathan. But
I can vouch for that.
In race number 8, I like the 4 Big Bobby. And the reason why is for Bill Mott, and I think this is a race that has a lot of speed in that race. I think Gold Panda will get sent from the rail. Prince of Pharaohs will get sent towards the rail. Workout. And I just think Big Bobby's sitting on another good race. Ran behind Judge and Jury last time. So I like the son of Shanghai Bobby with Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott in race number 8. What say you?
Race number 8 as well. I'm going to go with the 1 Gold Panda down on the inside. One of my favorite parts of our show is the insight that I feel like Mig, Maggie, and Acacia can pick up from some of these trainers and interviews. And I remember on August 19th in the post-race interview, Charlie Baker had said, I wish this horse was going a little bit longer. He's going to get better when he goes longer. Well, now he's going 7/8. I think he's going to be tough from the inside, getting that distance I think he's been looking for.
I
Sorry,
like that
Paul.
they're going head-to-head in the same race.
This happens all the
Yeah,
time.
no, there's like friction here.
Yeah, he looked at me a little cockeyed. Like he looked at me a little fish-eyed.
No, it was just cocky.
Yeah.
Is how he was looking at you. Best bets of the afternoon. Let's see how sharp our handicappers are on this Friday, final Friday of the meet. When we come back, you're going to meet the field for tomorrow's historic Jockey Club Gold Cup. Forza de Oro, 8-5 morning line favorite. He's been crushing that Jolly Ball all week. Max Player, upset winner of the Suburban. Can he do it again? And the defending champ, Happy Saver, defeated for the first time in the Suburban. How will he respond? You're watching Saratoga Live.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscon, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Lively edition of Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Roll that big race animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. And here's the field. Older horses running 1.25 miles. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in. For the Breeders' Cup Classic, let's meet the field, shall we? 103rd running, starting with the favorite drawn inside, Forza de Oro, just one race since last November.
Yeah, but very sharp right now. 1-for-1 here at Saratoga. Did win over the mud last time and could be the speed of this race, considering there's not a lot of pace early.
It just looks ready. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, already a 3-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winning trainer. Number 2, Max Player, 11-1 upset winner of the Suburban on the 4th of July.
I think some might think this horse has found a new dimension, being a little bit closer. I think it was just circumstantial. The pace wasn't particularly fast that day. The 2 big horses in there didn't show up, Mystic Guide and Happy Saver. I think Max Player might be getting better, but I don't think he's good enough to win this race.
Lone Start Saratoga, 3rd to Tis the Law in last year's Travers. Number 3, Chess Chief, the New Orleans handicap winner.
Yeah, and a horse that, after that race, was not bad in the Alley Sheba. Ran into Maxfield a couple times, so not running into Maxfield tomorrow, so maybe a little bit of a shot. You do get Louis Saez aboard.
Never sleep on Dallas Stewart in a big spot. And then number 4, Happy Saver, the defending Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
Yeah, a different location for him. That Jockey Club was earned down at Belmont. He'll get 2 turns on 1.25 miles here. He'll get a dry racetrack. I think he'll appreciate it. I think the real Happy Saver will show up on Saturday.
Irad Ortiz has won 2 of the last 4, would be 3 of the last 4 had Vino Rosso not been disqualified. Happy Saver friendly with his neighbor. Number 5, Night Ops, second to Art Collector in the Aladar a month ago.
Really honest horse is Night Ops. 19 out of 24 in the exact, and this year, been a little unlucky. 6 starts, 4 seconds, and 2/3.
Purchased for $5,000. He has banked more than $825K. Number 6, Forewarned, owned and trained by Uriah St. Louis, 50-1 on the morning line.
Yeah, 50-1 on the morning line. That makes a little bit of sense to me. Look, you can't win it if you're not in it, but he can't win it.
He's probably saying the same thing about Discreet Lover a few years ago.
Well,
45-1 winner of the Gold Cup for Uriah St. Louis and family, 2018. The owners represented in the first Jockey Club Gold Cup at Saratoga, the Silks. Whose colors will we see in the Gold Cup winner circle tomorrow evening? Guys, the current leaders in the Breeders' Cup Classic Division, Knicks Go, Maxfield, essential quality of the horses in tomorrow's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Who do you think has the most upside to contend with the best older horses in the country come Breeders' Cup Classic time?
To me, it'd be the 1-4
100%. It's not even close.
The most upside. I mean, no, look, Happy Saver could kind of turn it around and turn into that good horse that we thought he would be, but Forza de Oro is kind of already there from a speed figure standpoint. One little step forward, appreciating the 1.25 miles, 2 turns, that could be the one that really steps up.
Total agreement, because the horse is tactical too, improving, lightly raced. I think we've sort of seen what we've seen from Max Player. He had a great trip last time, but I think Fausto Gutierrez going in that direction, like Jonathan's saying, that he's improving and his numbers are starting to go up. And again, we talk about being forward. He creates his own trip, which is very key.
3 horses have won the Jockey Club Gold Cup and the Breeders' Cup Classic Cigar, trained by Bill Mott, Skipaway, and Curlin, who will be next. First ever Gold Cup at Saratoga tomorrow afternoon. Back to the live racing. Updated odds for the 6th. Start of the late pick 5. New York bred maiden 2-year-old filly sprinting on grass. You're looking at the favorite, 9-5 currently, Doc Rock. And we're going to start right there. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this paddock report.
And Lafitte, these are the 2 fillies that are taking the bulk of the play, and rightfully so, as we will begin with Doc Rock. And she has a pedigree to relish getting on the turf course for her second start. The dam was a graded stakes place on turf. She is also half to Daring Duchess, a multiple stakes winner on turf, earning over $400,000. There's also another minor turf winner in the family too. And first time out, I noted that she was a very, very good mover. And a lot of times when you watch horses that are very fluid and have that kind of extra bounce and buoyancy to their stride, they are often ones that want to switch to the grass. Now, watching her last workout on the Oklahoma turf track, August 27th, she was outside a street vendor who is a 2-year-old colt who finished second against Open Company, going the mile and a 16th on the turf. And to my eye, she was going better than him, really enjoying herself out there and skipping over the turf course. And physically too, she looks more turf meant. So, excuse me, we'll see how she negotiates the 5.5. I'm a little bit worried. That's the one kind of thing I have a question mark about. Is 5.5 a little too sharp for her? Because honestly, she is built like one that wants just a touch more ground. Now, that is not the case for number 2. How do you make your money? Who, my notes say, athletic looking, green in the paddock, has a turf hoof. And I remember saying I would love to see this filly on the turf. Now, green in the paddock, they brought her in last, attached to the lead pony. They have kept her facing the back wall here in the saddling stall, and she has not done anything wrong thus far. To me, she looks like an out-and-out turf sprinter. And if she can behave herself out on the racetrack as she has in the paddock today, she is very, very dangerous. Now, moving on to ones who do not have that experience, we'll include number 5, Can't Catch Casse, a daughter of Uncaptured, who probably isn't the best influence when it comes to the turf, but the dam went 6 for 19 on the turf. This is her first fall. Remember, Casse learned she was trained early on in her career by Chad Brown, and this gal, to my eye, looks like a turf sprinter. You know, she has that slacker pastern, flatter foot to her, really well developed hindquarters. And while John Kimmel has had a trying meet up here at Saratoga, he has unleashed a very, very talented New York bred dirt sprinting filly. So we'll see if this one on the turf has any talent. She is wearing blinkers first time out here. As we'll move on to number 9, Fontana Freda, whom the pedigree, all trained by Jimmy Bond to boot. If they have a good influence on top, this dam will produce a turf horse, and Stormy Atlantic is one of my favorite turf sires, and she's well meant as far as the surface. I just wonder if she does want to go a little bit further. She's longer, rangier filly, not really built downhill, does not have that well-developed hind end to her, and while she looks fit and in great health, I just feel like this might be a starting point for her, as she does wear short-cut blinkers in her debut as well, Lafitte.
Great stuff, Maggie. A lot of information, important with such a lack of experience and several first-time starters. These New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies, guys. First leg of the late pick 5. JK, let's see it. Time to show your ticket with America.
Yeah, I'm going to get started with 3 horses here, the 2, 3, and the 9. The 2, how do you make your money, was the one I wanted to make sure that I had on here. But I'm also going to use the 3 and the 9. Going on to the second leg, I just felt like you just needed Chad Brown in here. You have 2 kind of contrasting styles, a horse in the 5, Principal Stan, who's going to be forward, a horse like the 8, and Roddy, who's going to be coming from out of it. One of them will get the trip that they need. My best bet in third leg, I'm going to single the 1 Gold Panda stretching out, and then in the 9th, I was going to single Maven, but I thought just in case he's not ready, just in case there happens to be a pace situation, I wanted to have the horse I felt was the best closer, and that would be the 5 Maxwell Esquire. And then I'm going to spread to wrap it up in that mile and an 8 turf maiden race. The 3 Goff was the horse that I thought was one you wanted to have for sure, and my top pick in the race.
$30 investment pulling for you, J.K. Paul. Lake pick 5. Let's see it. There it is.
Yeah, a little more. Obviously, we have dueling best bets, so we're going to I single the 4 in there. But I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 8 here. It looks like the 2 and 3 are really getting played. I like the 8 a tiny bit for a sneaky horse. The 7, 3, I like 1, 4, 8. Don't really love Chocolate Bar. I don't know about the Chad Brown runners in there. Like I said, I'm going to single the 4, get all the way to the last race. Jonathan adds 2, but I think the key horses in there are the 2, the 3, and the 4. And again, Maven in the stakes race, I'm sort of with JK. We talked about this. I think Maven either wins by many or there could be any other price in there. You know what I mean?
I think we'll know early on as well. We could see a pace situation. Depends on what Jose Ortiz does from the 3 post and some upside and some speed and how much heat Maven has to face early on. We're going to know early on in that lucky coin. Best of luck, everyone, playing this late pick 5. Saw Paul's ticket, JK's ticket. I'll get started in this 6th race. New York bred Maidens, 2-year-old filly, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. The pool around $470,000, and gearing up for a post parade with these 2-year-old fillies. And we're going to start with Dancing Bella, drawn inside, and trainer Jorge Abreu, statistically very good with first-time starters.
He's very good. And they only paid $20,000 for this filly by War Dancer, and always include the Bellas. Considering my daughter is Bella.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Favorite, Doc Rock, Velasquez Pletcher.
Yeah, another horse that's taken a lot of money. 6-5 first time out on the dirt. Now going to try turf first time.
Classic Miss, 9th of 10 in her debut opening weekend.
Yeah, Rudy got a win with a 2-year-old in the first race of the day. This one did not run particularly well last time. Slow figure, didn't take any money.
Can't catch Casse. Irad Ortiz rides a first-time starter.
Yeah, 10-1 for Irad. For John Kimmel, a filly by Uncaptured.
Warsome, My Purple Haze, stable homebred.
Look, the tote board is a huge indicator in these 2-year-old races, and 42-1 does not give me much confidence.
Very, very cold. Number 7, Pave My Way. There she is, Delpo and the boys debuting filly.
And Rosario Carlos Martin. Martin had a win on the card yesterday. This filly by Outwork. Been working okay in the morning. Seems like she has a tiny bit of speed.
Try it again. Try it again. 3 Diamonds Farm, first-time starter.
Yeah, this horse has been working at Ellis Park. They've got maiden races there, but decided to show up here. I'm assuming has something to do with the fact that one's a New York bred.
Fontana Freda, Luis Saez aboard.
Great name here. This horse comes in with a bullet Joe for Jimmy Bond and Luis Saez. They're potent together, about 15%.
Uni loves a fight for the Noda brothers.
Yeah, this horse took a little bit of money downstate at Belmont July 4th weekend. Was 5-1 that day for a barn that doesn't have really good numbers with first-time starters. Maybe there's a little talent here.
Serious contender pictured. How'd you make your money?
Yeah, this horse showed a ton of speed on debut, on the dirt. Now gets switched to the turf. Doesn't have a lot to lean on when it comes to the turf pedigree, but I do think this horse is going to run better. And remember, on July 31st, this horse worked with Dufresne, who won first time out.
Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens. Post time 3 minutes. Another look at Fontana Freda and Luis Saez. The chase for the riding title, gentlemen, feels foregone. Winstar Jockey standings from day one. Saez hasn't let up, and he's built a big cushion.
He really has. He's gone gate to wire. He won 6 races in the first 2 days. I mean, he's had the lead since go, and that's very hard to do, especially when you have multiple Hall of Famers in that room. You have the 2 Ortiz brothers, and he's chasing a man who's legendary here in Ramon Dominguez.
Yeah, that single season record there, essential quality. Luis Saez, pair of grade 1 wins at the meet, the Longines Test, and a run happy Travers. A year of first for Saez. First Triple Crown win, Belmont, the Travers, first Saratoga riding title within reach, and now maybe on the brink of history, guys. Here's how it stands. Ramon Dominguez, single season record holder at Saratoga, 68 wins. Saez creeping closer.
Yeah, look, he's going to have to get a kind of a hot streak going here to probably catch or pass Ramon. But one of the things that's most interesting to me about Louis' run here is as of August 29th, he had a positive ROI, meaning if you bet every single one of his horses throughout that point, you would have made money. That's crazy to me for a rider of his caliber, riding the type of horses. That means he's winning with horses he's not supposed to win with. Outstanding meet for him.
Shocked when I heard that stat and what the ROI was, considering the numbers he's been putting up from the very start of the meet. So a chase for history for Luis Saez.
And shout out David Aragona, the morning line maker, for that tweet. Really good work.
Great stuff. Great stuff. But Saez, he has to beat Saratoga's all-time leading jockey. And John Velasquez pictured there with Doc Rock, still the favorite here, 9-5, getting closer to post time.
Yeah, and you know, you're splitting hairs, right? The 2 and the 3 are the 2 horses in here that have run before, and they're both have never run on the turf. So you're sort of playing a guessing game on 2 horses that are getting bet pretty evenly.
Yeah, Doc Rock took money on debut. Now it's like it's a Todd Pletcher horse, so you're not surprised when his firsters take money. The horse didn't run particularly well. It was 5th, beaten 13, but just maybe it's a switch to turf. There is some siblings in the family that have one on the grass, and maybe that's what the 3 Doc Rock is looking for. I prefer the 2 How Would You Make Your Money, just because of the early speed this one displayed on debut.
How's she going to graduate?
I think to the front. I would think with these young horses, especially in turf sprints, I think getting to the front is where you want to be, and being drawn towards the inside. I can't see Jose really doing anything other than sending her away from there to try to hold that position. And she's fast enough on paper, based on her first start, to get the lead if she wants it. And if she likes the grass, she's going to be tough to beat.
Maggie, you're going with How'd You Make Your Money, but some of the other contenders. How about Dancing Bella, the first-time starter for Jorge Abreu?
She is one that is taking some nibbles because Jorge Abreu can be very dangerous with first-time starters. But looking at her, and while she doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree on the bottom, she is by War Dancer, whom we've seen a winner on the turf today already produced by him. She does have a turf hoof, and I will say that watching some of her gate workouts, she does appear to be fairly quick away from the stalls. So she looks quick. I just felt as though in the face of 2 very dangerous horses who have experience, she just looked as though she needed one to possibly strengthen up. But she could have a bit of early foot. As we'll move on to number 9, Fontana Freddy, who is the firster taking the most money in here for Jimmy Bond. I did say, and thinking about her pedigree too, and looking at her physically, it looks as though she wants longer than 5.5. But in fairness, Luis Saez gave her a warm-up away from the pony. She immediately and aggressively jumped into the bridle, so hinting to me that she isn't going to be one that's completely out-footed here in this sprint. And getting back to JK and my pick, How Do You Make Your Money? I will say, and she showed speed that day after tiring. Like I said, she was really wound up, and throughout the preliminaries. Today, they have kept her so quiet. So I'm not totally sure if she's going to show the same amount of speed switching to the turf, but I still like her because I ultimately think she's going to be that much better with the surface change, Lafitte.
A scorn from Jonathan Kinchin. He likes his turf sprinters very much forward.
Well, look, especially with young horses, as a frustrated horse player from time to time, I just feel less frustrated when I'm forward. And so I've decided to stick in that arena. You know, in all seriousness, it's a lot to overcome for young horses that are trying to learn to pass horses, that have to weave in and out of traffic. They also become pace dependent. Even if they run well, if the horses that were on the lead were crawling, there's nothing they can do to get there. There's a place for them, right? Maxwell Esquire, we'll see later. I love that horse as a late running sprinter. But even looking at Maxwell Esquire, you know, gets beat all the time because there's not always the pace setup.
Leave themselves lots to do in the stretch. See how it all unfolds. Paul, any final thoughts as they move into line here? Start of the late pick 5 at Saratoga?
No, I just think that the 2 might have an advantage over. I actually would bet the 2 over the 3, even though the 3 is getting played. And again, I think the 8 is the sneak horse in here at 13-1.
13-1, potential spoiler. Try it again. Tyler Gaffley on aboard. Fontana Freda. Can Luis Saez creep closer? 8 shy of a tie. 9 from breaking the single season all-time mark for most wins in a summer at Saratoga, chasing the Hall of Famer Ramon Dominguez. Dancing Bella at the starting gate. Coaxed forward. We're all set. Johnny I standing by. Post time for the 6th, live from Saratoga, and the start of the late pick 5.
They're all in. And they're off. Awkward start for number 9, Fontana Freda. It is Doc Rock out for the early lead. How Do You Make Your Money runs in 2nd, and Warsaw is next in 3rd. Try It Again is on the outside and in 4th. And down on the inside is Can't Catch Casse next in 5th, followed by Classic Miss in 6th. And then down on the inside is Pave My Way as the field goes into the turn. Doc Rock, How Do You Make Your Money? The 2 of them are together through a quarter in 22-2. It's Warsaw who's running next in third. And then on the inside is Can't Catch Casse in the white blinkers, running in fourth. Dancing Bell is on the outside in fifth. Now Fontana Freda has advanced into sixth. Try It Again is in seventh. At the back are Classic Miss and Uni Loves a Fight. The field is in the stretch. How Do You Make Your Money is on the outside and with the lead as a Doc Rock drops back, passed there by Fontana Freda and Can't Catch Casse. They can't catch How Do You Make Your Money. How Do You Make Your Money won by 2. Fontana Freda was second and Can't Catch Casse finished third.
2-1 post-time favorite. How Do You Make Your Money graduates in her second career start for Mike Trombetta, Jose Ortiz, just like Maggie and JK thought it would unfold.
Oh, look, it's speed and turf sprints. It took me a long time of trying to find closers that I thought the race was going to fall apart, and it just being on the front end is such an edge. It's a 5.5 furlong race. We do not run races too much shorter than this in this country, and you just don't have time to make up for errors. And you'll see the 9. Fontana Freda, she ran well.
Yeah, she did.
She broke a little bit slow, it looked like. We'll see the head on here in a second. She broke a little bit slow, came running late. She might have been best, but it doesn't matter because she never got a chance to get into the race when she needed to get into the race.
I think the start of the race was so key. We'll show you the pan shot of it. I think the key part about it is the 3 broke so sharply that Jose Ortiz. Oh, okay. Whoa.
Man, these turf sprints are fast, man.
That's okay.
They were motoring.
Yeah, they were moving there. The 3 broke so well that they separated themselves because the 2 broke a tiny bit inward. But what ends up happening here, what I want to make the point is, Lafitte, is the 3 break so well, they get separation. So now Jose Ortiz is able to ease his horse back and now outside the 3 because he's not lapped on. These 2 horses were so quick out of the gate. Race is over right now when he got the horse outside. And when he gets around the turn, Jose peeked to his right. He was loaded with this horse.
Tracking the leader in Doc Rock, but from the start, JK, the runner-up, yeah, she's going to be a short price in her next start. If we can see the start one more time, maybe number 9, Fontana Freda, who ran second, spotting the field a few lengths.
She's a stable male type of horse. You know, there's different services where you can enter in a horse's name, put a little note in there, and then they'll email you when she gets entered again. A lot of people are putting her in her stable mail now because you want to know when a horse like that comes back.
Making up that kind of ground with less real estate to work with, as you mentioned. 2-9-5-8. Again, watching post position, or watching number 9, Fontana Freda here. JK, what happens?
Yeah, it looks like she just kind of hops in the air a little bit, breaks away from there slow. You know, I would call that maybe like, you know, breaking slow 2 lengths or maybe even 3 lengths. And if you look at the final margin, that could have been the difference.
Well, if you look, they went 22.46, so that middle quarter was not fast. They came home in about 6 seconds flat. So Fontana Freda, she came home in, I would say, 11 and change, Lafitte. She was motoring, yeah.
Close to last at the head of the lane, and there she is, plugging away. Good effort from a first-time starter. How much experience she just got?
Oh, a ton. And listen, we called this yesterday with the Ava K baby. She won with experience. The 1 was probably the best horse in there. And again, experience here with the 2. If the 9 just breaks from the gate a tiny bit more, it might have been a closer race.
Commonwealth New Era Racing, the winner. How do you make your money? 2-1 favorite in the first leg of the late pick 5. Trainer Mike Trombetta, Jose Ortiz, the winning pilot. We'll have those results, reaction, when our coverage continues. How do you make your money? The fastest New York bred maiden graduates in the 6th at the Spa.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside in Anno Door, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young men.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
Saratoga, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion. War Dancer on opening day.
A bang, bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with Winner's Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, the best New York sire of the Saratoga meet and New York's #1 sire of 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. And that's how you make money. Betting how do you make your money, who won fairly easily today with Jose Ortiz aboard here in the winner's circle with him. Now, for trainer Mike Trombetta, and Jose, you rode her first time out on the dirt. Did you think she felt like a horse that would appreciate the surface change?
Yeah, I told Mike right away. I worked her before her first start. She worked really good, honestly. I thought she was going to run a lot better on the dirt, but she didn't. In the stretch, I felt like she was kind of floating in there, just kind of like a grass horse. And I told Mike, look, put her on the grass, and she'll be really, really tough with the race under her belt now. And I'm glad I was right.
So was I, Jose, as I wrote immediately, looks like a turf horse. But two, you know, she was a lot more settled today.
Yeah, she was fine. A little nervous in the paddock, but she settled when she stepped into the track. A little nervous in the gate, but they rubbed the tail like they always do on her. But yeah, she was fine. She broke clean. It was in a good spot. I felt like a winner every step of the way.
Jose, we see different goggles on you today, and I just kind of want to educate people as the goggles you're wearing, they're only one pair, and they're known as turf goggles. We do see some guys ride out with the regular dirt goggles, but for you, why do you like those?
Well, I think they're flashy. They look good when you know, for pictures and stuff, and they're very comfortable. Just gotta be careful if a shoe come out flying or something. I think it's better to have the other one, the plastic ones, for that kind of situation. But I mean, I like this, and I take a shot. Let me
ask you: if you know you're on a horse that's going to come from behind, do you opt to use the double goggles?
No, I keep it. I keep this. Unless it's a little soft. If it's a little soft, I use the other one because it kicks back sometimes. So I want to have an option if I have to change it. But if it's firm or close to firm, I use this. But like I said, I take a shot. A shoe, I don't think you can avoid a shoe. A shoe hits you with either one. You're gonna be seriously hurt.
This is true. One of the hazards of the job, but a job you do well. Congratulations here with How Do You Make Your Money.
Thank you.
All right, Jose Ortiz. Good to know he has a slight bit of vanity, Lafitte, as I have to admit, those goggles do look good.
You gotta love the honesty.
It's awesome.
It's like, why? Because it looks good, man.
Hey, you know what they say, look good, play good.
You know a little something about that pump.
Yeah, here's the deal. I played with a guy named Gary Sheffield, and he used to wear white cleats. And nobody else did back in the day. And I used to ask Gary, why are you wearing those white cleats, all these flashy cleats? And he said, you know what, son? Because I can. That's why Jose Ortiz can wear those sunglasses.
Because he can.
Because he can.
One of the best fastball hitters ever, Gary Sheffield. He has so much going on. He had so much going on, Sheffield, in the batter's box. Everything was moving.
He had a lot of different quirks, too. And his batting gloves had to be razor tight. If not, he would rip them off. He went through about 500 batting gloves through a season. And I couldn't understand how he would do it. But, man, that man could hit a baseball.
He could rake. One of the best fastball hitters in the game. Jose Ortiz, one of the best riders in the game. We move forward. Race 7, start of the late pick 4. Solid allowance race on grass, 1 mile, 3-year-olds and older. Voodoo Zip, number 4, the early favorite, 2-1, 20 minutes to post. When we return, Jockey Club Gold Cup isn't the only Grade 1 event moving from Belmont to Saratoga. Tomorrow's Grade 1 Flower Bowl, and that filly can flat out close. War Goddess, odds-on morning line favorite, all set for her Grade 1 debut in the Flower Bowl.
When I saw Campanelli, instantly fell in love with her. Called Barbara Banky up that night. I said, I think I found your Queen Mary winner. The breeders and consigners are bringing the best of the best from their stud farms to Tattersalls, Book 1. We will be attending in October, and hopefully we can find the next Campanelli. A lot of these horses suit our racing in the US.
Book 1 of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, obviously he tries to do that stuff right there, you know, every now and then, but he's not overly aggressive about it. You don't try to chew your arm off or anything like that.
I like more than ready. I like the fact that he was versatile, dirt and turf. I mean, to be able to win the Belmont Derby and then come back and win the Travers. I mean, you know, the Travers is a midsummer derby. It's a big deal.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers!
Breeders really like that versatility and that stallions offer, like Catholic Boy, where you have multiple graded stakes winners on turf and dirt, short distance, long distance. You add the looks and the pedigree that he has out of more than ready out of a Bernardini mare, and you have two really good sires on top and bottom. His looks back him up as well as his race record. So we love what we've seen from the foals. Quite a compliment that my dad gave the foals the other day. He told me that he thought the Catholic Boy foals were the best foals we've had here at the farm since Warfront's foals, for freshman crop sire. So, you know, that says a lot. He's been around and seen a lot of good stallions in his years that he's been around the farm. So that's quite an endorsement for Catholic Boy.
Versatility. First thing that comes to mind when you hear his name, Catholic Boy. Terrific racehorse, promising stallion. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. This weekend stakes schedule is unusually really, really good. Work our way back from the bottom to the top. Closing day, Grade 1 hopeful for 2-year-olds. Sunday, Spinaway Grade 1 2-year-old fillies. Touched on tomorrow's Gold Cup. About 35 minutes prior, 44th running of the Grade 1 Flower Bowl. Here's the field, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the filly mare Turf. 1 3/8 on grass. Was 1 1/4 when it was at Belmont Park. Take a look at number 3, Warlike Goddess, 4 to 5 morning line favorite. This is a big reason why, JK. 1.5 mile Glens Falls last month. Look out for Warlike Goddess from far off the pace.
Far off the pace. The pace wasn't particularly fast. It's not even close. She's the best long-distance turf horse in the country.
Amen.
I'm sure Santa Barbara would want to stand up and argue a little bit, but I think at these distances, these longer 1 3/8 above, 1.5 miles, I don't think they can beat Warlike Goddess. And to be fair, I don't think they can beat her tomorrow. It doesn't matter what the pace scenario is. She ran over all of these horses without having any setup. She's one of those horses, a couple times in meet, I say that horse can't lose.
Yeah, if you're not familiar.
Can't lose.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with horse racing that much and you don't see a lot of turf racing, very, very, very hard to just sit in last and just go around other horses like they're standing still. That's exactly what this filly did. And like I said, 3 starts ago in the Orchid, I mean, Always Shopping is a quality mare. I mean, she had 5 to 6 lengths on her and she ran her down, and that was her coming out party. Then she beat Delta's Kingdom. I know Delta's Kingdom is a horse that likes to run second a lot, but Warlike Goddess is turning into something special. And that turn of foot, I just don't see anybody.
The one horse I'm most excited about seeing tomorrow, Warlike Goddess. And then there is the French mare, La Signore. Guys, third to the Godolphin duo of Althea Summer Romance in the Grade 1 Diana opening weekend.
Yeah, I mean, she ran well that day. She got a nice trip. You can see her right there sitting on the inside with those Madaket silks. Saul Kuhlman, maybe my next guest on Car Talk.
You better be now after that tease.
Remind me not to tell you any secrets.
She ran well, but she wasn't really close to the top 2 in here. She's going to have to run the best race of her entire life tomorrow if she wants to beat Warlike Goddess.
Yeah, I agree with Jonathan. The bad part about La Signore, listen, she runs a good race. She's a nice little 6-year-old mare. She's almost $500,000 in the bank. But her lone win in the last 2 years is at Gulfstream Park in a little stakes race at $100,000. Warlike Goddess is at a different level.
Is she like, okay, the favorite, the one to beat in tomorrow's Grade 1 Flower Bowl, or does she have, moving forward, Breeders' Cup, filly mare turf kind of talent, taking on some of the best in the world?
I think I think Jonathan and I both agree. She's going to give the Europeans a test if she goes to the Breeders' Cup, filly mare turf, healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that, you know, there's going to be a lot of fun races that day. The Breeders' Cup Sprint looks like it's going to be outstanding with Jackie's Warrior, Bo Liam. Life is Good, maybe if he's in that situation.
Alpine, who knows?
But I tell you, the filly and mare turf, if she shows up and Santa Barbara shows up, it'll be a heck of a showdown.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, Pan's just like, keep me away from Firenze Fire, man, whatever you do. 44th running Flower Bowl tomorrow. Meantime, horses in the paddock for the 7th. Chad Brown on hand with Emirati, the leading trainer. Chad Brown, 4-time Eclipse Award winner, very close to a 4th Saratoga training title. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast,
It definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? Twinspires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. Twinspires. Download the app today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for today's 7th race. A contentious field of optional allowance claimers going the mile on the inner turf course. And Chad Brown will send out a duo in here, including Principled Stand, who is looking to remain undefeated. But he does seem to run by appointment only, in which we haven't seen him since winning at Belmont in early April. He is a horse that has been able to control on the front end. I don't know if he gets to do that this time around. I was a bit worried because he was very relaxed when he came into the paddock, unlike the last time I saw him. But once they put the tack on, he just puffed up and bowled up like, bring it on, let's do this. He looks fit coming back for this return, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Here at Saratoga, never know who you'll see in the Saratoga paddock. Have a very special guest here today. Here's John Embriao.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Racing Association is proud to welcome 2020 Tokyo Olympic bronze medalist and Capital Region native Emma White to Saratoga Racecourse this afternoon. Emma was part of the U.S. track cycling team that captured the bronze medal during the 4,000-meter race at the Olympic Games earlier this summer. As a fellow rider from nearby Duanesburg, Emma will announce riders up for today's 7th race, which is named in her honor. Emma, take it away.
Riders up.
That Riders Up deserved a gold medal from Emma White. Riders Up here, and the big applause here from the fans at Saratoga. Emma from Duanesburg, New York. Congratulations, excellent work in that bronze gold medalist in the Olympic Games just having been completed. Nick Sko knows all about gold medals and first place wins in Grade 1 races. Nick Sko, the Whitney winner,
awesome.
with Emma. 2 star athletes spending time together this morning at Saratoga. How cool is that?
Really cool. And you know what? I always envy the Olympians. I mean, what you have to go through for 4 years, and you basically get one shot in 4 years. You know, myself being a professional athlete, I could have a short-term memory and come back the next day and have a good day after a bad day. You know, they got to go through Olympic trials, all this stuff, and then to get to the Olympics every 4 years, and you basically get 1 or 2 shots at it. Amazing to even stand on the podium. Congratulations and honored.
Paul, she was on the track cycling team capturing that bronze medal. You always look into the eyes of an Olympian right before they're going to perform. A gymnast, a swimmer, and you think to yourself, 4 years. You played baseball all those years.
Yeah.
The pressure of the playoffs, but there was always, as the Brooklyn Dodgers would say, just wait till next season. In Olympia, 4 years. I can't imagine the pressure.
You're 100%. There's no pressure. I've said this I know we're going to start this post-break, but I've said this forever. Olympians are under the most pressure of any athletes in the world.
And then last year with the pandemic and having to wait an extra year and what that did for training, incredible. Incredible work, Emma White, and the bronze medal at the Tokyo Games just having been completed. Track cycling team for the U.S. Great to have her at Saratoga. Post parade here for the 7th start of the late pick 4. Voodoo Zip and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Voodoo Zip has not won going around 2 turns.
Has not won around 2 turns. This is 2-turn mile. Back to the 1, 7-2 contender Chocolate Bar, Ricardo Santana.
Been running pretty well on the dirt. Now back on the turf where the horse is 1 for 1 here at Saratoga.
Number 5 in Principled Stand here, imposing trio, Klarovich, Brown, Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, won at 30 cents on the dollar in April at Belmont, taking the field gate to wire. This horse possesses speed.
Hieroglyphics, first after the claim, Dominic Schettino.
Yeah, I kind of have a rule. It's hard for me to take horses off of Mike Maker.
Hard to, improve off one of the best trainers in the game. Entertainment, the speedy Mid-Atlantic Invader.
Yeah, for Kelly Rubley here, this son of gemologist, I would think Tyler Gaffleon's going to push the button and try to get to the front end.
Emirati, 2nd at 2 for Chad Brown.
Yeah, this is the horse I think will be coming off of it, while Chad's other entry should be forwardly placed. Team tactics, not a setup, but just you go forward, I go back here, let's see what happens.
Both ends covered there. Parlor first after the claim, not Chad, Bruce Brown.
Yeah, another one claimed out of the Micro barn, and Dylan Davis will get aboard of this son of Lonhro.
Field for the 7th, start of the late pick 4, 5 minutes, so trainer Chad Brown well represented in the 7th. Principal stand, Emirati, updated trainer standings. Brown is opened up, comfortable cushion heading into closing weekend.
Absolutely. I joked yesterday, you remember a couple weeks ago when we acted like Chad wasn't going to win? It was only a matter of time, and the amount to win that many races here, it's just outstanding. And let's not forget, Chad has a lot of turf horses. We lost 40 days plus of turf racing here.
40 races.
40 races, excuse me. We didn't lose 40 days. That'd be depressing. 40
tomorrow,
races
opening day.
of turf racing. And for him to still get that high number, I think is a pretty cool accomplishment.
And when Michael Maker took the lead early, a lot of people thought he was going to run away with it. And a lot of his horses ran out of conditions, and he's running in a little bit of a slump. He's 0 for his last 24 at the meet is Mike Maker. So going through a little bit of a cold spell after he started just red hot.
Big clients, Chad Brown, as you saw, Peter Brandt, his talent, loaded barn, all adding up to another big summer at Saratoga. There is Emirati, English 6-year-old. This was his latest, mid-April Aqueduct. Emirati losing ground without cover and pulling. This was kind of a mess from the start.
Yeah, and the pace wasn't fast either, which, you know, being in the clear like that, like you mentioned, no cover. A lot of these turf horses like to follow other horses around there. Paul, we talked about it on the Travers show. You had mentioned kind of like drafting in a NASCAR race, but it's not even that. It's just they're used to following horses, and when they're in the clear, they think it's time to run, but the rider's trying to tell them no. It can be a confusing situation.
Yeah, and you could see that Jose was trying to duck him in and try to get some cover, but by that time he was fighting it a little bit, and then when it came to the top of the lane, he just lost a tiny bit of punch to finish the deal. So if he can just settle a tiny bit, he's a tough read. He's 6 and he's only run 12 times. You're wondering if his best days are behind him too.
Emmer had that win in his U.S. debut, seeking his first since. Looked like he was going to mount a challenge there, but the pulling, all the ground loss, and struggled in the end, completely understandable. And for Chad Brown and some of his bigger clients, and for the two horses here, Principal Stand and Emirati, both purchased at Tattersall's. And you'll see that connection for the owners and bloodstock agents that want to go overseas and bring back potential turf stars here in the state, specifically for grass racing. Tattersall's, that's where they go.
Yeah, one of my favorite Tattersall's grads, newspaper of record, the Lope de Vega filly that won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf for Chad in Klarvich Stables. Also domestic spending, a Tattersall's grad. Aunt Pearl, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf fillies as well for Brad Cox. There's a bunch of really good ones that have come from over there.
We check in with Maggie.
We'll check in with Emirati, another Chad Brown horse coming in off of a layoff, and this son of Dubawi. Well, it's great because we see, as you guys were talking about the Tattersall sales, we've seen a lot of progeny of Lope de Vega, Kingman, and Dubawi, and I've become very familiar with the physicalities of Dubawis. They are heavy, very round and robust barreled types of horses, so they always have that appearance of not looking 100% fit. But you can tell that this guy, Emirati, does have that definition that you want to see. And two, I like the fact that he came alive a bit more once he set foot on track, because he was quite quiet and docile back in the paddock. And two, I thought he was completely compromised in his last race at Aqueduct, in which we do have a late scratch. That number 6, Hieroglyphics, will be coming out here late scratch upon advice of the veterinarian. Number 6, Hieroglyphics, a late scratch. But Emirati, I thought, compromised because the 1, 2, 3 finishers all saved ground where he was parked 2 to 3 to 4 wide the entire way around. Moving on to number 4, Voodoo Zip. West Point, killing your own price. But this Christophe Clement training, yes, I thought 7 furlongs was ideal for him. But and it appears on form that he hasn't won with anything over 7.5 furlongs. But it was a 2-turn race at Gulfstream Park in which he won and broke his maiden. And I feel like he's a horse that's just getting better. He looks fantastic. The best I've ever seen him before race. He is one that can get a little nervous. You do see the cotton in his ears with Joel Rosario aboard, but he is a guy that can certainly keep a horse calm and settled. I'm hoping he sits in that second flight right behind the early speed, which I do think could be provided by Entertainment. We'll see what Principled Stand does, but Entertainment's pretty fleet-footed away from the stalls. You wouldn't think that. He's actually a big horse. He's got a lot of size, a lot of scope and ranginess to him. Incredibly good looking and appealing to the eye, and just seems like a happy guy heading in here. So maybe nobody else challenges him, guys, and he gets brave on the front end on this inner turf course.
The one to catch, Maggie, on paper, Entertainment for Kelly Rubley, the Mid-Atlantic Invader. So a lot going on here. Hieroglyphics a scratch. Doesn't seem to change anything on paper from a pace standpoint. Junior Alvarado's like, I got a date with Forza de Oro tomorrow in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. I can't mess around. And then the West Point colt that Maggie was touching on, Voodoo Zip, as good as he looked. Why else might the handicappers be zeroing in on this one, JK?
Well, it's a funny thing. We've heard about it with West Point in the past, My Racehorse even now. These big syndicates that have a lot of owners involved. They want to bet on their horse. Their horse is running. They want to bet $5 to win. They want to bet $10 to win. They want to bet $500 to win. And I think sometimes you'll see an effect with these horses just get a little bit overbet. It's just, in my opinion, for that reason only of so many people being involved and wanting to have a piece. I guess owning the horse isn't enough. They want to bet on them too.
So is that too short of a price then, in your opinion?
I would think so. For a horse that's not one going around 2 turns, I would say that's too short of a price.
Real quick, the 6 hieroglyphics who got scratched, you go to the post-time favorite, which right now the 4, Voodoo Zip, is about $3,000 more than the 5 as your favorite. So if there's a late hip on the 5, the 5 could be your favorite. So pay attention closely if you did use your 6 in the pick 5.
And Maggie, thanks for the assist. At Gulfstream Park, the 7.5 threw me off. I looked down, I saw the 7.5. Gulfstream, their 2-turn races are at 7.5.
Well, here, I'm going to give you a reprieve. DRF counts that as a sprint. They need to change that. There you go.
Kind of right?
Kind of right. I'm kind of right. Yeah, I'm covering for you there.
Does have a win around 2 turns. Zip, star jockey Joel Rosario in the West Point Gold in black stepping forward at 5-2. Any final thoughts here, Paul? Start a late pick 4, race 7?
I don't know. You know, like I said, Emirati, if he can just, I know he's had a lot of chances. I think this is his one chance where he runs into a field that maybe he can beat.
Yeah, if you're watching something early, let's see with Emirati for Jose Ortiz to get him, a couple of scratches helps. We'll break from the 6th post. Getting over, sharp turn going into the clubhouse turn, save some ground, and Emirati taking a deep breath and relaxing. We didn't see that in his last start. If he's going to be successful today, those are a couple of things that need to happen in that winning formula, just about for any 2-turn grass race. Emirati, strong combination for trainer Chad Brown, leading trainer, looking to pad his stats. Also has Principled Stand. Final check of the tote board, 2-1, make it 5-2. Voodoo Zip at post time. Here's John Embrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Chocolate Bar now moving up. There goes Entertainment along with Principal Stand. Principal Stand and Entertainment are right together going into the clubhouse turn. And then we come back to Chocolate Bar, who's right alongside of Voodoo Zip. Emirati runs in 5th. Parler's on the outside in 6th. And at the back is Winning Factor in 7th. As they head for the backstretch. And it is Entertainment who has the lead here by 2. Principal Stand chases in 2nd through a quarter, 22 4/5 seconds. Voodoo Zip is on the outside in 3rd. Chocolate Bar saving ground down at the rail and running in 4th. Then comes Parler, followed by Emirati, and the gray Winning Factor is at the back. They continue along with Entertainment, long shot leader here by 3, ran the half in 46 3. Principal Stand in 2nd with Chocolate Bar and Voodoo Zip right together 3rd and 4th. And then it is Parler in 5th, followed by Emirati and Winning Factor at the back midway around the far turn. Entertainment 3/4 of a length. Principal Stand, Voodoo Zip, and Parler on the extreme outside. Chocolate Bar is in behind, And then comes Emirati and Winning Factor. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 4. It is Entertainment. Principal stands in between horses. Voodoo Zip is there, and here is Emirati on the outside. Emirati now surges to the front. Voodoo Zip is running in second. Chocolate Bar now takes third. Emirati, a winner by almost 2. Voodoo Zip got second. Then Chocolate Bar and Winning Factor came from last to complete the superfecta.
Saves some ground, but more relaxed early on. Emirati, despite the fact he was on his wrong lead, Emma White likes what she sees. Emirati, another win for Chad Brown. Shadwell, Jose Ortiz in the 7th at Saratoga.
One of Jose's got those glasses on.
Yeah, and you know what, the 7 put the end to Principal Stan very, very early, but Principal Stan did his job for a stablemate. I mean, he got the setup for Emirati, and you just looked at Emirati and I kept on looking like, I understand he's been a tiny bit of a disappointment, but he ran into the right field today.
And he's still making mistakes.
Yeah,
on his wrong lead, maybe lugging in a little bit, head up in the air, but that acceleration today, that he found the right gear, and you could tell he was gone.
He got a little setup too. On the backside, you can see he kind of tucked in a little bit. He got that cover that he didn't get in the replay we had shown you.
That was the difference.
And I think the other part that's important, this is not a rabbit situation. This is team tactics, where you have one that's forward, you have one that's comes from off of it. You send the one forward. If they go slow, that one will wire the field. If they happen to go too quick, the closer will pick up the pace. In this country, I think one of the best examples of that was when Highland Reel won the Breeders' Cup Turf when Found was back. Highland Reel went aggressively to the front. Found was way out of it. Highland Reel just happened to keep going. I think that those types of situations you should start seeing more often in this country, especially with the influx of turf horses from places like Tattersall's.
Not that it needs explaining, because there's nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely not.
It's a strategy. And for Emma White, what a summer. Bronze medal. Goes to the paddock at Saratoga, calls riders up. Now in the winner's circle. And she'll present the trophy in just a moment. She gets a bronze medal, now handing out the hardware.
Yeah, and she could probably outcycle all 3 of us combined.
She probably has some goggles like Jose does that she wears when she's out on the bike, huh?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. She looks like she's having a blast. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for Jose Ortiz, the goggles, they look good. And he looks good in the saddle with the win there. Emirati, the English 6-year-old, 8-4-1-3 in the 7th race at Saratoga. And when we return, he's one of the best riders over the last quarter century. Retired Hall of Famer Ramon Dominguez, 68 wins in the summer of 2012. The record for now. And the man closing in, Luis Saez. Will more history be made this summer at Saratoga? That's next.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
So the November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
Gorgeous day in upstate New York. Closing week coverage on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jose Ortiz, those sweet goggles, saving more ground this time. Angles off the rail, Emirati. And mistakes in the stretch still, but the acceleration, the talent, earns his 2nd win in the States.
Yeah, and in fairness, he got the setup that he needed today. He got the trip with some cover. He got some pace to close into. And like you said, Jose rode him brilliantly, and it looked good, play good, I guess, with his goggles.
9:87 to 2 at post time. Emirati over Voodoo Zip. Chocolate Bar 8. 4-1 in the 7th of 10 at the Spa. Maggie with leading trainer Chad Brown in the winner's circle.
Always a pleasure to catch up here with Chad. He's just padding the stats, padding the lead a little bit as far as the trainer standings go. But Emirati, Chad, coming back off of a layoff, compromised trip last time, he was ready to roll. And kind of having your other horse in there kind of let the pace develop a bit more.
Yeah, we thought we had a good shot with both horses. One that's going to run towards the front in case the pace was a little slower, and Emirati to hopefully draft in and get a better trip. I just want to thank all the people at Shadwell. We've been patient with this horse. He's been a little difficult, a little stop and go with his form, but he came back to form today, and my crew at Belmont Park really did a great job. That's what both these horses have been training, and I'm real proud of them.
And he's the son of Dubawi, and you've had, I'm sure, a lot in your stable, as well as a lot of those European horses. Chad, as far as some of the sires that you look for when you go to Tattersall's, who are they?
Well, right here, right at the top, Dubawi and Kingman. I mean, if I just left with those, we'd be having a good year the next year. So, you know, there's just so many to choose from. You get great value over there, and fortunately, you know, we're able to get our hands on some of these well-bred horses, and these are two nice horses. And Principal Stan will live to fight another day. Maybe we'll cut him back to one turn after what I saw just there, and then Emirati looks like he's headed to a stake.
Ooh, I like it. All right, Chad. Well, congratulations, and best of luck with the rest of your runners.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown getting the win with Emirati off the bench today. Lafitte?
Fires off the bench, fresh and dangerous, Emirati. And for Shadwell, Jose Ortiz, Chad Brown, big smile, Emma White, presenting the hardware just moments ago. And she grew up in Dwaynesville, about 40 minutes away, I understand, and spent a lot of time at the racetrack, specifically here growing up.
As you should. If you live anywhere close to here, you should spend a lot of time here at any time that you can. That's what's great about this community is they love their racing. That's why it's one of my favorite places to be.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, Lafitte, she's a racing fan, but you know the people around here within Mechanicsville and a lot of the stakes races that are named out of the towns around here. A lot of the people come here because it's just the place to be, the place to hang out. Even if they're not horse lovers, they become horse lovers because TVs, all in the bars over town, got horse racing on. It's horses everywhere here.
This is what it's all about, and she's having a blast, by the way. You can tell all day here. Emma White, bronze medalist for the U.S. track cycling team. It's great to have her on hand here at Saratoga. Pick 5 follow along. Been formful the first 2 legs so far. I can't wait till the next one. You two going head to head with your best bets of the day.
Yeah, may the best man win. We'll see what happens.
Panda, panda, panda.
For the 8th coming up next. Back to the main track here. New York bred sprinter, 7/8 of a mile, $90,000 purse. Big Bobby, 9-5, the favorite, with about 22 minutes to post. 9 years ago, a record was set here at Saratoga by a Hall of Fame jockey, one of the very best in recent memory. Ramon Dominguez, 68 wins, the most single season record at Saratoga. A couple of weeks ago, Greg Wolf had a chance to sit down with Dominguez and discuss some of the highlights of that particular summer, one of the best seasons ever experienced by Jockey at the Spa.
Let's go back to that summer 2012. I know a very special summer for you. Does that riding title here mean a lot more than anywhere else at Saratoga?
Absolutely, absolutely. Saratoga, I mean, winning a race here is a huge deal, and winning the title here, I don't think that it compares to anywhere else.
They have the standings out here. We put the pictures up of the riders, the top 12 riders at the meet. So you guys are acutely aware as this meet is going on where everyone kind of is and how many wins you have?
For us, we don't need to be looking at photos. We know exactly how many wins we have and how far ahead we are or how far behind. So there is a constant reminder with each passing race as to where you are in the standings.
So you start off that meet back in 2012. Good enough. You had 3 wins through the first couple of days, and then all of a sudden, the first Sunday of the meet, you just explode. 6-win afternoon. Only one other rider in the history of this racetrack, Johnny Velasquez, had a 6-win day at Saratoga. Talk us through that afternoon for you.
So it was one of those days where coming into the day, I knew that I had good mounts, but oftentimes you feel like, oh, today is a day that I could win so many good races or so many races, and with each race I was passing, I was like, wow, I have 2, I have 3. After you win 3, it's already a big day, but then winning 4 and 5, and then you start turning the page and say, can I win this one? So you have a complete focus on the following race, and you are hoping for the best. At the same time, you know that it's a difficult task. But when the day is over, you kind of stop and say, wow, it was a big day.
when you tied the record for Velasquez, that 6-win day, because you're the only two who've ever done it at the racetrack on July 22nd, did Johnny say anything to you?
As I'm riding the race, and he's riding hard, turning for home, and I'm going by him, actually handing. He's like, "Come on, Ramon," because there is this mutual respect, but also excitement for each other's success, and that applies to pretty much all the jockeys.
You had the 6-win day early on in the meet, and then second to last day of the meet. By that time, I know you're so dialed in and focused, you're probably not even thinking about a record, but at that point, you were 5 away from tying John Velasquez on the second to last day of the meet. You wind up breaking the record with another 6-win day. So 2 6-win days at the meet. Tell us about that record-breaking day for you again, and it came in a stakes race too, unbridled command.
When you pass a wire and you say, "Wow, we won 6 races today," it's awesome, and especially could not have happened in a better moment, just going for that record-breaking. So yes, a crazy, amazing day.
This year's meet, we have a rider who's on, as we're taping this, on pace to break your record. Luis Saez, having an incredible meet. If he does happen to get there, it's got a long way to go, and break the single season record. Are you going to have a chat with him and congratulate him?
I am a big fan, and I respect what he has accomplished, and he deserves every little bit of success that he's enjoying at the moment. And kudos also to his agent, who does an amazing job, Kieran McLachlan, amazing trainer, and now just as good as a jockey's agent.
Class act, world-class rider. And maybe for newer fans to the sport that didn't have a chance to see Ramon Dominguez do his thing on like a day-to-day basis, it's important to understand like how special of a rider he truly was.
No, it really was. I mean, he was, wow, 30-some-odd% at a couple meets. And I guess I've reiterated this on the air multiple times. Angel Cordero considers him one of the top 5 jockeys of all time because of his height. He was about 5'6", 5'7", Ramon. And, you know, he was in the prime of his career when he had to stop. And I said this before, when I had to stop, I knew I was dead. I knew I was over with. My career was over. It was just a shame not to see Ramon continue on because he would have won so many races.
The story I've always heard about Ramon is how good his hands were and how patient he was and intelligent of a rider. A lot of times we'll see guys that have one or the other, but Ramon had it all.
I think the one thing too, Lafitte, no panic. So on the big stage, he never panics. So he could be on the big stage. Little Mike. And the
Great
horse
ride.
that, yeah, exactly. One of the best rides of all time. And then he beat Powers Court and Kitten's Joy. 2 absolute superstars with the Grand Motion runner, Better Talk Now. I mean, some of the horses that he pulled off wins, amazing rides.
Mild-mannered, fierce competitor, and a monster race rider, Ramon Dominguez. But that record is in jeopardy. Here's how it currently stands, with Luis Saez chasing history, chasing Ramon Dominguez, 8 to tie, 9 to break the record. Luis Saez, and over the next 3 days, in case you're keeping track at home, 36 races. Luis Saez will ride in 34 of them on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So the opportunity is there, and the opportunity is here. Horses in the paddock for the 8th, and there's Workout, not to be mistaken with Great Workout, who's also running. Have fun with that, Johnny I. Workout to be ridden by Luis Saez, 8th race in 16 minutes.
Coming up alongside of Ticonderoga, Good Samaritan won it.
And Good Samaritan has gone on by very easily.
Good Samaritan in his dirt debut, and he's gone by them all. Good Samaritan has won the Jim Dandy.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gun Runner. who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner Papa Cap, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gun Runners yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Coverage continuing on a Friday, 14 minutes out, race 8. This will be historic, though, tomorrow. Jockey Club Gold Cup. And the number is 1. First time Jockey Club Gold Cup has ever been run at Saratoga. Century of history. So who was fastest? Skipaway 97, mile and a quarter in 158.89. Most wins. Oh, the mighty Kelso, 5-time Gold Cup winner from 1960 to 1964. Most wins by an owner. Glen Riddle Farm, and of course, Kelso's owner. Bohemia Stable, 5-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winning owners. Most wins by a jockey, that's just crazy. Eddie Arcaro, the master, 11-time Gold Cup winning rider, 2 of them with Kelso. Most wins by a trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 7-time winner over a 27-year span. Biggest upset, 1978 Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, denied by Exceller. Absolute shocker. As for the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Breeders' Cup Classic Parlay, only 3 have pulled it off. Big 3, Cigar, Skipaway. Curlin qualifies for several of these categories. Gold Cup winners, Crown Champion, 16 of them. Just shake your head looking at that list. Curlin entering the winner's circle after his 08 Gold Cup triumph. Gold Cup winners, crowned Horse of the Year. Have to remember, pre-Breeders' Cup, this was the Breeders' Cup Classic. You see those names? 4 go. First of 6 Gold Cup winners crowned Horse of the Year, and the Jockey Club Gold Cup winners in the Hall of Fame, no less than 24, bookended by a pair of big red superstars, Manna War, Curlin, the Jockey Club Gold Cup by the numbers. So much history and tradition, gentlemen. Jockey Club Gold Cup, is there one in particular that comes to mind? A favorite?
I just like kind of the double ups, right? Toneless won twice,
Yeah,
Flat
right.
Out won twice, Curlin won twice. Such cool horses. You get to see these older horses continue to show up on these big races, on these big stages. It always gets you excited because it's right around the corner from the Breeders' Cup.
This one, again, I'm a little bit biased. I don't remember it, but I have it on a VHS somewhere. The 1979 Jockey Club Gold Cup with everything on the line. Affirmed on the outside with my old man. Spectacular on bid on the inside with Bill Shoemaker in between horses. Coastal. Father wanted to leave the rail open for Spectacular bid and Shoemaker. He was more comfortable, he felt there. My father said this is the most pressure he had ever felt going into a horse race. Thankfully, selfishly, it all worked out. 79 winning the Gold Cup. It's funny because after the race, I tried to interview my father like a Maggie and a pony with a jockey post-race. He was so tired. He couldn't. You heard him in Spanish say, "I can't speak, I'm too tired." They waited for like 15, 20 seconds. He was so out of breath, and still has a painting at the house of that particular matchup. 79 Gold Cup affirmed over Spectacular bid. One for the ages in a race with so much history and so much tradition. The Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow right here at Saratoga. Step out of the time machine, back to the live racing. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. We check in with Maggie with this paddock report, starting with Gold Panda, pictured 9-5 favorite.
That he is. And Charlie Baker's trainer striking while the iron's hot here, Lafitte, as this guy just ran 2 weeks ago. And Charlie even said coming out of that first race that he had filled out, that he had put on weight. And honestly, it looks like out of the August 19th win, looks like he's done so again. So I totally see why Charlie has opted to bring him back off a relatively short rest, and his energy is great. I mean, if anything, he's even more into the bridle than what I've seen before. Now, he is a bit of an unproven commodity on a fast track, but it's not as if he looks like a wet track horse whatsoever. So if anything, the scary thing is, could he be even faster on a fast track? As we'll move on to number 3, Prince of Pharaohs, the opposite end of the spectrum as far as layoffs go. And this guy coming in off of a 7-month layoff here for Linda Rice. New gelding Hasn't changed him much physically, though, and that you will see with horses that are a bit older. Really won't lighten them up quite that much. It hasn't, and he's always a horse that has come back off the bench looking as though he needs a start. He looks healthy, he looks happy, but I just feel as though he might need a tightener. And though, 2 back, he ran very, very well behind the talented What Do You Think Now? But Prince of Pharaoh's last race, not so good, but hence the layoff. We'll see what he does coming back to the races today. Now, number 6, Workout. I think it's important to note that this horse wasn't a late scratch after running off 3/8 to nearly a half mile in a pouring rainstorm. And it was a shock to all of us that he was not, including his trainer, Leo Germati, that he wasn't a late scratch that day. Subsequently, he was eased in that race in which there was only 4 horses, and he was one of the favorites, and then his price drifted up. My problem is, though, is while that is a viable excuse, especially coming back off of a layoff, he hasn't changed at all from 2 to 3. He hasn't filled out. He was always a bigger, good-looking 2-year-old, looked more advanced than the rest of his competition, hence leading to running some faster races as a young horse. But he hasn't changed. The rest of his competition has caught up with him, and he does sport those front wraps once again for this second bow as a 3-year-old Lafitte.
It was bizarre, Maggie, with a Workout. See how he responds this afternoon. Riders up shortly. And a reminder, of course, to get involved. Sign up with us at NyraBets.com. And when you do so, use that promo code SPA200 when you're signing up, and you'll earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Paul and JK going head-to-head in this one again. Your best bets on the afternoon are who, to remind our viewers?
Yeah, the 1 and the 4 are both the favorites right now. And Gold Panda, a little bit, I want to say like $37 in the pick 3, and the 4 is $41. So they're going to go down to the wire here. Who's going to be favored? I think Gold Panda will end up being your favorite. And what'd you like out of this race last time?
Well, the pace figures were extremely fast. Like Maggie mentioned, it did take place on a sloppy racetrack, but I'm not really too bothered by that. The workouts have been good from this horse as well, and those have been taking place on a fast racetrack. So I just think he's a fast horse. And like I mentioned, Maggie's post-race interview, and actually the day before, Maggie had asked him about Gold Panda, and he said maybe a little bit longer, but still want to get him going, excited to run him in here. And then he ran well. And so if he's going to take another step forward because he actually wants to go further, this could be kind of special.
By a 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Golden Sense, Gold Panda. Can he go back-to-back? That was his graduation day. Right here 2 weeks ago in the slop, Gold Panda was 4-5 and performed accordingly. Gold Panda 3-2. We'll start with him for Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario to ride. Gold Panda, the current 3-2 favorite.
Yeah, we are getting a little bit of Thanksgiving weather, and this one out of the damn turducken. I know you've had some of that before, JK, turducken.
That's some good stuff.
Yeah.
Turducken is great. Don't knock turducken. Mass Marauder, 32-1 outsider.
More of a mashed potatoes and gravy with a roll man at Thanksgiving. I don't really
just
mess
one
with all that
roll.
extra
Just
stuff.
one roll.
Those exotic birds, I skip those.
Exotic. Definition of
Exotic birds.
Prince of Pharaohs with Jose Ortiz.
First time gelding here for Linda Rice. Son of American Pharaoh does possess some really, actually sharp early speed.
Big Bobby, Bill Mott, has the 2 favorites in tomorrow's Grade 1 events.
Yeah, Big Bobby's run into some good horses. He ran in a River Dog, then he won, then he ran into Judge and Jury. I just think he's just a tad slow on speed figures if the real Gold Panda shows up.
Luna's in charge, 1-for-17 lifetime, then Workout. And again, it was just strange. Broke out at the front of the gate. They let him run, ease, just all of it was bizarre.
Yeah, his race 2 back was fast, going a 1-turn mile, showed early speed, got a nice speed figure late too, an interesting prospect.
Side by side, Workout, great workout.
Yeah, great workout. Won first time out. Then they tried to go 1.8 miles. Then they went on the turf in the debut here at Saratoga. Now they're going to go back on the dirt.
Purple-hearted Manny Franco.
Yeah, kind of had things his own way up at Finger Lakes, got loose on the lead, and still couldn't hold on. Ran into a very talented horse in American Revolution.
Very talented. That gelding would be a shock. Tis Casse now.
Yeah, 42-1. I will tell you this. Carl Broberg, very, very sharp trainer. He owns this one, too. I'm surprised that Carl's placing this horse. Usually he's aggressive when he places his horses. But at 42-1, this is the son of Bankheist, who stands actually in Pennsylvania, but a New York bred.
And there you see Prince of Pharaohs winding up by Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh. Idle since February 5th. Dull in that race as a 3-5 favorite. So let's go 2 races back. January 8th, Aqueduct. Prince of Pharaohs has led throughout.
Yeah, and ran well that day, and a couple of horses came back and won off of this effort. We call that a key race, just to let you know that they weren't just beating a bunch of tomato cans. I thought Prince of Pharaohs ran well, got a nice speed figure that day, but that number is a little bit of an outlier compared to all of the other career starts.
Yeah, when you look at Prince of Pharaohs, whenever he has the lead at the top of the lane, he either wins or he runs second. He's been caught 3 times. He's been tagged on the wire when he's had the lead. When he was open, meaning like he had more open lengths, he was 4 lengths in front heading in the top of the lane, he won. Those other times he was half length battling, so he needs to get away and get separation to try to win this race.
7-month layoff in a tricky distance to come back, 7/8 of a mile. And then you have the great workout. Looking on from the 1863 club here. There's the great workout. Again, he and workout by 2016 Wood Memorial winner Outwork. Looking forward to Johnny I's call. Let's go back to the great workout's last dirt sprint. That's the key. His only dirt sprint, a winning debut at Aqueduct in dramatic fashion.
Yeah, but the issue that I have with this whole great workout, this wasn't a great race. 4-5 and 1:13-4 for 6 furlongs. For a lot of people that don't know if that's slow or not, that's very slow.
The pace was so fast in this race. It was a huge setup. You see him rolling late. I think it's less about him rolling and them stopping. Look, Micropoli is probably smiling watching this race with 2 outworks in here, but I think great workouts up against it.
And Maggie, the reason he was so far back that afternoon, great workout, it didn't break, spotted the field a few lengths, and again, this will be his first dirt sprint since.
He was so green that day. He was bet off the board too, and maybe it was a product of the quality of field he was facing that day, but he managed to get the win, much to my dismay and surprise, because I didn't like him much at all in the paddock, because honestly, I thought he looked like a horse that wanted to do the 2 things that he subsequently did without success, and 1 was go long and 2 was try the turf. So we're back to where we've had success. And I said that because he's so tall, so leggy, so tubular. He doesn't look like your quintessential sprinter whatsoever. Now, last time I saw him, which was 2 back, he was wearing a breastplate because he's that tubular horse that is on the lighter side. He has put on some weight, so we don't see a breastplate on him here this time around. He does wear blinkers, just a short cut, in which I think that's the right move by Todd Pletcher. Given his greenness, he's moving really well out on the track, given his greenness first time, I should say. So I think, you know, he's just going to have to improve so much, because your top 2 choices in here have just run, you know, almost 20 points higher than what he has, and one of them is number 4, Big Bobby. I'm going to take the horse that's had a little bit more time in between his races, though I completely respect Gold Panda. I am saying that he will likely win this race, but I'm going with the slightly better price with Big Bobby, who finished behind Judge and Jury, well behind, who did not run well in a probably the toughest race we've run here in the Grade 1 HL and Jerkins, but still, I think it's apples to oranges. I just love the way this horse acts, the way he looks. He's probably the most well-behaved and relaxed Shanghai Bobby I've ever seen. And I think he was slightly compromised last time out and probably not facing the likes of Judge and Jury, though we'll see. Maybe Gold Panda is the next one like that, Lafitte.
Gold Panda with the kids on hand, enjoying the last weekend here at Saratoga. They have to go back to school. Don't remind them. It's heartbreaking. When you're a kid and you start seeing the back to school stuff like mid-August, that is the absolute worst.
You know what the worst was for me? As soon as 60 Minutes came on on Sunday, because you knew football was over and school was coming tomorrow. Yeah.
Lights out.
As soon as I hear that tick, 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 tick. Oh, man, I got to go to bed
I don't
soon.
know what you guys are. I like school, so.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoy
You
it.
also think a turducken's an exotic bird.
It is. I mean, if that's not an exotic bird, what's an exotic bird? It's 3 birds in 1.
It's 3 birds in 1. That's 3 birds, man. It's not one exotic
pretty
bird.
exotic.
If it was one, then it might be exotic.
Precisely.
Precisely.
Your best bet of the day, Gold Panda, correct. And you're in good company, Paul, with Big Bobby, Maggie's top selection as well.
Yeah, listen, when I looked over this race, I was with Jonathan. I thought it was a 2-horse race. I really did. I thought it was Gold Panda and the 4. And I'll give a slight little. I like Purple Hearted a tiny bit. The 8 should not be 19-1. He ran into a nice horse. I understand that he's going to have to improve. But the 1 and the 4, very talented horses here, and they got a ton of upside.
Gold Panda 6-5 for Big Bobby. Big day tomorrow for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Favorites in both Grade 1 races, the Flower Bowl, and of course Forza de Oro in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And Junior Alvarado about to ride Big Bobby to pilot Forza de Oro, 8-5 morning line favorite for the first ever Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow right here at Saratoga. Filing into the gate, Johnny Embriel standing by. Load, call, post time for the 8th live from the Spa.
Final horse, Tiz Casse now, moving it through line. And they're all in. And they're off. There's Purple Hearted away well. Quickly joined by Prince of Pharaohs. On the outside is Tiz Casse now. Gold Panda is down at the rail running in 4th, and Big Bobby is next in 5th. Workout is in 6th. Masked Marauder runs in 7th. Then it's a half dozen lengths. Back to Luna's in charge. And way back is Great Workout, who trails the field in 9th. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Prince of Pharaohs by a half length. Purple Hearted on the outside in 2nd, and the favorite Gold Panda is down at the rail in 3rd. Big Bobby's in between horses, and on the outside is a Tiz Casse now. Then Workout, who's racing in 6th, followed by Masked Marauder. As they race around the far turn, the half in 45 and 2. Prince of Pharaohs holding the lead here over Purple Hearted. Gold Panda down at the rail, runs in 3rd, and it's Big Bobby in 4th, followed by Tiz Casse now. Luna's in charge, is on the extreme outside. And the field is in the stretch. It is Prince of Pharaohs. Here is Gold Panda now moving up to challenge. Prince of Pharaohs, Gold Panda, and Big Bobby on the outside. They're moving for the 16th pole, and Gold Panda has taken over the lead, and Gold Panda will deliver as the favorite. Big Bobby got up for 2nd. Prince of Pharaohs was 3rd.
Too much Gold Panda. Joel Rosario, 6-5 at post time for trainer Charlie Baker. Best bet of the day exacta, Gold Panda over Big Bobby in the 8th at the Spa.
Yeah, Joel, it was just a beautiful ride. He broke moving forward, got his position moving forward like Richie always talks about on the show. He sat right in there in the pocket, right in behind the leaders. He was comfortable, and he tipped out right here. And right about here, you can see Joel was pretty confident hand ride that this horse was going to appreciate that added distance like Charlie Baker had hinted us to back on August 19th in his post-race interview with Maggie Wolfendale. And that's exactly what happened with Gold Panda. He liked the added distance.
Yeah, he did. And Big Bobby, I thought, ran a nice 2nd. He just got beat by a better horse. But Gold Panda just beat him on the square. I thought Junior Alvarado had a great trip with Big Bobby and Bill Mott. These are just 2 quality horses. Good call by you, JK. 6-5, 122 and 2 is racehorse time too.
Moving.
Yeah.
You thought it might be a 2-horse race. 2 horses that figured 6-5 over 2-1. Gold Panda, Rosario going to work. Gold Panda responding. Now 2 of 3 for Gold Panda. As we mentioned by 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Golden Sense, Charlie Baker looking on. Good trainer, good horseman, had Gold Panda ready today.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, he has this horse sharp as can be, and the first race this horse ran, it was a good race. He comes out of a really good maiden race, and he's showing his worth now, and he beat a good horse in Big Bobby. And Prince of Pharaohs is not a slouch either. He's got $111,000 in his bank, so this is a horse that just come off a maiden win. I always say this all the time, JK, it's tough to face winners for the first time. He did it with flying colors.
Happy Face Racing Stable, Gold Panda winning owner, having won 2 straight, JK, and based on that victory, again, this is a question for Charlie Baker, but as a viewer, considering that performance, he's improving, 2 straight wins, what might be, is this a stakes type of gelding here?
Oh, I would think so. I think that the next start we probably see him in would be in a New York bred stake. It pays to be a New York bred, Lafitte.
It does pay to be a New York bred.
You know, the way he
$90,000 purse here.
The way he runs, he might be able to go long. Listen, Golden Sense was a brilliant miler. I think a lot of people forget about that. He was so fast. And if you ever want to go back on a YouTube find, Go look at his first replay with Kevin Krieger aboard. The horse won by like the length of the stretch at Del Mar. So Golden Sense has that brilliant speed. So Gold Panda, Maria's Mile on the bottom side, he might be a nice little miler and go a little further.
Very excited, Joel Rosario. Big smile entering the winner's circle. And when we return, marquee 2-year-old events of the meet, Grade 1 Spinaway Sunday. Pretty Birdie, Schuylerville winner, opening day, and the undefeated colt. Sanford winner, Wit. Opening weekend, very talented headliner in the closing day, Grade 1 hopeful. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
First thoughts of Aunt Pearl as a 2-year-old were a very impressive individual, great physical. Right from the start, she displayed a good bit of speed. She broke extremely sharp that day in the Breeders' Cup. She ran fast and kept going. See you later. So I could show up at Tattersall's this fall. Liz Crow will be representing American contingency. Hopefully she can pick out another Aunt Pearl.
Book one of the Tattersall's October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Saratoga Live continues, and we are brought to you in part by Hillendale now at iconic Alapa Farm. Well, an impressive New York bred in only his third career start is Gold Panda. And off the back of the maiden score, I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Charlie Baker. And Charlie, a quick turnaround for this horse, just breaking his maiden 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'd hate to do it, but he's a nice horse, and the added distance was, I think, was a plus going into this race. And I tell you, he came out of the race great. He's a good doer, and he's got a great head on his shoulder. So I thought coming back wouldn't have hurt him. So he actually got through it, but not something that I really like to do with a young horse that's coming forward. But he's doing super, and I figure it was a good shot to win, add a couple wins in Saratoga for the owner.
As far as timing as a trainer, what's kind of the next plan as far as spacing his next race?
I'm thinking 4 to 5 weeks, somewhere around there, maybe a little further. I figure I'll give him some. Number 1, 2 is a tougher race, so I want to give him some time, develop a little bit. So I'll figure 6, maybe 6, 7 weeks. It could be anywhere there, but I'm going to let him tell me when he's ready to go forward.
You also have to look at the condition book. He is a 3-year-old. Off the top of my head, obviously we've run the Albany, so that's not necessarily an option. But what is the next spot? Is it that 2 other then?
Yeah, definitely 2 other than. We take that 2 other than, try to build on that and go forward. I'm figuring if we're going to go to the next level, he'll take us there. So later in the year, we figure out where we at with him.
He's a fun horse, Charlie. Congratulations. Job well done.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Charlie Baker, always a pleasure to catch up with, and just an excellent horseman, and the job he's done with Gold Panda is an example of that, Lafitte.
Brought him back quickly, Maggie, because he was ready. Let's see that in the Grade 1 hopeful with High Oak for Bill Mott. More on that momentarily. Gold Panda here, though, with Joel Rosario. Finds a seam, turns it on, and he is gone.
Yeah, you can't really ask for a better ride than what Joel delivered in this one. Saving ground in the pocket, and then tip out when you stretch, when you get to the stretch, and Joel was long gone at that point.
Happy Face Racing Stable, have a nice day. Gold Panda, 2 of 3, onward and upward. That was impressive, Paul.
Yeah, it was. Golden Sense out of that mare. Turducken. 440 on top there for JK. Good call by you, my man. $36 for that pick 3 to start off your late pick 5. So you need to get a couple prices here in the last couple legs.
Let's look at the exotics. Like an exotic bird. Very chalky thus far, though. Very formful.
Yeah, you know what? The other day we went chalk, 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 and then a bomb, and it came back like 20-something on 100. So
that's right.
You just need a couple prices, and we've seen it happen.
And so, yeah, that's the question. Going into the Lucky Coin, Turf Sprint Stakes. There's the field, early wagering. Scratch number 2, Connector. At the bottom, Maven. Back from Royal Ascot, John Velasquez, Wesley Ward, 7 to 5 here. Is he trustworthy? When you look at his form, that one really fast race, will he reproduce that? Like, what are we expecting?
Yeah, look, I think he's probably going to win. I think the fact that he's drawn towards the outside, the pace advantage that he has in this race, he's also got numbers as like a 3-year-old that are competitive with what these horses have been running. If he runs even close to that race that he ran at Keeneland when he came back this year before going to Royal Ascot, he'll be hard to beat. And I love the draw, I love the rider, and I love the pace edge I think he has.
All adds up to a 7-5 favorite on the Friday feature here. Coming up, the Lucky Coin Stakes at Saratoga. That's next. Maven currently 7-5 with the weekend. Closing weekend, 4 more Grade 1 races before we say goodbye, sadly, for the summer. There is the rundown with the Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow, Flower Bowl, and by tradition, the marquee 2-year-old races on Sunday. The finest 2-year-old fillies on the East Coast in the Spinaway. And on Monday, closing day, Hopeful, featuring Wit. Love the name, by Practical Joke, winner of the Sanford, but he needs to break better. This has been the one mistake he's made in both of his starts.
Yeah, he's the kind of horse, he's just, I was equating him, he's a man amongst boys as a 2-year-old. He really is. He has a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate. He did it in his first start. That was actually a better break than his first start. But JK mentioned this yesterday. You don't really see turn of foot from 2-year-olds like this, and he went by these horses like they were standing still, and he looks like he wants to just keep on going further and further.
Yeah, I mean, I expect him to start breaking a little bit better. The more starts that he has, the more experience he gets. He'll have Irad's attention away from there, making sure they get his nose pointed down the racetrack. I think he'll break a little bit better. It's not like he's trained by some guy you've never heard of, happens to be a Hall of Famer and a guy who wins a lot of races here at Saratoga. So I think he'll break a little bit better. This is that move that kind of takes your breath away when you're looking at a young horse.
It's almost like Mind That Birdish in over that overhead view when Mind That Bird was just passing horses in that derby. But yeah, he's just picking horses off. And again, he sort of had get it hustled into the race, but he's so physically big, he's so physically strong in his age, and his stride, it's just double everybody else. And to get sort of left and to separate yourself by about 6 or 7 lengths in both of his starts, man, he's been impressive.
Impressive. Wit in the Sanford opening weekend will break from post position number 6. Vinny Viola, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, Star Connections, Wit, and ready for his Grade 1 debut. Wit, take a look at the field for the Grade 1 hopeful on Monday, closing day. Very impressive from what we've seen thus far. All eyes on Wit right from the start. See what kind of break, how he breaks on this occasion. 2 for 2 coming in the field at 11 deep. So as good as Wit has been, it's not like he's scared them all off to this point. And a surprise entrant, High Oak. We just heard Charlie Baker talking about he was doing really well, so I brought him back in 2 weeks. High Oak for Lee Einsiedler and Bill Mott. The plan was the Champagne at Belmont, training so well that we got to let him loose now. High Oak to run in the hopeful.
Yeah, I texted with Lee yesterday, and he was saying, I said, why the change in plans? He said, because we cannot contain this horse for 30 days.
And listen, he was giant on this day. I think his first race, he got like a 59 buyer. Might have been undersold a little bit. Then he came back with a 90 buyer. And you can see Junior Alvarado knew he had the goods because he was 3 or 4 wide the whole way around that racetrack. And he improved dramatically in his second start. And I don't see why not that he can be the main competitor to Wit. If Wit makes another mistake at the gate, he's going to maybe have to circle this horse.
This was legit in the Saratoga Special, and they're both 2 for 2, both graded stakes winners. High Oak, the pivot from Bill Mott. Again, it was going to be the Champagne, fired up Junior Alvarado, and it could be a big weekend for him. Look, Mott has High Oak going, Forza de Oro, in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the favorite as well. And tomorrow's Grade 1 Flower Bowl, the Hall of Famer loaded to close the show here at Saratoga. That's the hopeful. And then 24 hours prior, the 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 1 Spinaway. There's the field, 9 deep. Echo Zulu, number 3, the 8-5 morning line favorite for trainer Steve Asmussen, ridden by Ricardo Santana. Pretty Birdie, the Schuylerville winner. This was opening day, a special win in the Schuylerville, seeing those Mary Lou Whitney colors in the winner's circle. The first day back with the fans here, all the energy, Pretty Birdie. All the sentiment aside, what do you make of her as an individual moving forward?
She went really fast early. Her pace figures early were very, very quick. And that's important because she's drawn outside of her main competition in the 3 Echo Zulu. So whether or not she's good enough to win this race, she's definitely talented enough and fast enough early to impact the outcome of this race.
Yeah, and I remember when we were on air this day, Tom Amos had liked this horse too as well, and he had said, listen, I know Norm Casse. Obviously, they're based down at Churchill Downs together, and he said, listen, Norm's horses improved second and third time out, so she won first time out, so she sort of tipped her hand, came back and won this, and she's still a tiny bit green. She's on a wrong lead a little bit, or his tail's swishing. She might improve even more in her third start.
Tough to get a gauge. It's like a moving target, JK. Richard Migliore discusses this all the time. The younger horses, how quickly they change. You know who they were then, but who are they now? And from one start to the next, with the experience, the improvement, that's something that you're trying to project and kind of guess moving forward. So we'll see what Pretty Birdie does in the Grade 1 Spinaway coming off that big Schuylerville win. But I think when everybody went home that night, they felt the best 2-year-old filly they saw was this one, Echo Zulu, running up the score in a fast debut on the undercard of the Schuylerville. And those Winchell colors for Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana.
Look, she got a 92 buyer speed figure that day. The higher, the better with these numbers. A 92 on debut for a 2-year-old filly in the middle of the summer, that is ridiculously fast. If she takes another step forward, they're all running for second in here. I don't care how much pressure she gets early.
Yeah, I'm kind of with JK, man. She was absolutely brilliant. She went the, I want to say the 6 furlongs in a decent time, too. What did she end up going in, JK? She went 104, almost 104 flat for 5. Now,
104 and 3.
Fast for a 2-year-old filly, and she did it with style. She was straight. She might be a handful.
She is the star of the Sunday racing going in. Echo Zulu, 8-5 morning line favorite for the Grade 1 Spinaway, closing the meat of those marquee 2-year-old races, the hopeful closing day and the Spinaway. Time for the Friday feature. Maven, kind of a handful. The favorite at 7-5 for Wesley Ward, trying to contain him. The one to beat on paper in the Lucky Coin, but we'll follow and track his behavior. Paddock Report when we come back.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all of that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires, download the app today.
Time for the feature race at Saratoga. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. See how Maven is behaving. He's been a handful throughout this process. The 7-5 favorite for this Lucky Coin Stakes. You see the field and updated odds. This is Maven at his best. Before he went to Royal Ascot, things didn't work out in the King Stand. They worked out beautifully on that afternoon in Lexington, though.
Yeah, and he came in off a long layoff this day as well, and like we mentioned earlier, triple-digit buyer speed figure doesn't happen very often. Only the good ones can run that fast, and if Maven can come back fresh here and run that race, they are all running for second.
Yeah, I think this is a horse that Wesley's really had to work with a ton. You know, he won first time out. This is son of American Pharaoh, okay? He won first time out. Then they went to Chantilly, and the horse won. And then the next race in 2019, the horse did not run well. They had to geld this horse. You know how hard it was to geld Maven, a horse with this kind of talent, considering that put up 100 and some odd buyer after he almost, well, he's been gelded since that 100 and some odd buyer, or actually got gelded before that. And it changed him around. But you obviously don't want to geld a horse with this kind of pedigree, but they had to. And it seems like it may have worked. It got him that 100 and some odd buyer. Then he went to the King stand. And again, that was a really tough spot when you're 40-1. This is obviously back with some of his friends.
Maybe that's why he was so upset, Maggie. Like, what'd you geld me for?
Highly unlikely. But we do see him accompanied by the pony, which is typical for Wesley Ward starters and the assistant David Flores aboard that pony. We saw trainer Rob Atras subbing in for Wesley Ward, who's not here. And he was a little bit tough to get the tack on, but I can't say that's completely out of character. And he didn't get too bubbly here in the paddock. So they've got it on now. He does look incredibly fit and strong. I mean, the muscle mass and definition of this horse is something to marvel at. And honestly, I haven't seen much of him here in New York for quite a while, and he's really filled out and blossomed. So, you know, you could make the excuse, well, was it not that firm of ground in Ascot? And if anything, it may have been more firm than what he had in that 104 buyer performance at Keeneland. So I thought maybe he had to steady a little bit late, but at least he's back to American racing where he gets to go around a turn, and maybe he is a horse that prefers going around a turn. I can't fault him here whatsoever in the paddock. We'll see if he can get back, though, to his good form on the racetrack. Moving on to number 6, back to his roots. He's coming off a considerable layoff after losing his rider in the Belmont Turf Sprint Invitational, and he has now returned as a gelding. Nothing that I necessarily saw in bad behavior or anything like that, but just a 5-year-old horse by Mark Valesky. I think you do geld at that point in time. And too, if they're coming back off an injury, lighten him up a bit. And it has changed him physically. I think he looks great. I think he looks fit here. I like the way he's been working too on the Oklahoma turf course for this effort for John Terranova. He seems like a happy horse coming back to boot. Moving on to number 4, Pulsate, second in this race last year behind Battle Station. Speaking of Rob Atras, he's always a horse that is very striking in the paddock. And 2, I think while this course is very firm, he's definitely a horse that can handle it with some give in it more so than others. I like what I'm seeing from him. I never thought that 5.5 was his gig. I thought that 6 to 7 was more his style back at Belmont, but the fact that he ran so well in this race last year gives me confidence. I don't know why he was on the dirt last time. I thought his race behind Faya, 2 back, his first of 2021 was great. I think this horse is primed and ready to run a good race here for Bobby Ribaudo at a price, Lafitte.
Should be in a great spot. Maggie off Maven and Noble Emotion, Pulsate. This was 2 races back. Pulsate, Maxwell Esquire running 2nd and 3rd on this particular afternoon back at Belmont on the 4th of July, undercard of the Suburban.
Yeah, we hinted at this earlier. When you're having these turf sprints, horses that come from out of it, they become pace dependent. You'll see Maxwell Esquire on the outside with the pink hat. He looks like he's going to get there, and the horses up front that were closer just had energy left.
Yeah, you're right. Pulsate takes a bad beat here. He just can't go by. He's trying as hard as he can, but he can't go by. And when I look at Pulsate's form, you look down, you see Battle Station. Battle Station just ran 2nd in the Parks Dash, so a very, very good runner in the critical way, and just missed flying on the outside. So good form that Pulsate and Maxwell Esquire are coming out of, but can they handle Maven?
Pulsate just tries hard. Just bears down and tries hard. We'll see what he does in this Lucky Coin Stakes. A reminder, you want to get involved, play the races, join with us at NyraBets.com. And when you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPA200 when signing up. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Field welcome front side for the featured event, the Lucky Coin, in 8 minutes. Sam the Bugler and the field. These fast turf sprinters. This Lucky Coin Stakes, Maven towards the outside, on the outside, 6-5 currently. 7 minutes to post for Wesley Ward, John Velasquez. See what he looks in the post parade. We start with a long shot drawn inside Guildsman at 25-1. Ricardo Santana does right, a 3-time winner, first start on this turf course.
Yeah, first start in the Rob Falcone barn, claimed by the Brendan Walsh barn. Ricardo Santana will be aboard.
Scratch number 2, the connector. Noble Emotion could be the key to the race. Quick, how aggressive will Jose Ortiz be?
Yeah, you're right. Could be the key, and if he gets out of the gate, he might have to push, and we'll see if he's faster than Maven early.
Pulsate, look out.
Yeah, this horse hasn't run particularly well at this 5.5 distance. Well, hasn't got the win, ran okay. Just have to work out a good trip from the inside.
Maxwell Esquire and Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, just a horse that's tough to figure out, although his best races have been here at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs.
Back to his roots, Luis Saez.
Yeah, last August here at Saratoga, this horse ran huge, but also got a huge setup that day.
Holiday Stone, 10-1 for George Weaver.
Yeah, he's 7 now, still going. 8 for 37 lifetime. Has 500,000 in his bank, so got some back class as a 7.
And the favorite, Maven, for Wesley Ward, strictly the one to beat, 7-5. There he is.
Yeah, if this horse breaks well, which most of Wesley's horses do, should get the nice, comfortable stalking position that you feel like you've seen Johnny Velasquez in 747,000 times, sitting off of someone if they want to go, or taking the lead. I think if this horse is 80%, could get loose in here and win.
One of the very best position riders in the game, period. John Velasquez as the countdown to the Lucky Coin Stakes presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Saratoga Racecourse. 6 minutes out. Longines countdown to the Friday feature of the Lucky Coin Stakes. With all eyes on Maven at 7-5. Back to his roots with Luis Saez, trained by John Terranova, standing by with Maggie.
And we'll see what Back to His Roots can get back to, some of that good form that he had up here at Saratoga. John, it looks as though he's been training very forwardly. Also, talk a little bit about the decision to geld him heading back into this 5-year-old bow.
Yeah, I mean, he was just a bit of a heavy colt, and he was going to have some time off last winter, so we just all decided that was what's best going forward. Try and keep him around.
Exactly, it's what you like to do. His training, you had mentioned that he does get a little aggressive. You can watch one of his workouts on XBTV in which he wears an extension blinker, but isn't running it.
No, I mean, we just use that as a bit of a tool to help correct him a little bit. The fitter he gets, the stronger he gets. Sometimes he'll have a habit of leaning out a little bit, you know, so it just kind of keeps his mind focused. Johnny's reunited with Luis Saez, who's won on him before. What's your ideal trip today? You know, there's a little bit of pace in front of us. He usually comes out of there. I told Louis the first couple of jumps, he just gets some speed underneath him, and then he just take it from there. You know, he'll either apply pressure or he'll be sitting a little bit back off of it, but wherever he jumps from the gate. All right, John, well, best of luck. Thanks for your time. Thank you. All right, John Terranova sending out Back to His Roots, making his 5-year-old debut in this Lucky Coin, guys.
Terranova, always dangerous with layoffs off the bench, back to his roots. So never mind the Belmont Turf Sprint Invitational when he lost his rider prior right here at Saratoga. Back to his roots, was in really good form.
Really good form. Second to ready for prime time, and then beat Ghoul and Mata, swinging to the complete outside and getting the job done. Now you're worried about the layoff a little bit, but John Terranova plus 180 days. He's 29% with a decent amount of runners, about 14 runners.
My biggest issue with this horse is that you mentioned the race where he beat Ready for Prime Time. The pace was slow that day. He was close up. Then he comes back and gets the win where the pace falls apart and it sets him up. So basically his two good performances here at Saratoga, although they were good, they were setups. And it's just hard for me to lean on a horse at 9-2 who's gotten 2 setups.
So you don't sound sold. Back to his roots. What about Maxwell Esquire? Your thoughts on his chances?
This is one of those horses where I feel like I've looked back through his career and I've singled him like 6 times. He's got an unbelievable turn of foot. I think there's this assumption that maybe 6 and 7 furlongs is better for him, but I would argue that maybe the 5.5 is actually better for him with real pace to close into. I just worry he's not going to get that real pace. Why I landed on Maven is I feel like the 8 Maven is going to be loose in here, which doesn't play to Maxwell Esquire's favor.
I don't know if I'm reading the wrong program or not, or the form or not, and I just cannot believe Pulsate is 8-1. I just don't get it. I know a lot of people don't know Bobby Ribaudo. He's an unbelievable trainer. Him and Mark Keller have been a team forever, the owner of the 4. They've been churning out turf horses for a lot of years and some good ones. Now, this horse is running 98 Beyer, 2 back. Here at Saratoga, just missed the battle station. In Primus, I mean, some nice turf sprinters. You throw in that last race off the dirt and you just cross the line through it. I can't believe this horse is 8-1.
Dangerous. Pulsate, Keller, Ribaudo, campaign 2-time Grade 1 sword dancer winner, Grand Couturier.
Yeah.
He did his best going very, very long. This one a turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs, and they all have to catch. They all have to beat that gelding right there, Maven, 6-5, 2 minutes out.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what Maggie has to say about how the horse is warming up. Like we saw in the paddock, was a little bit nervous acting while getting saddled.
She is not concerned at all.
Yeah, she wasn't concerned there. I just want to make sure that when he gets out here, he's behaving the same way. Look, if this is just a random race at Aqueduct on a Wednesday, this horse has a pace edge in this race. Off a layoff or not, the horse has run well off a layoff before. The best performance that we've shown you 4 times today was at Keeneland off a layoff. So Wesley knows what it takes for Maven to be ready to run fresh. I just need this horse to break and take advantage of that pace situation.
But you don't think that Noble Emotion, if ridden aggressively, and this is always tricky, projecting pace, regardless of the distance, regardless of the surface, you don't think Noble Emotion has the speed to entertain and apply some pressure, albeit from an inside post to Maven?
You'll see lots of 2s and 1s in the past performances when you look there, and I think the assumption is that this horse has a lot of speed. The problem is those races, early in those races, they were not as fast as what Maven is capable of doing. And the fact that Maven is drawn outside, Maven can dictate. Now, Maven might sit off of Noble Emotion, but that's only because that's what Johnny wants to do. That's a decision he makes while they're out there on the track.
I hate it when JK doesn't agree with me, Maggie.
I kind of agree with you. I get where he's coming from, but how do we trust Maven? I mean, like I said, I can't fault him any way, shape, or form from my perspective. But his form, you can poke holes in, you can find gaps in, and reasons to question. Is he going to return to that 104 Beyer that he ran first time out here, at Keeneland here in 2021? So, like I said, Lafitte, you asked about what I saw from him. I like what I'm seeing from him in the warm-up. You want an edgier horse when you're dealing with turf sprinters. You want them to be sharp, especially a speed type. Now, I want to talk about the horse to his inside, Holiday Stone. He's always maintained this beautiful physicality. And last time I thought he ran fairly evenly, but he ran a fast figure behind Just Might, who outside of New York is probably the best turf sprinter possibly in the country. So he was facing a decent field, albeit down at Colonial. Guys?
Holiday Stone, Maggie, Tyler Gaffleone. Piled up wins, stakes wins, big summer in this meet. Currently at 11-1. Maggie and Paul going with Pulsate, 6-1. JK sticking with Maven towards the outside at 6-5. John Embrial with the call. It is post time, the Lucky Coin Stakes, live from the Spa.
Ready for the start. And they're off. There's Noble Emotion, who shows first, quickly joined on the outside by Maven. So it's Maven and Noble Emotion. Pulsate sits just off them in third. And then it's Gilsman, who's down on the inside and racing in fourth. In between horses is Holiday Stone in fifth, followed by Back to His Roots and Maxwell Esquire. Maven, a bit headstrong there on the outside, and down on the inside is Noble Emotion. The quarter went in 22-1. Maven is the leader by 3/4 of a length. Noble Emotion runs in second, 2 lengths to Pulsate next in third, another 3. Back to Holiday Stone in fourth. Back to His Roots is on the outside in fifth, and Gilsman is down at the hedge. The field is in the stretch. It is Noble Emotion on the outside. Here is Pulsate, and Maven's in between, so it's 3 of them across, and Back to His Roots is coming on. Pulsate, Back to His Roots, driving up on the outside. Pulsate, Back to His Roots. Pulsate by a neck. Back to His Roots was second, then Gilsman and Noble Emotion.
Driving finish in the Lucky Coin Stakes. Pulsate with that perfect trip off the dueling leaders. Manny Franco for Bobby Ribaudo. Mark Keller's Pulsate in the Lucky Coin.
I'll tell you what's been the key. I want you to look at the form. If you have a form in front of you, 2020, this horse broke 6 out of 7, 7 out of 8, 9 out of 11, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 8, 7 out of 8. Horse hated the gate. For some reason in 2021, this horse is broken sharp, broke right out of the gate, and sat himself in a perfect position. Tremendous ride by Manny Franco.
Great selection, 6-1 with Maggie and Paul here, right here, and there's a lot to unpack with Maven. Something going on the far turn, the inside, Noble Emotion right there, but sets it up beautifully. Table was set for Pulsate. He takes advantage and back to his roots. Big run from off the pace.
Yeah, he came running, that was for sure. Like you mentioned, the pace was honest enough. Noble Emotion and Maven went out there and set it up for Pulsate and back to his roots. But Manny rode the race perfectly. And like you mentioned, I'm not sure what was going on with Maven. You'll see at the turn when we had that kind of overhead view, Johnny was shoulder tapping him as he was trying to get out. He was opening up, he was running, but for whatever reason, he must not have been very comfortable, and he obviously paid the price for it a little bit late.
It was weird.
Tired.
He was moving forward as he was being ranked, which was weird, you know?
Like he was trying to lug out, trying to get out.
Yeah.
Johnny Velasquez trying to keep him focused, his head up in the air, some contact with Noble Emotion. He backs out. But here, Manny Franco Pulsate. Terranova so good off the layoff. Big run back to his roots. A 4-6-1, a 3. Big run there. And yeah, Manny Franco just chilling, patient, cut loose Pulsate. And for John Terranova, had to settle for second. Bob Ribaudo, the winning trainer. He touched on the success they've had. A team that's worked together for a long time. Grand Couturier, 2-time Grade 1 Sword Dancer winner. Pulsate, this turf sprinter. Quality in a stakes win.
Yeah, Mark Keller and him. Mark hasn't strayed either. They've been together for a long time. And you're right. This man right here can train. He always could train. And he's a very good turf trainer. And this son of Speightstown, he's a talented horse. You know, he's got 240,000 in the bank, now a little bit more, but like you said earlier, he tries hard all the time.
He brings it. Yeah. He brings it. And you mentioned the price all the way up there, 6-1 Pulsate here in the Lucky Coin Stakes. 4th lifetime win, Pulsate at 6-1. Bobby Ribaudo looking on, stoic, very proud of the hard-trying Pulsate. Defeats Maven and company on this afternoon. Pulsate in the Lucky Coin Stakes. 4-6-1-3 results. Reaction following the Friday feature at Saratoga.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
So glad you could spend part of your Friday with us on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join NairaBets.com. Pulsate and that winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event, Tuesday, November 9th, after the Breeders' Cup Sellers. Nominate your stars today. Pulsate, 6-1. You touched on the price. Too big a number there, $15 for your would-be $2 investment. Pulsate over back to his roots. Guildsman completing the trifecta, 37-1. Maggie with winning trainer Bobby Ribaudo in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be here with Bobby Ribaudo. And Bobby, it's always a pleasure to catch up with you. And the job you've done with Pulsate, last year, second in this race. And as you said, now as a 5-year-old, he's truly probably reached his peak.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Speightstown especially. You know, he's lightly raced, to say the least, but his races usually count. We had a problem this year early in the meet here, not getting him on the turf. I had no choice, so I ran him on the dirt. Just wanted to have a race into him before this race. It worked out. You know, it was a good workout. It really worked out well. Now we've got a couple of races coming, one at Belmont, you know, early October, and it's keep him like he is now. He can compete there. You know, we don't have dreams of Breeders' Cup or anything. Just keep him where he belongs, and he always runs well.
Is there an argument that he could even possibly be better going the 6 furlongs?
I think definitely 6 and even 7. Actually has a young horse. He won going a mile with Manny. Not his best race. Yeah, 6.5, 7. So turf at Belmont, we have 6, we have 7. It's great.
And Bobby, training a turf sprinter like this, as you said, you kind of got to be somewhat light on him. So what do you do?
Yeah, so we take advantage. We're stabled right next to the little Clare Court. He trained every day on that racetrack until he breathes naturally, and it's great for him because he's a tough horse to gallop, tough horse to be around. That track is great.
I love it. We did a special feature on Clare Court this year. Bobby, massive congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Oh, guys, Pulsate taking full advantage of the gem that we have in Clare Court to get this lucky coin victory.
The serenity of Clare Court.
Here's the deal, like, well, why didn't I hear about Clare Court before this? I would have stole 30 bases in my career. I mean, but Pulsate and just loving it. And yeah, just got the nice setup. And you got to give credit to the 6. That was a great change job by Terranova to have the 6 ready to make a run at Pulsate.
That's what Terranova does. Had him ready off the layoff. Pulsate here, Manny Franco. Last year's Travers winning rider, Belmont winning rider, wins the Lucky Coin Stakes. Pulsate in the feature at Saratoga. Another part of the story, the other side of the story for Wesley Ward. Maven coming in. Would he replicate that big race at Keeneland 2 starts back? His first start since returning from Royal Ascot. And it was a little funky going into the far turn. Let's take another look. Maven from the outside did break sharp, flashing that early speed here, guys. This is our first look, maybe our second look at the head-on. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, he's fine here, but right when he comes into the turn, you'll see he starts throwing his head. You'll see Johnny giving shoulder taps with his right hand. I think for whatever reason, it looks like he was trying to get out here.
Yeah, right there. You see, when Johnny asked him, he threw his head up, and now he's throwing his head up when Johnny's asking him for some reason. So maybe, Maggie could probably touch on this a lot. I would think it has to do something with the bit, which means the bit in the mouth, he might have a sensitive mouth. So what happens is the bit that goes into the mouth, he looks like he's not having fun with it, okay? And so maybe they might have to go with a softer bit. That would be my guess. He was just all over the place a little bit. And then at that time, he expended so much energy, Lafitte, he was just out of gas.
Like 2 boxers leaning all over each other late. Maven and the horse to his inside with Noble Emotion. But you could tell, yeah, as soon as Velasquez trying to keep him in, his head goes up in the air, you could tell he was in trouble at that point. And for the favorite in this lucky coin, things didn't get better shortly thereafter. Go back to the drawing board. Just a disappointing effort on this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the horse is talented. Wesley will figure it out.
Maven comes up short in the lucky coin, but Pulsate puts it all together. And a stakes victory here for Bobby Ribaudo. And again, it's been chalky up to this point, but $15 for Pulsate, making this thing a little bit more interesting going into the night.
That's what I was trying to tell everybody. We went almost favorite, right? You get a $15 horse. Hold on. I know I'm going to be on camera here. Hold on. So don't get mad at me, everybody. The lowest will pay in the pick 5?
Pick 5.
$565. And like I said, you just needed one $15 horse. And if you can get to the 10, I know 21 to 1, you're getting 8,000. That's an unbelievable payoff.
10th race coming up. Maidens, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. That's later, but not before you get to check out the latest, not the last, latest edition of Cart Talk. Brad Cox, JK, rolling the backstretch here at Saratoga. What a run it's been for Brad Cox. That's coming up next. Gainesway's Cart Talk on Saratoga Live.
Saratoga, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion. War Dancer on opening day.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with Winner's Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, the best New York sire of the Saratoga meet and New York's #1 sire of 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful score. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doro. She'll win the Las Virgenes
Vertical Strat in the Steel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
French has won the Del Mar Futurity. Too close to goal! It is Practical Joke in the preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
One left on the Friday program at Saratoga. 19 minutes out. You're watching Saratoga Live. And it's time for everyone's favorite part of the show, favorite segment, Cart Talk. Brad Cox, an unbelievable run. Tom Amis said it best. He said he had a Hall of Fame career this last year. All started with 4 wins back at the Breeders' Cup, and the momentum has continued. Brad Cox, now a Run Happy Travers winning trainer. Brad Cox with Jonathan in this week's edition of Cart Talk.
Brad, I wore these red shorts on purpose today. Just trying to throw you off a little bit.
No, they don't look bad. They don't look bad. Look like you're ready to go swimming.
Hey, I'm always about to go swimming. One of my favorite things about this run you're having with Essential Quality is you said the first time you saw this horse work, you said he was going to be your Belmont horse, and he was.
Yeah, no, he's panned out. And I know some people don't believe that. And he's probably not the only horse I've said that about. But it did work out with him. You know, when you see one breeze the way he did, show the amount of talent he did early on, they make you dream, right? And the dreams to have horses that can compete in the Triple Crown events and, you know, the Breeders' Cup stage.
And unfortunately, he didn't get a great trip in the Derby. I think we both agree that I thought he was best that day. But do you feel some redemption now that he's won the Run Happy Travers?
I do, yeah, absolutely. Even just with the Belmont, you know, just picking off a Triple Crown race, I think it was huge for him because I think he was that good. And I often think, you know, like a week ago, I started thinking, like, if this horse got the trip in the Derby, could he have won the Triple Crown? And you know what? I don't hesitate. I think he could have won the Triple Crown. You know, your cover's so quick. That's what made me start thinking, wow, he would have been able to win the Derby, followed up 2 weeks later, and then 3 weeks later in the Belmont. So,
where do you feel like you'll go next with Essential Quality?
I'm gonna talk it over with the Godolphin team, Jimmy Bell, and really don't know. You know, if we train up to the Breeders' Cup, it'll be 10 weeks. We'll just kind of look at what's out there. You know, he's fit. He can get the mile and a quarter. We know that. So you know, we're just kind of watch him over the next couple weeks and make a decision in the near future.
I'll tell you what, at this point of the year, one of my favorite horses in training, and a horse that I cannot wait to bet on in the Breeders' Cup, and that's Nick's Go. I think he's absolutely sensational. I love the way he runs, and he kind of found that style when he got with you.
You know, we've had him right at it. Well, it's not been quite 2 years, but the first time we run him at Oaklawn, you know, he's trained extremely well, and he showed up and run a big race, showed speed, and put away a good 2 other than group of older horses, and you know, that was kind of like, you know, wow, this is a good colt. But you know, he's put together an incredible year. You know, speed's his thing, and when he's, you know, just kind of let him do his thing. And I don't see why a mile and a quarter will be an issue, especially at Del Mar.
Where do you think you're going to try to go before that?
I'm going to look at the Lucas Classic with him. He'll ship back to Churchill the first part of September. Settle in there hopefully in October 2nd. It's a mile and an eighth out of his own stall. You know, hopefully that'll be a good setup. Be 5 weeks out.
Well, I think we'd make a mistake on this Car Talk if we didn't talk about the big mare, the horse that I feel like really kind of puts you on the map, and that's Monomoy Girl.
You know, she's back in training at Ellis Park, and she's actually moving fantastic. She's been back with us about a week. She's galloping, and you know, no set time frame. We're going to give her an opportunity to make it back to the races, and you know, we're hopeful that, you know, everything will go right. If it does, you know, we'll give her a shot in the afternoon. But you know, just fortunate to have her back in the barn, and hopefully we can get a few runs into her before breeding season.
You just won an Eclipse Award. You've won a handful of Breeders' Cup races, a Belmont, a Travers, a Whitney. I can keep going. Do you feel like you kind of come full circle and that you are where you should be now?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. You know, I've been very fortunate to have a lot of great help. You know, the experience I've had you know, years back with lower level claimers and stuff, I think taught me so much. Those horses are very valuable in educating you. Yeah, I do feel like it's all come full circle, and very fortunate to be in this position. And, you know, I owe it to great clientele, great help, and fantastic horses.
You've won Grade 1 races for Godolphin, for Juddmonte, for Saul Koopman and all of his operation. Michael Dubb, I mean, the list goes on, Michael Dubb. But you've also won a Grade 1 race for another prominent owner in the game. I owned 0.5% of Long on Value.
Long on Value, yes sir, yes sir.
So I appreciate you helping me become a Grade 1 winning owner.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, Sire 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Cart Talk, Brad Cox, JK, your biggest takeaway from the time spent with Brad Cox?
It's regret, actually. The most famous four-legged animal in Brad Cox's operation is his goat, Mr. Man. He was at Ellis Park. We were going to put him in the back of the cart, let him roll with us, but he's over at Ellis Park keeping an eye on Brad's operation.
I'm surprised you did it. Well, when I heard Mr. Man wasn't there, I'm like, why bother?
Well, the rumor was that Mr. Man didn't like red. And when he heard the red shorts were coming out, he stayed.
That was orchestrated.
He stayed back
in
Kentucky.
Hoping. Yeah, we were hoping. Brad Cox, an incredible, incredible run. You touched on some of the highlights, and that, you know, not necessarily what regret, but looking back to essential quality and how strongly he feels that had things gone better in the Derby, that he was the best horse on that day, and we could be talking about a Triple Crown winner.
It's a strong statement.
It is. And the thing about it is, he's the kind of guy, never too high, never too low, always even-keeled with his horses, hard-working guy. He's not the guy that's going to flash you with the $1,000 suit. He's just not that guy. It's just the guy that he's a true horseman, and he has a gauge on his horses. For him to project, he didn't say it about any of his other horses. He said it about one horse. This is my Belmont horse. It's pretty impressive.
Belmont winner, Travers winner, essential quality. Brad Cox has Goff, but the favorite you're looking at, Lady Valentine, owned by My Racehorse Stable and Spendthrift Farm. Lady Valentine, 7-5. Time for the My Racehorse Paddock Report. We send things over to Maggie one final time on this Friday.
And of course, she's going to be popular with the ownership of My Racehorse, but they have every right to be backing their filly today, as she has been training lights out, heading back into this second try around this Saratoga turf course. Actually, her work on the dirt has been very impressive, as last time on August 27th, she was working with a two-time dirt route winner in a Shar, an older colt, for trainer Todd Pletcher, and she was hard on the bridle while outside of him throughout. Now, after the wire, she came off it a little bit, expectant of a turf horse, but last time out too in that race, you know, she was forward and she was very much into the bridle. So I'm wondering if this time if they just let her go with Louis Saez aboard once again. You do hear her being somewhat vocal in the paddock. She's done that every single time, so it's just her. I would not take it as a negative. She looks strong, fit, and ready to go. Now, a horse that I don't know if she can ever learn to get out of the gate, but is stretching out, could be forward in here as well, is number 1, Gale Horse Wind, as trainer Austin Trites takes over. And Austin just beginning to go out on his own a little bit last year and into this year, but was a former assistant to Jimmy Toner and George Weaver. So very good background for Austin. His horses look fantastic, much like Gale Horse Wind today. But I have always thought from day one that this filly wanted more ground, and she's going to get it here with the 9 furlongs. Moving on to number 7, Fleeting Glimpse. I'm surprised she got up for 4th, going the 5.5 first time out. She'll make her 3rd start of this meet, but beaten last time out, going a mile and 3/16 by a horse for Shug McGahee that looks very talented, and Baby Blythe. And she kind of clunked along, picked up the pieces. I still feel like, you know, Jenna Antonucci is more of a trainer who races her horses into fitness. And 3rd time out here, she looks fantastic, really, really strong and defined. And whoa, watch it. Almost got a foot to the face, as she's feeling good too. She does wear those front wraps once again, as she has out throughout her career, but I think a 1.125 might be the sweet spot, as we'll check in with the first-time starter, number 3, Goff, who sold at the Goff's yearling sale for £250,000. So going for quite a bit of money there, this daughter of Sioni. She's a little bit smaller, but typical kind of European. Very, very quiet and laid back, and does not look as though first time out's going to be a winning one, at least to my eye. She doesn't seem like the proverbial light bulb's going off. She looks as though she needs one to kind of tuck up and get stronger throughout her top line too. So we'll watch her with interest for Brad Cox here to see what she does upon debut. Lafitte, sorry.
Yeah, she's really needs to settle down. Super excitable Goff.
Right? Goff looks like she's about ready to fall asleep.
Ready for a nap.
Fall asleep. And if you got Goff, $921.50, and that's what I was talking about. The 3 and the 4, you get anybody else, it's still paying nice to the 3 and the 4, but with the horses that have won, Pulsate was $15. That's it.
That was really the only one that was with Maven. For many a single, Pulsate, the only one that's been somewhat challenging thus far.
You said a key word there, for many a single. I think when you beat a single, that a lot of people are leaning on, then there's an opportunity in those situations that the prices actually multiply. You know, Pulsate was 6-1, but probably pays a little bit more like 10-1, 12-1 in that multi-race pool.
It's almost like Coinage the other day when Coinage beat the 2 horses, the Shug McGahee horse and the Chad Brown horse. I think everybody used 1-4 in the with anticipation. When Coinage won, he played a lot bigger than $15, and I think Jonathan's completely right about Pulsate. Maven is probably the most singled horse in the pick 5s and pick 6s, so he's going to play a little bit bigger.
What'd you come up with here?
I had this race 2, 3, 4, 7, 9. I do think the 7's got an outside chance, fleeting glimpse. Horse that goes from 5.5 to a mile on the 16th. The 4 is the horse to beat. It's just at the end of that race, the last 50 yards, she was struggling, and I'm wondering if the mile and an 1/8 is going to be up her alley, but she might be talented to beat these.
Yeah, I like the 3 Goff in here, but I also thought the 2 Sitting Pretty was interesting. A few works back, 3 works back. Sitting Pretty worked with Gufo.
He's pretty good.
He's not bad.
He's all right.
Call the post. Gufo, been a little goofy, put it all together. Another Grade 1 win, Sword Dancer, punching his ticket for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. All part of that sensational undercard for the Run Happy Travers Saturday. We have one left on this program. Gale Horse Win, drawn inside 8-1, Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, Blinkers will go on after a 3rd place finish. Like Maggie was saying, needs to get out of the gate a little bit better.
And more ground being key for Gale Horse Win. Number 2, Sitting Pretty, Joelle Rosario. You give her a look, JK?
Yeah, you got to say something about her talent to see a filly like this working with a horse like Gufo, a Grade 1 winner.
Christophe Clement, Joelle Rosario. Blue Devil Racing, Sitting Pretty. Goff, the first-time starter. Has she woke up at all?
Yeah, I'm surprised that she's 8-1 right now. Tyler Gaffalione and Brad Cox, those connections alone probably give you 4-1. So maybe she's not live today, and they're going to give her one.
Cold on the board. Then the favorite, Lady Valentine for My Racehorse, Spendthrift.
Yeah, probably a little bit over bet. This horse could appreciate the added distance, but last time was close up to a pace that wasn't particularly quick and really couldn't make up any ground in the stretch.
Mayhap, first-time starter. Franco looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, Philly by Bodemeister. I have a Polish numbers mare. Wow, haven't seen Polish numbers in a long time.
Fleeting Glimpse, she was acting up in the paddock, now settled.
Yeah, she was bucking a little bit. She almost caught somebody. That's why you got to be very careful in the paddock. She was doing her best impression of Whitmore.
Yeah. Head on a swivel. Then a Pruning, Janny Colors for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, this is a horse that I think will appreciate some added distance. The last race kind of fell apart, and Pruning was a little bit close to the front.
Federalist Papers, strong trio, big price.
Yeah, you got Irad Ortiz Jr. Blinkers go on. This horse ran 2 times at Tampa with Antonio Gallardo aboard. Philly by More Than Ready.
Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, Peace Be the Journey.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside. The debut on the turf sprinting for Maiden 50 wasn't great, was claimed that day. And Jeremiah claimed back for 75. Always a confident move when you see a trainer on the claim back.
And the reclaim 24-1 outsider. If you want to get involved, play all the races, watch all the races, you can do so at NYRABets.com. Use that promo code SPA200 when signing up. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. 10th and final in 5 minutes. Lady Valentine, who is the favorite, 6-5. So let's revisit her last start and what you were talking about, Paul, late in the race. Lady Valentine, even money. This is late July right here at Saratoga. Lady Valentine, there she is. And take us through the stretch here.
Well, I mean, she's chasing, right? And she's really never going to get there at all, the horse in front. But watch the finish of this race. This horse is going a mile, now got to go a mile and 1/8. And she just comes to a, I'm sorry, yeah. And not pretty.
Yeah, for me, there's a situation where that pace wasn't particularly quick. I think it's Pathétique, the horse that won wire to wire that day for Phil Bauer. When a horse wires a field, and there's another horse sitting right behind that other horse, basically the entire race.
In chase mode, basically, yeah.
And then kind of falls apart late like that, it's a little bit of a concern because what excuse did she have? Now maybe she's going to appreciate the added distance, and that's definitely a possibility. I just couldn't take her at this short of a price. And we talked about it earlier. We talked about the West Point effect. Some of these West Point horses get bet. This is the My Racehorse effect, in my opinion. And no disrespect to them or the horse, but it's just these fans that are involved in the horse. They want to bet their horse. And now they're betting, and I think the horse is a little bit shorter on the board than she probably deserves to be.
So opportunity elsewhere. Your top selection, Goff, human element intact. It's Brad Cox, it's Tyler Gaffleone, but for the first time starter, cold on the board at 8-1.
Yeah. Yes, you're right, especially for an operation like Brad Cox, who's winning it at a high percentage right now, does well with first-time starters. You would think that this horse would be a little bit shorter, but I do like the Tylers here. Tyler's been riding really well at the meet. We've talked about that. I like inside draws for horses like this. Get cover, sit down in there. You feel like this horse will finish based on pedigree. So, like you said, though, it's not the most encouraging thing to see this horse at 8-1.
My question being this, level of confidence, you've discussed like how sharp the handicappers are. And here in New York and everyone playing, you follow the money. And with first-time starters, typically, you pay such close attention to the tote board and how often that's indicative of the performance coming shortly thereafter. And that I would see where you would have lost a little bit of confidence seeing that she's relatively cold here at 8-1.
But you know what I will say, this, Lafitte, is that, like, when you're playing that game of watching the tote board, it is significantly more effective when you're looking at dirt races, dirt sprints, because that's what mimics what they do in the morning. Even a situation where these horses are working on the turf, they're working half the distance they're going to be running here. So although they might not look great going 5 furlongs in the morning on the turf, they might look great going 9 out here. So I think that tote board thing, it works better with 2-year-olds who are going 5 furlongs in the morning on the dirt, and then they're running 6 furlongs in the afternoon on the dirt. It's a little bit more indicative.
Maggie, you and Paul had the winner in the last race, $15 winner in the Lucky Coin. You're going Gale Horse Win, but let's start with Sitting Pretty, what you're noticing from her as she gets set for her second career start.
Well, it's kind of more what I noticed last time in that race, Lafitte, in that a race dominated more towards the front end, in which, when asked, and she got a good trip, relatively speaking, as far as ground saved, but when she was asked with the crop, she reacted negatively. She started swishing her tail, head went up, but I'm wondering, with that experience, with some swift breezes since then, does Joel Rosario keep her a bit closer? So therefore, he won't have to ask her as much. She looks very, very fit. She is a little bit of a testy type of filly. She was brought in with the pony. She has an opinion about life, and she doesn't want to hear anybody else's, is kind of the vibe I'm getting from her. But physically, I like what I see. We'll see if Joel can coerce her to run forward. Moving on to the best pedigree in this field at 27-1 is Mayhap for Roy Lerman. I don't love Bodemeisters that much, but this horse is half to multiple turf winner after multiple turf winner, including stakes winner. Evidently, the Dam was a turf winner. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Everything she's thrown have been able to run. Yes, she probably needs a start, but watch her with interest to see what she does here. If she can run at all, she's probably one that will benefit from a start and move forward next time. Number 10, Peace Be the Journey. She's one that's benefited from some starts. I remember Richie was actually in the paddock for her debut, and he said because she is so massive that she definitely need a start. So really intriguing that Jeremiah and his owner opt to go back in for her, pay $25,000 more than what they lost her for the 75, and get her out to a mile and 8th, because she has a pedigree to say that she should love it. She is more fit, still might need one because she's that huge, but the distance looks ideal, and it's just a vote of confidence from Connections to pick her back up and put her in this spot, guys.
That reclaim angle you were discussing here, JK, Peace Be the Journey, would be a big surprise, 27-1 on the outside.
And not just a reclaim, he lost a horse for 50 and then came back for 75. That's like a super reclaim. I just made that up.
Well done.
Trademark, baby.
Trademark it. Paul, you have Sitting Pretty. There she is.
Yeah, I like Sitting Pretty. Joel getting aboard, Blue Devil Racing, him and Christoph together. I know this horse was 34-1 first time out. I just can't get over. If Lady Valentine wins, she wins. I get it. But at even money, cannot take it after watching that paint.
The favorite, Goff, JK's top selection. Paul with number 2, Sitting Pretty. Maggie with Gale Horse Win, number 1 with Ricardo Santana. What will Goff do in her debut? The Irish filly, mile and an eighth. Maidens here, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. $100,000 purse. That's been her throughout this entire experience for her. From the paddock to the warm-up to the gate, she's
like JK. She's not worried. She's not worried.
Chill.
She's
just chill.
Good living.
You know, one thing that's great about that is like the idea that they're going a mile and an eighth, and you want a horse that's going to relax.
She's going to relax.
Yeah.
She is relaxed.
They're having a little trouble with the 5. Yeah, Mayhap. It looks like Manny Franco now going to make sure Mayhap stays comfortable in there, and then he'll hop aboard. Sometimes when a horse acts up in the gate, the rider gets off, then the horse will relax a little bit. Then Manny will get aboard the jockey when the last horse goes in, and then they'll go.
Franco a date with Night Ops in tomorrow's Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup for the first time here at Saratoga. But first things first, this 10th and final on the Friday program. Lady Valentine, number 4, even money at post time. Johnny Embrial with the call. Nightcap from the Spa.
And they're off. Sitting Pretty and a Lady Valentine. Pruning is there, far outside. Peace Be the Journey. And it is Lady Valentine who has the lead here. Peace Be the Journey ranges up on the outside now to take second. And Pruning is in third with Sitting Pretty down on the inside in fourth. Fleeting Glimpse now moves up a spot from fifth. Then it's Goff in sixth. Gale Horse Wind is down on the inside and in seventh. Federalist Papers races in eighth, and Mayhap trails the field in ninth as the field goes around the clubhouse turn after a quarter in 25 2/5 seconds. Lady Valentine by a length. Peace Be the Journey is second by 2.5, and Pruning runs in third. Lady Valentine challenged here by long shot Peace Be the Journey, and now the two of them are heads apart, 3.5 lengths. Back to Pruning in third, and the outside is Fleeting Glimpse next in fourth. And then Sitting Pretty sits in fifth, a half dozen lengths from the front. Farther back, it's Goff and Gale Horse Wind. And then Federalist Papers, and the trailer is Mayhap. Half mile, 50 seconds. Lady Valentine, the favorite by 3/4 of a length. Peace Be the Journey continues to keep up the pressure on the outside in second. Just in behind, Pruning and Fleeting Glimpse. Then comes Sitting Pretty, who's in fifth. Gale Horse Wind has now moved to the outside, and they're followed by Federalist Papers. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. It's Lady Valentine, Peace Be the Journey, Fleeting Glimpse on the outside. Pruning is looking for a way through. And then comes Sitting Pretty and Federalist Papers. Lady Valentine, Pruning looking to come up the inside. Lady Valentine and Pruning. And on the outside, Federalist Papers coming on along with Sitting Pretty. They're coming down for the finish. Federalist Papers got there at the end. Federalist Papers gives Irad Ortiz Jr. his third win today.
3 wins, John Embrial. Irad Ortiz, leading owner. Seth Klarman, leading trainer. Chad Brown, Federalist Papers, 9-1 in the nightcap.
Can't tell if the 9 was flying or everybody else was stopping. The 7 coming out of the mile and 3/16 races, I thought had a chance to win. The 8's coming up the rail, JK. Meanwhile, the 4 is fighting him all off. The 2 finally gets a little break through, but the 9 was the one that had the most finish. The 2 had a steady there. I wonder, God, did the 2 run second in this race too?
I don't think so. I giggle to myself every time I see one of these horses pay like 9-1 or above for Chad. It's like, we're on the grass. It's garbage. It's Chad, because I know that people at home are like, I can't believe I didn't use this horse. I didn't like the horse at all, to be fair.
Why?
But I just thought that the speed figure last time going maiden special weight was slow, and then Chad entered this horse July 4th weekend for maiden 40 and scratched, and then entered maiden 75 earlier in the meet and scratched. So I just felt like he probably didn't like the horse too much. now is in a maiden special weight because you got to get a race at some point. And I guess I paid too much attention.
It was a pretty good horse race. The 8 was trying to sneak up the rail. The 2 was in between horses. And listen, that paint that we showed of Lady Valentine, it showed the story. She started stopping with about 100 yards left.
Collared late. And Irad Ortiz takes full advantage. Federalist Papers 9-1. Leading trainer Chad Brown. Another look, deep stretch, red and white colors. Klarman, Brown. Irad Ortiz goes to work. 3 wins on the afternoon in an upset. Federalist Papers in the nightcap at Saratoga. Photo for second, not yet available. Stay tuned.
Performer is closing in and running on by.
And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, due for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Going to Tattersall's Book 1 and picking out Aunt Pearl and then having her show up so big on Breeders' Cup Day was a dream come true. We thought if everything went perfect, we would come home with a Breeders' Cup horse, something to compete on the day, and we came home with the Breeders' Cup winner, so it doesn't get any better than that. We will absolutely be back to Tattersall's. We're hoping to find another Breeders' Cup winner.
Book 1 of the Tattersall's October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Photo available for second. Lady Valentine 9482. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. JK, what's going on over in ABR this week?
Well, this week's featured race is the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and you can find a quick sheet covering all the entries on americasbestracing.net. Plus, there's the Flower Bowl Stakes here on Saturday, and ABR has tips on how to bet that race. You'll also find a new Naira Bets feature on ABR spotlighting the various types of wagers available, so check that out. And as always, if you're looking for a no-risk, high-reward way to play the races, download the Stay Lucky app for your chance to play the Saturday races and win $1 million.
$1 million.
You're supposed to go $1 million.
I did that, Paul. They just couldn't see me.
Somebody may have $1 million headed their way, depending on how heavily they would have backed Federalist Papers. Of course, then she wouldn't have been 9-1, right? Federalist Papers here in a driving finish, 4 of them separated by about half a length. You just feel blindsided, I guess, every time you see it. It's Klarman, it's Brown, it's Ortiz, and it's a price, $21.60.
He's had a $21 horse. He's had, I would say, 4 horses over 20, and he had a $60 horse at this meet.
For Peter Brandt, one pay close.
Yeah.
28-1, yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, that would have never happened. I just think the beginning of the meet, everybody was like, ooh, Chad's just having one of those meets. No, Chad's just in a tiny bit of slump, just like every other athlete. I say this to a lot of young kids. Babe Ruth struck out a lot too, okay?
I think he's just almost a victim of his own success. The bar is so very high for Chad Brown. And for the pick 5, towards the end, as you mentioned, again, very formful early on, and then Pulsate in the lucky coin. Brown with a $21 winner to close the show.
Yeah, listen, JK gave you Gold Panda. I was able to get Pulsate. We had the other ones. We just couldn't come up with Federalist Papers. I was with JK. Horse coming in for Tampa. Blinkers coming on. But he's so hot right now. And how about Chuck T? He lit it up today.
He blew him away. Chuck T, 22. Congrats. Saratoga Showdown winner, 3:19.35. Chuck 22 in the Saratoga Showdown. Who's going to take down the first Jockey Club Gold Cup Showdown here at Saratoga? Tomorrow's main event, 2 Grade 1 races here at the Spa tomorrow afternoon. Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Breeders' Cup Classic Field, the 6 mile and a quarter. Forza de Oro drawn inside for Bill Mott, 8 to 5 on the morning line. Let's meet the contenders for tomorrow's Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Defending champion Happy Saver capped off a perfect season with a valiant triumph over eventual Dubai World Cup winner Mystic Guide in last year's edition of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. He enters this year's contest after suffering his first defeat in the Grade 2 Suburban Stakes on July 3rd. Happy Saver was third behind Max Player, but was 4 wide around both turns over a sloppy surface. 5 of Max Player's last 6 races prior to his signature win in the Suburban were in Grade 1 events, including third-place efforts in last year's Travers and the Belmont Stakes. He was the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown in 2020. Forza de Oro enters Grade 1 company for the first time in his career. Son of Speightstown has shown flashes of brilliance, including a triumph in the Grade 3 Discovery Stakes last November, but was on the shelf for 8 months. He returned July 21st with a 3-length win in an allowance event right here at Saratoga. Will Happy Saver return to the winner's circle and become the 12th horse to win back-to-back Jockey Club Gold Cups? Can Max Player prove he is a force to be reckoned with in the older handicap division? Or will Forza de Oro stamp his ticket to the Breeders' Cup, the first year the race is held at the Spa? Owners represented in the first Gold Cup at Saratoga, the Silks, whose colors will we see in the Gold Cup winner's circle? Perhaps Don Alberto Stable, owners of Forza de Oro, 8-5 morning line favorite. This win, a smashing one, but his only race since last November.
Right, but I'm excited to see him kind of run together some races. You know, he's had a lot of starts and stops in his career, and he's such a good mover. He's such a good mover that me, not Maggie or Casse or Mig, can actually tell how good he's moving.
That means he's a good mover.
Yeah, you gotta be a good one. Look, he's fast too. His numbers make sense. He feels like the type of horse that's going to improve with some time. Look, I think he's going to be tough to beat tomorrow.
8-5 morning line. What price do you think he is at post time?
Ooh, even money. I think he's even money. I know a lot of people will look at Max Player, but there are also going to be a lot of handicappers we call the bounce factor. What I mean is that's Max Player's last race was the best race he's ever run, so he might regress a little bit, and if that happens, I just don't know if the good Happy Saver is back, Lafitte. That's why.
Max Player, I just remember the narrative going into the Suburban, like he loves Belmont. He loves the track. He loves the surface, those big, wide, sweeping turns. If that's the case, the Gold Cup moving to Saratoga isn't doing him any favors.
No, he's calling somebody trying to ask questions. How'd this happen?
He might be calling Maven.
And is it too, yeah, 1 loss for Happy Saver, that's it. The defending champ, I feel like he's being ignored to a certain extent.
A tiny bit, because he showed a ton of courage winning last year. Believe me, he did, up the rail.
There are a lot of things here he's going to like better. I think he'll like the tighter turns. He'll like the 2 turns. And I think he'll run better than he did last time, that's for sure.
It's going to look and feel different, but we can't wait for it. Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, Grade 1 Flower Bowl for the first time at Saratoga. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Another fun day of thoroughbred racing this Friday program, the final one of the meet. Emirati for Chad Brown, 2nd win in the States. Did his thing early, was able to relax, save more ground, and unleash that furious late kick. In the feature, the Lucky Coin. How about Pulsate tracking the leaders? Manny Franco, perfect ride, driving finish to win the Lucky Coin. And Emma White, on-hand Olympic bronze medalist with Nick's Go earlier today and handing out the hardware. Have a great night, everyone.